morning, cricket fans. Welcome to day 3 of this European cricket series in Rome. So far, it's been an absolute thrill. We've had action-packed games every single match. It's been a real joy to watch, and we've been on the edge of our seats for this entire European cricket series. Today, we're going to introduce a couple of new teams to this tournament. One of them is Baraka Prato. The tourists are coming from up north to see how they can fare against the Roman sides. Are the tourists going to trump the hosts, or will they defend their local turf? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our first match today features Baraka Prato against the hosts, Roma CC. Let's see how the defending champs defend their turf. We'll head over to the coin toss, where match referee Charles Croucher is alongside both the captains.
Hello, so of course we're now set to start off this great day of cricket here. It's a wonderful Wednesday. Really looking forward to all the action we have coming up for you. But before we take a look at what we have for you today, we'll first recap yesterday's games. So here's a look at match 6. Roma Bangla Morning Sun took on the Roma Capanelli, and the Roma Capanelli were defeated by 63 runs in their opening match. A dominant victory for Bangla Morning Sun. They were well led by Sharif Rehan, who scored 45 of just 24 deliveries. We also saw Anik Ahmed making 29 of 12. In response, the Capanelli really struggled with the bat in hand. As you can see, going at under-run a ball for most of their innings, they would end up with just 53 runs. And we saw a really exciting match here where, of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun would win it in the final over. They were fairly comfortable for much of the match. It looked like they were going to win it heading into that final over. Gladiatori posted a very healthy total on the board. Mubarak Hussain top scoring with 70, but of course they were no match for their opposition, who would win it in the last over. This was an absolute thriller. As you can see, Mubarak Hussain was so unlucky, dismissed on 99. On the second last ball of the 9th over. Looked set to make a century, when unfortunately he would fall just 1 run short of that epic milestone. The Capanelli would put in a better batting performance in this match, but they'd still managed to muster just 152 runs and fall 9 runs short. Royal Roma would then take on Roma Bangla Morning Sun, and Royal Roma would continue their perfect start to this tournament. A very healthy performance by them in the first innings, putting 141 runs on the board, and then dispatched the side, who champions, led by Thushara Samarakun's century, would defeat Roma Capanelli. They'd post a very strong total of 156 on the board, and the Capanelli could muster just 113 in the second innings. Nice innings there by Ghulam Amer, but it simply wasn't enough to beat the defending champs. We'll now have a look at the standings for this European cricket series. As we can see, Roma Bangla Morning Sun is currently sitting top of the group by virtue of the fact that they played a couple more games than Roma CC and 3 more than Royal Roma. Royal Roma, you have to say, have been the most impressive team so far. 3 wins out of 3 for them, and both those wins coming against the top 2 sides, which shows they mean business this year. They're looking strong, and as things stand, you could even argue that they are the favorites over Roma CC, the defending champions, who of course they beat in that thrilling match on Monday evening. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Baraka Prato, we're about to see them for the first time this European cricket series. They're coming up from a little further north in Italy, and let's see how they will fare here against a very strong side. Just had a look at the wind predictor over there. And we're all set and we're ready for what should be an exciting game. So we're just moments away from the first ball. Here we go. Ball number 1. Oh, this one is just gently dabbed towards third. And Baraka Prato will pick up a single off the very first ball. Charles Fernando steaming in this over. Dastagir is going to be on strike. He's opening alongside H. Rahman. Oh, this one is not the best ball. He was going for that leg stump Yorker. He's just missed the length ever so slightly, and Gulam Dastagir has punished him by sending that one over square leg. What a hit for him. Great strike for Dastagir, his 48th career 6 on the European Cricket Network. A solid player, Gulam Dastagir. We've seen him play in the past for the Hawks as well on the network. This is his first European Cricket Network match since 2022. What a way to come back with a 6 off the very first ball you face. It's a very good career average of 42, strike rate of 217. Strong player, powerful player. Someone you want right at the top of your order if you're Baraka Prato. This is struck straight towards the fielder at mid-off, who for just momentarily his weight was kind of leaning towards the right, but he's just shifted that body weight in time and managed to get behind the ball. That's a good comeback by Charles Fernando after getting hit for that 6. Here we go, 5th ball of the over coming up. We'll just block this one out. Yeah, it's been a good over so far by Fernando. Got hit for a 6 off just the second ball, but since then he's done a great job of rallying and putting himself in a very good position here. There we go. Final ball of the over coming up. Yeah, digs this one in shorter, and we'll have a look at the height on this one. Should be okay, but worth taking another look at it. Yep, absolutely fine. And the over comes to an end. Good start here for Roma CC. Just 7 runs coming off that over, despite that big 6 off the second ball. I think Dustin here will be a little bit disappointed. He didn't get bat on ball, didn't at least run a few singles, rotate the strike a little bit after hitting that 6. He just played out 4 consecutive dot balls after that. So, yeah, I think this is just maybe just a little bit rusty after not playing a T10 cricket for quite a while. Or at least not playing it on the network. I mean, he certainly must have been playing a little bit in the domestic league. Athanayaka coming in to bowl the second over. This one is just inside the tram line, so a legal delivery to start off for Athanayaka. Getting the line absolutely spot on there. As you can see, just goes over that red line, which is perfectly fine. Another back of a length delivery. Getting some good bounce and carry here, Athanayaka. Take another look at this. Yeah, just look at how much it takes off. The fact that it ends up like above elbow height around the rib cage just shows you how much bounce there is on this surface. This one is wide by Athanayaka. Let's take another look at this. Yeah, it's just gets that one slightly wrong. Good call there by the umpire. This one coming back in a long, long way. So it's going to be a single. Yeah, it's been a very tight bowling here early by Roma CC. Hitting their lines and lengths perfectly. Now once again, it's that hard length. This is so difficult for the batter to get that away. It's going to be a single for Dastagir. This one just going down the leg side. That's rather wide. Just needs to get this one right. Straying too far down the leg side over there. Very dangerous line to bowl as well. I mean, there's no fine leg in place, so gets any bat on ball. That's going to go away for a 4. Just speaking of which, they just put a fine leg in place now. A short fine leg, though, although he's very, very square, so they still bowl that line. You're going to get punished. Overcompensates here, goes too far wide down the offside. Just struggling a little bit with extras. Third wide of this over. Oh dear, another wayward delivery, and you got to say, full credit to the keeper over here. I mean, Sujithur Lugadage has done an incredible job. I mean, look at the amount of ground he's covered and puts in the good dive as well. That looked like he was set to go for 5 wides. There we go, finally gets a legal ball in. He's got 1 to come for the over. Yeah, so despite those wides, this over has been a fairly economical one. Just 6 runs off it so far. We've seen just a couple of singles running this over, and the dot ball percentage at the moment, you've got to say, it's just far too high from Baraka Prato's perspective. It's over 50%. 6 of the 11 balls we've seen so far have been dot balls, I should say. 6 of the 11 legal deliveries. This one's going straight down the ground, and that's going to go all the way. Desperately needed for Baraka Prado. They needed that boundary. Yeah, it's the second maximum of the inning. Rahman hits his first. Just gets the length slightly wrong there. I mean, he's bowling that hard length for much of this innings. He goes a bit too full over there. It's in the slot, and it gets smoked away over long on. So Prato find themselves 19 for no loss at the end of the second over. We'll take a quick look at the standings for this European Cricket Series. Roma Bangla Morning Sun currently sitting at the top of the table, but they've gone 3-3 so far. They have a negative run rate. Just played a couple more games than Roma CC, 3 more than Royal Roma. So far, Royal Roma, what an impressive start for them. 3 wins out of 3. All 3 of those wins coming against the top 2. Very impressed by them, and I think the fact that they went into that Asian Latina talent pool and really pinched some of their players means that they are looking very, very strong. Very good chance to also say a very good morning to everybody joining us in the chat. Good morning to Dave and, of course, Rob Thompson. Now, once again, just another back of the length delivery. He's getting this one to go across. Charles Fernando, of course, very, very exciting player. I mean, he's certainly taken Italy by storm. But he also, mind you, is got a very exciting career prior to joining over here. Played plenty of cricket growing up, of course. Was part of the Sri Lanka under-19 team. And, of course, took part in the last under-19 World Cup. like a part of the Under-19 World Cup in 2006. And yeah, certainly was telling us a few stories from taking part in that tournament. Of course, it was hosted in Sri Lanka. And the hosts did manage to make it out of Group C during that year's tournament, but were eventually defeated in the knockout stages. This one's gone up in the air. Chance to catch this one, and oh, he spilt it. Not something you typically see from this side. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, he's looking to make some room and hit this over long off. Should be a fairly comfortable catch, but it isn't. I mean, that is fairly regulation, especially for a man of his quality. That was Achinta Natha Nothinge underneath that. Yes, of course, it's just going back to that story, Sri Lanka. As they hosted the 2006 Under-19 World Cup that Charles Fernando took part in. They were unfortunately defeated in the quarterfinal by the Aussies. This one is going over to mid-wicket. Should be a regulation catch, but this is put down as well. So two drops in this over. Now, this is not something we're accustomed to seeing from this Roma CC team. I mean, normally they're up there as one of the very best fielding side. So both the openers dropped in this over. Yeah, Charles Fernando could easily have had a couple of wickets. The former Sri Lankan under-19 player, as we've just been talking about. This one is struck very firmly, and it's going to race away past the fielder at mid-wicket. Goes away for a boundary. So once again, they end the over with a boundary. Get 4 runs right at the end. So you got to feel for Charles Fernando. Deserved a couple of wickets in that over. 2 straightforward catches were put down off his bowling. He had both these openers out in that over, but still a terrific bowling spell for him. Only 13 runs he's given up in the 2 overs he's bowled in the power play. And Barako Prato, despite getting a little bit lucky in that 3rd over, is still in a tough position. Just 25 for no loss at the end of the power play. There we go. It's going to be the first over after the power play. And the Chitha Nathanandige is going to bowl it. That one just staying a little bit lower than what we typically expect. As you can see, just goes underneath the opener's bat. Nathanandige, of course, putting down a chance in that previous over. We're looking to make amends after that big mistake. Now this one is just pulled, hooked away, and doesn't have enough to go to the rope. It certainly does. The fine leg, managed to get a hand to it, but slowed it down a little bit, but couldn't prevent it from going towards the boundary. Yeah, very good looking shot. Just swivels on the spot, gets it away for a 4. Excellent cricket. And the fielder gave it a chase, but was unable to get to it. Just gets that one to come back in quite a bit. Once again, just they've got this strategy here, don't they, of bowling that hard length. Everything's around that kind of rib cage area. That's where they're looking to target, and so far the tourists have really struggled to cope with it. Obviously a massive adjustment for them, you know, coming from their local ground to Roma CC, where, you know, you do get a lot of bounce on this Roma cricket ground. Oh, beautiful stroke. What a fantastic shot. He was going for the Yorker. He's Slightly missed the length, and Dastagira has deposited that one well over mid-wicket, just taking a couple of steps towards the leg side. Gets underneath it, and blasts it away for 6 runs. This time, Dastagira is backing away, looking to make some room to hit it over the offside. He's just unable to connect. We'll take another look at this one here. Yeah, as you can see, another one that just stays a little bit lower than the batter expected. He's just varying his pace up very well here. Nothing gay. So Natharinge will end his over with a dot ball. Another great over. I mean, this has just been extremely consistent, economical bowling here. 11 runs coming off that over, which is very decent for a T10 match. We'll have a look at the graph now. As you can see, Baraka Prato are 36 for no loss at the end of 4. So now gonna start the 5th over here. They're gonna look to introduce spin. So Roma CC are really spoiled with plenty of spin options, and generally after the power play you tend to see them bowl their spinners quite a bit. And they're just instrumental helping them control that economy rate. He's gonna look to send Samarage over long on, but he's gonna pick out the fielder in that position. And finally a catch is held on to. They dropped a couple of catches earlier. Off the bowling of Charles Fernando, but no mistake over here. That's Toshada Samarakun, who scored a terrific century yesterday. He's going to hold on to that catch. And the first wicket in fall by Baraka Prato. He's just trying to reach out of that one. Can't quite middle it. Can't quite time it as nicely as he would like. And it's a very comfortable catch for the fielder. Didn't have to move an inch. Takes it at a comfortable height when the first wicket falls. So it's another one for Samarage. He continues to impress throughout this European cricket series. That is the 56th career wicket for Samarage on the European Cricket Network, the 5th of this tournament. Well, the new batter is Ali, and there's just a classic example of how an extra bit of bounce can help the spinner so much. Look at how he just climbed up on the batter there, and it was very difficult for Ali to deal with. Now this time he's just trying to get on the back foot and wake it over mid-wicket, but he's unable to connect. And I wonder if there's just a couple of top spinners here by Samarage looking to get that extra bit of bounce on this surface. Yeah, so 28 of their runs so far have come on the leg side. That's a wide. We'll just have a look at this side on. I think this should be okay, but we'll have a look and confirm. Let's take a look at this here. Now we'll just have a look at this nicely here. So initial thought was he should be okay, and yeah, I think that confirms it. I think that's fairly conclusive, and it looks like the third umpire is content as well. There we go. 4th ball of the over coming up. Great over so far by Samarage. This one is just carved away towards cover. And Ali will get off the mark with a single. looking to use his feet over here. Dastagir, he actually meets that on the full. There was a full toss, but I think he'll be disappointed that he hasn't managed to get that away towards the boundary. I mean, he used his feet quite well, but maybe he could have just been a little bit more courageous with that shot and with a little bit more power. This will be gone. No question about this. Well, there were a few doubts about the stumping earlier. We're not going to have any doubts this time around. That is some straightforward work there for the keeper. And you got to credit really Gadage as well. Might have been easy, but he still needed to get it done. Whips the bails off quickly. And Ali will have a very brief stay at the crease. He'll make just the one run as we come to the end of the 5th over. The second wicket has fallen. Well, Baraka Prato, the tourist, struggling so far. So here's a look at the European Cricket Series calendar. And, well, spanning the breadth of Europe, the 2024 European Cricket Series has been a tapestry of cultures, landscapes, and thrilling cricketing action. Of course, it all started all the way back in Cyprus in January. And since then, we've been on quite a journey across the continent. We've seen cricketing drama unfold against the backdrop of some of Europe's most iconic cities. And as the weather heats up, so does the cricket. Just have a look at some of the great events we got coming up for you this August. To be here in Rome for a couple of weeks, and then got Vienna right after this as well. There's a big appeal over here, and it's been given. It has been given. Looks like there must have just been a thin edge. Dastagir looking to go across the line, and has just found his outside edge and gone through to the keeper. Another good bit of work there by Sujith Rilagadage. This is an outstanding ball. Outstanding delivery. The umpire thought about it, raised his finger. And that is going to be the end for yet another Baraka Prato batter. They've lost both their openers now. And they are in all sorts of trouble. 39 for 3 right at the start of the 6th over. Here we go. He's going to go straight down the ground over here, and this is going to hit the banner on the full. 6 more runs. And what a start here for Mohammed. Just batters the first ball he faces. Straight down the ground, backing it away, flat bats it away for a 6. What a shot. Incredible strike. Once again, he's looking to go big. This should be a catching opportunity. Oh, it's put down again. And this might even have enough to go to the boundary rope, but no, just going to slow down in the outfield. So now Mohammed dropped as well. So this is the 3rd catch that Roma CC have put down this innings. And in all honesty, none of these catches they put down have been particularly challenging. Again, this is a team who are normally great in the field. You tend not to ever see them make a single mistake. And for them to have made 3 errors inside the first 5.3 overs, it's very, very unlike them. This is just struck out towards long on. That's going to be a single. The outside edge, and away it goes towards 3rd. That's going to be 4 runs. Ali will work this away towards the boundary rope. Probably not quite been able to direct it where he intended, but does get the desired result. We got just have a chance here to dive into the chat. So we got Kroom 111 joining us as well as Emmanuel Robbins. Very good morning to you, Holly Tomo as well. I think Rob just telling us about the pineapple ice cream he's enjoying. This one is struck away for a 4 as well, so it's a couple of boundaries to end the over. Ali struck this away too. Yeah, nicely played. Just straying too far down the leg side. It wasn't the best ball. And that ends up being the most expensive over of this innings. 17 runs coming off it. Baraka Prato are 56 for 3. Yeah, so of course, Rob Thompson talking about how it's basically French vanilla along with pineapple rings. Yeah, that does sound wonderful. Dave asking me if I know how to pronounce the previous bowler's name. I think you're referring to Nath Thadinge. Of course, gotta say, I mean, I'm probably not the best at pronouncing that, and I'm making a few mistakes as well, but if I had to guess, it would be Achintha Nath Thandige. Comes off the bottom edge of the bat there. Once again, not quite rising as much as the batter expected. It is, of course, Samarage bowling this over. Bowled superbly in that first over. He picked up his 56th career wicket. This one goes out towards cover. And they will scamper across for a single. Now this has gone up in the air, and is it going to go sailing over third? Yes, it will. And off it goes for 4 runs. And well, there's the 12th man for Roma CC, just having a stroll. No, he's a terrific fielder, isn't he? I mean, we saw him put in some great fielding displays on Monday. Took some great catches. I mean, he's always out there at long off, and he really patrols that boundary superbly. This is struck out towards mid-wicket. It's just going to be a single. Yeah, so Baraka Prato right now, the expected score for them, as you can see, it's about 94, but I think the way they're going, they would still back themselves to at least get to something around that 100-plus mark. Apologies for the scoreboard, though. It's been frozen for quite a while. We will update it for you as soon as we can. This is struck straight down the ground. Does it have enough to go for a 4? It certainly does. So, great strike once again by Muhammad. He's hit a couple of good-looking shots early in his innings. Very nice stroke, just sneaking underneath that banner. And this will slowly just resolve this issue with the scoreboard and have it up to date for you as soon as we can. This is going to go straight down the ground, but to earth, Charles Fernando, who makes absolutely no mistake. He didn't have to move an inch. And of course, when you see a ball going towards a fielder of his quality, you know he's never going to drop it. Just toss this ball up. He was inviting the big shot. Just couldn't quite get it over Fernando, but it was certainly there to be hit. Fernando took that catch on another wicket fall, so Baraka Prato are 68 for 4 at the end of 7. So here's a look at the teams for the Melton Shield, which is, of course, coming up in just a couple of weeks from now. So the Saturday after this one. And, yeah, just have a look at that team. Plenty of Italian representation over there as well. We got 4 players from the host nation, so I'm certainly sure they'll be very proud to be representing Team Europe in their home country. So big congratulations to all those participants. It's certainly a big honor to be taking part in the Melton Shield. We just returned to live action, and we've just seen one worked away for a single. So yeah, wicket was taken of the last ball of the 7th over. That's why I still have the wicket graphic up. 2.5 overs to go here. Going to Dindu Morage, who, of course, we know a lot about his batting ability. He's obviously enjoyed a great European cricket career so far. And just have a look at this again, side on. I think the batter should most probably be safe, but it might actually end up being closer than we thought. And well, we didn't see too animated an appeal, but it doesn't look like he's actually managed to get his foot back here, so he could be in some trouble. He could be in some serious trouble because I don't see anything behind that line. And yep, the finger has been raised, so it's a stumping, and very sharp glove work again by Sujith Rugadage. And you have this guy on your fantasy team, and you're in for a great, great day because he has been bringing in points for your team. Just have a look at the impact he's had in this match so far. He's been involved in a few catching opportunities, and also been involved in a stumping, and now another wicket's going to fall here for Baraka Prato. Let's just take another look at this. Zaka Ola leaning forward, but he just never gets that foot back. He never does. And yeah, as you can see, there's nothing behind that line, so another one falls for Baraka Prato. It's 69 for 5. Yeah, he's going to go straight down the ground here. This is going to go sailing over long on. It's going to go over the scorer's tent as well as the scorer's duck. Thankfully for them, it goes well over their heads. 6 runs. What a way to start off your innings for Shakil Hussain. There's another one that's just maybe a touch too full with his line over there. Dindu Morage is inviting to be hit. Only pick up a single, so yeah, continuing with the chat, some rumors about what shirt I'll be wearing on Friday over here. Well, all I can say is don't hold your breath. Peacock's interpretation. It's we've all got our differing scales of Peacock, and I think for me though, I think the fact that I add a few extra colors every Friday is, that's very Peacock for me, I'd say. I just watches that one very carefully, and it's going to be a wide. I think looking at this, though, I didn't feel like it was a wide. To me, that looks like a legal delivery. I think Morage is quite unlucky with that. Once again, struck through the line. Charles Fernando is over there to field that one. And it's going to be a single to end the over, so Morage doesn't have to pay for the extra ball that he ends up bowling. I mean, how often do we see it in T10 cricket? You get called for a wide on the last ball of your over, and then the extra ball you have to bowl ends up going towards the boundary rope. But that was not the case for Morage. And Baraka Prato find themselves 79 for 5 at the end of 8. So they have to go at just a shade above 10 and over, 10 and a half to be exact, to get to that 100 mark, which is certainly very realistic. And you'd expect them to get there. We're going to see, it's probably going to be Athanayaka bowling this over, and then you'd expect maybe Morage to bowl the final over, but no, instead this is a bit surprising. They decided to make a bowling change. It's going to be Rahat Ahmed to bowl the penultimate over. And it's more spin in this penultimate over, just showing off all the different spin options they have. He's going to go big, straight down the ground. It's going to Fernando once again, who, for all the world, I just assumed he was going to take that catch. You never see Fernando drop chances like that. I went straight to him, very similar to the catch he took earlier, but let's put that down. The 4th catch that they have dropped in this innings. Yeah, sloppy by Roma CC. I tend not to see them. I think there was a comment earlier in the chat saying, has Roma CC woken up today? They certainly have. I mean, they're bowling well. Their ground fielding has been perfect, but it's just odd for them, isn't it? And You don't see them put down 4 catches in a match. Outside edge, and this is going to go away for a 4. There's no way the third man's going to be able to make it there on time. And rub some more salt on Rahat Ahmed's wounds. Could have had a wicket earlier this over, and now little edge is going to go away for a 4. So that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in this game. Struck firmly through extra cover, and there's no way that any of the fielders are going to go there. It's into the gap, and Mohammed strikes another boundary. Great little cameo here by Mohammed. 26 runs off just 11 deliveries. He's provided his side a little spark right at the end of the innings when things just looked like they were tapering off for them. Keep in mind, at one point, the expected score was just under 90, and now you fancy Baraka Prado to maybe even get to something above 105. He's going to go big. He's going to launch this, but doesn't have enough on it. It doesn't, but the catch has been put down once again. That's the 5th catch Roma CC have dropped this innings. Well, what is going on here? One of the best fielding sides who are normally setting the standard for the rest of the country have put down 5 catches so far this innings. None of these catches, mind you, have been particularly hard either. None of them have been particularly challenging. You don't tend to see Roma CC put stuff like this down, but it's just a little bit odd in the field today. Very quiet, not much chatter. Not quite as alert as they usually are, and you'd still expect them to probably win this game or be in a commanding position heading into the second innings. Yeah, I mean, if they were to feel like this in a crucial matchup against, say, the likes of Royal Roma or Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they'd certainly be made to pay. Here we go. Zmiatha Nayaka bowling the final over. Struck firmly, struck hard, struck away for 4. Mohammed with another terrific shot. There's just too much width on offer here for Mohammed, who clears that front leg, gets the room to cut that one away, gets past the fielder at point. Away it goes for 4 runs. That's a better ball, much better ball. And very good morning to Holly Tomo as well in the chat. Great to have you here. Jules Woodbridge joining us as well. I think he's having a few minutes of calm at work, so he's back on the stream with a bit of coffee. Oh, this one's popped up in the air, and this should be a catching chance, and it will be taken. So they finally hold on to one here, Roma CC. It was the man with the gloves who's made no mistake so far this innings. Sujithrula Gadage, well, if you have him on your fantasy team, you are eating good today. I mean, this is the 4th wicket he has been involved in. A couple of stumpings, a couple of catches. That's been a good innings for him for sure, as Baraka Prato are 95 for 6. So, yeah, Jules Oderbridge talking about how his coffee machine broke. Anytime chance you work from home, Jules. Chance you work from home based on what you're saying over there. Johnny He joining us as well. A good morning to you. And once again, just a hard length delivery. The batter looking to advance, and he was cramped for room over there, unable to really play the stroke he wanted to. So just going to be 1 run off a leg by. He's got 3 more balls to come in this over. Oh, this one is struck firmly, struck hard. And what a great bit of fielding out in the deep. I just wonder if he's done enough there to save his side a couple of runs. Let's have one more look at this. Holds on to that, and yep, looks fine to me. Looks absolutely fine to me. Great fielding. I mean, they might have put a few catches down, but Roma CC's ground fielding has been exceptional. I haven't seen them make any mistakes in that department. So, last ball coming up. It's going to be a dot ball, so we're going to end up getting just 7 runs off this final over. A little bit surprising, very disappointing. No foot movement whatsoever there by the batter. It's almost like he's stuck in quicksand, just trying to reach at that ball. But yeah, very disappointing that they don't even end up getting to that 100. I mean, at one point, especially when things were going well for them during overs 7 to 9, where they're going at about 12 and over, thought there's maybe a chance for them to get to something above 105, maybe even reach 110. But yeah, good bowling there by Damika Athanayaka in that final over. We'll now turn our attention to the highlights of this innings. Great innings for Roma CC. They'll be very impressed with the way they bowled. Baraka Prata opened with Habibur Rahman and Gulam Dastagir. Gulam Dastagir hit his first ball of this European Cricket Series for 6, but then he slowed down quite a bit after that, ending up with just 19 runs off the 15 balls he faced. They put down plenty of catches, Roma CC. 5 to 6 catches based on your interpretation. And most of these catches, as you can see, were fairly straightforward catches they really should have taken. There were 2 catches dropped in that over of Charles Fernando, which you just saw. This was a good wicket over there. Achintha Nath Thadinge. And to get rid of Gulam Dastagir LBW. That's a big appeal. And this was another chance that was put down by the fielder at cover. Was just straying down the leg side, and he helped that away towards fine leg for 4 runs. And a big shot here as well. We're just taking a look at some of these moments. Weren't quite able to get out of first or second gear for much of this innings. I mean, Waqas Muhammad was really the exception. He batted superbly, making 31 runs, 15 deliveries, struck 4 boundaries during his innings. That was Charles Fernando taking that catch to get rid of Hamid Ali, who played a very brief cameo, making 13 runs of 5 balls. Sujithra Lagadage was involved in 4 wickets, a couple of stumpings for him, and he took 2 catches as well. Here was one that Charles Fernando dropped, and again, that's not something you tend to see from Charles Fernando. Usually he is perfect in the field. We'll take a look at some of these other moments there. So good striking there by Waqas Mahmood. We're looking at some of the strokes he played. A strike rate of 207 for him. He was striking the ball very, very nicely. They managed to hit 9 fours as a team during this innings and 5 sixes, ending up with just 98 runs in the end, so they're not even able to crack the triple digits mark. We'll now have a look at the scorecard for this innings. As we can see, Habibur Rahman making 13 of 12, Gulam Dastagir with 19 of 15. Hassan Ali was able to make just a 1 run before he was stumped, unable to get anything behind the line. Hamid Ali with 13 of 5. Waqas Mahmood top scoring with 31 of 15. Saka Ola, well, he was kind of trapped outside the crease when he was stumped by Sujithra Lagadage, who was involved in a number of different wickets. A good day for him, and certainly someone you'd love to have on your fantasy team. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling figures for Roma CC. Charles Fernando with superb figures of 0 for 13. Very unlucky not to get a couple of wickets. 2 straightforward catches were dropped off his bowling. Prithvi Samarage with figures of 3 for 15. The left arm spinner has been such a weapon for this Roma CC side, and 9 runs of extras for Roma CC during that innings. Baraka Prato have set a target of 99 for the defending champions. Will be certainly back in their chance to chase this down and maybe even go for the bonus point. Join us in 5 minutes time when we'll bring you the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. Baraka Prato have been set. They have set a target of 98 for Roma CC. Let's have a look at the bonus point equation here. As we can see, if Roma CC are able to chase this down in 7 overs or less, they will pick up a bonus point. And if they are restricted to 68 or less, then of course it'll be Baraka Prato leaving here with the bonus point. So you would fancy Roma CC to maybe pick up this bonus point. To get that, they'd have to go at a run rate of 14 and over, which is about the pace you need to go and get 140 runs in 10 overs. Here we go. First ball. We'll just have a look here at what the square leg umpire has to say. And kind of curious. There's no signal there either of one for the over. Let's just take a look at the height on this one. Oh, well. I think he's got away with one there. Could have at least been a bouncer for the over. This one's another shorter delivery. And it's going to be a single there for Moragi, who gets off the mark. So it is, of course, Shakil Hussain bowling here. He made 12 runs of 7 deliveries in the first innings. We've never seen him play before in the European Cricket Network, so it's our first chance to take a look at him here. And his first game is against quality opposition. So hello to you too, Johnny He. Great to have you joining us. Jules is telling us a little bit about what he does in his very busy work schedule. Gotta say, Jules, I'm surprised you aren't completely burnt out with the kind of work schedule you have. I think you're putting a lot of us here at ECN to shame with the amount of hours you work. Goes nice and deep in his crease there, Samarakun, and works that one away towards mid-wicket for single. Of course, scored a brilliant 100 yesterday, Samarakun. So he's certainly in good form. He's always just integral part of this Roma CC side. Has been a crucial component of all the success this team has enjoyed over the years. Of course, defending champions, and they have the second longest winning streak in the European Cricket Series for quite a while. Of course, that streak was snapped on Monday by Royal Roma in a game where, of course, Roma CC put themselves in a very strong position in the first innings. This one is played away beautifully. Doesn't look to overhit that one, Samarakun. Just shows you what fine nick he's in as that one goes away for 4 runs. So Tushara Samarakun scoring 102 undefeated yesterday. Fine innings by him against the Roma Capanelli. Just gonna have to go back to his mark here, Hussain. Big swing and a miss there. The first over comes to an end, a very decent one to start off. A good first career over on the network. And we'll now have a look at the matches it's been since we last had a golden ball. So if we don't get a golden ball in this game, we'll bring up our half century. It'll be 50 matches since we last had a golden ball. Of course, our last golden ball was one for the ages, the first ever ECS W golden ball in a stunning match between Jinx Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses. Here we go, Imran coming into bowl the second over, and he Starts off with a good full delivery. That's a nice ball there by Imran. A good start for him. I got to say the bowling first up here from Baraka Prato has been very, very impressive. And that should be another good bit of fielding. So, yeah, good bowling first up there by Imran. Shorter delivery, and he's going to just uppercut that one away towards third for a 6. Fantastic shot there by Marage. Not easy to play, very difficult to execute. Follows the bounce perfectly, gets his bat underneath it, and just rolls his wrists beautifully. Away it goes for 6 runs. Just comes off the toe end of the bat and goes towards the fielder at mid-off. It's going to be a dot ball there to follow up the 6. Straight to the fielder, and that should be a wicket. And Roma CC lose their the first ever wicket by Baraka Prato on the network, and it's Imran who gets it. It's the dangerous Dinidou Marage, the second highest run getter of last year's European Cricket Series, who has to depart. As you can see, comes off the toe end of the bat, isn't quite able to direct it where he wants. First wicket falls, and they find themselves 13 for 1. Yeah, disappointing for Marage. Hits a 6, and then gets dismissed shortly afterwards. Great wicket. First wicket of the European Cricket Series for Shahid Imran. As you can see, just coming off the toe end of the bat, and is really well taken by the fielder at point. 7th career wicket on the network for Shahid Imran. Charles Fernando is looking for the wide call over there. Yeah, Charles Fernando, though, he thought this one should have been given a wide. Let's have another look at this and see if he had a case. Oh, looks okay to me. Looks all right. End of the second over. Roma CC are 13 for 1. Very good start here by Baraka Prato. Here's a look at the standings for this European Cricket Series. As you can see, Roma Bangla Morning Sun currently sitting pretty at the top of the table, but they've played a lot more games than the other 2 contenders in Roma CC. And of course, Royal Roma. Now this one is played through the line, over the fielder at mid-off, 1 hop over the rope for 4 runs. So Samarakun gets a boundary. And a nice shot over there, really good looking stroke. And what comeback does the bowler have here? Follow it up with a dot ball, so a nice comeback there by Hussein. Mind you, just have a few fan issues here in the commentary tent, trying to get it into the right position, and I think it's a little bit better now. He's going to look to go down the ground, but he hasn't quite been able to get enough on it. Won't carry to the fielder either. Lives to fight another day there, Samarakun. Would have been a scary moment for him. Luckily for him, it falls short. And looking to go over mid-wicket this time around, and Hussein just sort of bowling it around the hip. Gotta say they bowled really well these first 3 overs. Anytime they've been hit for a boundary, they've always followed up with a dot ball or a series of dot balls. Roma CC, I mean, this is a little bit concerning for them. It's obviously very early in the innings. They still have a lot of time. Just take your man back to that game against Royal Roma when, you know, many of us assumed they would win that game against Royal Roma. They had a very low target in the 90s, even lower than the target they have in this game. They need to chase 94 in that match. And they failed to get there, and in the end, Royal Roma ended up winning fairly comfortably, so you never know. You just never know. I mean, if Baraka Prato keep bowling like this, then they really could go on and pull off a remarkable result here. They just sent mid off back. And he's going to go over long on over here, and that one is just going to go to the right of the commentary cabin. Hits the side screen, and so it's going to be a boundary to end the over. This one going all the way for a 6. Just gets that width he wanted. It was in the slot, a chance for him to free his long levers. That will slightly spoil the over and also slightly spoil the power play. 10 runs coming off that over in the end, which is good enough for Roma CC, although now that required has gone up a little bit. It's up to around 10.9, so yeah. Here we go. First over after the power play. Last one just pitching outside the leg stump. It's Shahid Imran continuing bowl superbly in his first over, gave up to 6 runs, and also managed to pick up the wicket of Dinidou Marage. Oh, that one just stayed rather low. It stayed really low, and it went between the gap between bat and pad. Let's take another look at this. It just passed the inside edge of his bat. Getting that ball to come in quite a bit here, Imran, but this one's going to be struck away for 4. Good looking shot there by Samarakun. Opens the face of the bat ever so slightly, gets it away behind point. A terrific shot. Just watch how he opens the face of the bat right at the end, which means that ball goes behind point. He knows there's a deep cover and a mid-off in place, so he's stroked it away towards the vacant boundary. Outside edge, and that was somewhat intentional. Somewhat intentional, really. He's actually played that one quite late. He's going to pick up a single over here. Good fielding at deep third, and yeah, just watch that. I think just he opens the face of his bat right at the end to run that down towards third. He's played very late. Charles Fernando yet to get off the mark. That's not the best ball. It's a very dangerous ball, in all honesty, I think. Oh, but it's going to be overthrows. We're going to see overthrows. This is probably the first major howler by Baraka Prato this innings. Let's just take a look at this here. Oh, you would think that, well, this one should have been a fairly straightforward bit of fielding. He's going to go for the direct hit. Would have been safe either way, so the direct hit was probably not on, and then I think there was a couple of fielders backing up, goes through both of them, and away it went for 4. So, yeah, good reason for Shahid Imran to be frustrated over there. Can't afford to make mistakes like that when you're defending a very low target of 99. Good comment here by Johnny Hayes saying, hope they don't spread that lorry load of horse manure that just went by. Hopefully not. Yeah, it's just a big lorry full of horsemen that went by. This one is just on the pads. It's going to be worked away for 4 runs. Not the best shot ball there by Imran. It's a couple of times he's just straight onto the pads this over. He got away with one earlier, but he won't get away with it here. Really good shot by the in-form Thasara Samrakun, coming off a century yesterday against the Roma Capanelli. End of the 4th over. Roma CC are 38 for 1. Here's a look, of course, at the run rate comparison. Baraka Prato, this red line, is currently just above where Roma CC are trending at the moment. Roma CC have just stepped it up a little bit these last couple of overs, getting 15 runs off the 4th over, so 25 off the last 2. They're starting to shift up the gears a little bit, accelerate when needed. Just see some smoke in the distance. We have had quite a few wildfires around Rome over here, but don't think that is overly concerning. This one is quite wide there by Abdul. Could have been called a wide for both down the leg side or height. Oh, good ball there by Abdul. That's where he should be bowling. That's where he really should be looking to bowl. Yeah, not quite sure if that was, I think that's just a little bit of a dust storm. Thing is, there's a helicopter flying above that area as well. We did see quite a few helicopters flying overhead on Monday, and I do believe they were for the wildfires, which have been quite rampant in this part of the world, of course. This one's going to go straight down the ground. That is a massive 6 that is going to hit the sight screen. Good shot there by Fernando. Just slightly over pitching that one, Abdul, and has been hammered away for 6 runs. So it's just starting to slip away from Baraka Prato here. They need to get a wicket fast, otherwise this game could just go away from their grasp, because we're starting to see the best of Roma CC these last 3 overs. Well, that's going to be a no ball. This is going to be a no ball. I mean, that's the second for the over, and it's going to go away for a 4, so it's a minimo. This is going to be a minimo. Free hit coming up as well for the dangerous Charles Fernando. We'll take a look at this side on. Yep, he's already bowled his 1 for the over. That's just very unwise here by Ghulam Abdul, I think. Getting a bit obsessed with the shorter ball, I should say, at times. Free hit coming up for the former Sri Lanka under-19 cricketer, Charles Fernando. A good ball there by Abdul. Really good balls. Nice slower ball. Good changeup, but he's bamboozled his own keeper as well. Going to get a single of buys. And just takes his eye off the ball over there. Roma CC now need a 48-33. Bonus point's going to be tough, though. I mean, they'd have to get it in another 2.3 overs, so it'd be 48-15, which is not impossible, but certainly very challenging. Yeah, that's more like it from Abdul. That's where he needs to be bowling, I think. He's got a bit too obsessed with the short stuff early in his over, and that's really what ended up hurting him. Jeffrey Mobb's asking, where is Rico? Rico will be joining us, I believe, halfway through the day, so expect to see him in around match 3 or 4. This is just played away towards mid-off, and it's going to be a dot ball. This is much, much better from Abdul. I mean, this is really where you'd like to see him bowl. I think you can tell he's a talented bowler from the way that he goes about his business, but obsessed with the short ball a bit too much early, and that's ultimately what is going to make this an expensive over. Oh, this one's gone up in the air. It's a catching chance. They really need to hold on to this. Oh, and it falls just short of the fielder. It falls just short. Very, very unlucky. And that was it's just one of those moments that you desperately need to fall your way when you're defending a low target. And to be fair, there wasn't much the fielder could have done about that. It just falls short of him. As here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we got the great privilege of being alongside you for the next couple of weeks here in Rome. And then, well, watch out next weekend when we have 3 match events going on concurrently. We'll have the Meltel Shield, the Valletta Cup, and of course, the Netherlands Tri-Series all going on at the same time. So should be a great few days of cricket here on the European Cricket. There, of course, got Vienna and Zagreb coming up as well after we wrap up here in Rome. So some great events lined up for you, a great slate of cricket for the remainder of the summer as we head over to the ECC. Oh, this is a bad ball. That's a poor delivery there by Ali. Yeah, it's going to go away for a minimum, so these extras are not helping. They're really not helping. 41 needed of 2 overs if they want to go for the bonus point, which again, very, very challenging. But you would expect them to at least get to that 3-point mark and pick up a regulation victory. That's better there by Ali, much better. It's another wider delivery there by Ali. Just meets this ball on the full, and he will stroke it away for a single. So this will bring Samara Kun on strike. I was just trying to look at where some of this smoke is coming from. I think there were some wildfires not too far from here. Of course, we're outside the city of Rome itself. We're in the southwest part of Rome. I do believe there were some fires out in western Rome, not too far from here. Yeah, certainly something to keep track of. Oh, I get this one badly wrong. Gets this one badly wrong. It's going to be another minimo. It's far too short. Goes past the keeper. It absolutely took off, to be fair to the bowler. I'm not sure he would have anticipated that it would bounce as much as it did. Not the best ball, though, if you are going to go short end. Off it goes for a minimo. You can tell he's trying to surprise the batter, to be fair to him, by just digging one in short, but ends up going way over everyone's head. This one's high up in the air. Is this going to be a catching chance to go over the rope? It goes over the rope. 6 runs there for Samara Kun, as he will move on to 32. And once again, looking to toss one up. It's in the slot. Gets down on one knee and hammers that one away. Jeffrey asking if I read his comments about the number of extras, and if I agree. Just gonna scroll up and have a look at it. Yeah, no, I certainly agree with that statement there, Jeffrey. I think extras are probably the most underrated aspect of these games. I think you look at some of the weaker teams in the European Cricket Series, you'll notice that they all have a trend of giving up those 20, 25 runs of extras in every innings. And then, of course, it's not just the extras itself. It's those extra balls you give up that end up going for a boundary. I mean, there's obviously the amount of runs that you give up, and there's a psychological factor as well for a bowler having to constantly go in and keep bowling extra deliveries. We often tend to see those last couple of deliveries of the over go for a boundary. Balls that really shouldn't have been bowled if the bowler was just keeping it legal. Here's a look at the scorecard. As we can see, Samara Kun top scoring with 32 of 19. Charles Fernando with 16 of 10. And there we go. Baraka Prato, 14 runs of extras, which it's about par for what we see in most countries, but I think here in Italy so far, from the best teams, we've seen that the very best sides keep it under 10 runs of extras. Back on Monday, I mean, the most extras we saw in any game was 11, and then there were a couple of other innings where we saw 10, but generally sides were keeping it between 6 to 8 runs of extras. He's going to look to go big over here. It catches the outside edge, and does it's got enough to race away for a 4? It certainly does. As Roma CC continue to get closer and closer to this target. Hamid Ali is bowling this over. He just throws the kitchen sink at this one. Catches the top edge. And away it goes for 4. Look at how open Charles Fernando's stance is. You can tell he's just looking for one. And he can dig out and send over cow corner or mid-wicket, batting somewhat deep in his crease as well. Got him! He's gone! And Ali will get his man. Charles Fernando will depart. His off stump has been uprooted. Great wicket there for Hamid Ali, getting rid of a quality cricketer. And Charles Fernando just playing all around that one. It went between the gap between bat and pad. And he ends up getting dismissed. Great moment for Hamid Ali. Fantastic moment. And he picks up his first career wicket on the European Cricket Network as well. So big congratulations to Hamid Ali. What a first wicket as well. Getting rid of someone like Charles Fernando, of course, talked about his cricketing history and the fact that he's had a chance to represent his country in the past as well. Yeah, so Hamid Ali hasn't played on the European Cricket Network since all the way back in 2022 when he got to bowl just one over that went for 4 runs. He's looking really good so far this over as well. He got hit for a 4 on the first ball of the over, but since then he's done a good job of just being able to drag things back really well. Yeah, Jules commenting on the physical scoreboard at the ground. Yeah, I mean, everything about this ground is just so impressive. I mean, we were talking quite a bit about what a beautiful ground it is. You know, I've obviously mentioned quite a bit about the wildfires that have been occurring here in Rome. This one is stroked away for 4. I think, yeah, Rome and CC aren't getting that bonus point now. They're not going to get 20 runs off one ball. I think you can just book that. This is a beautifully played. Goes away for 4 runs. But yeah, I think it's just incredible. I mean, you consider how dry this part of the world is. I mean, when you get those drone shots, you really see what the surrounding area is like. And then you have this like oasis, this beautiful green ground in the middle, and then the facilities here as well are absolutely immaculate. We've got a new and improved commentary position as well where we're sitting. It's just probably one of the finer ones in the European Cricket Series. There's some great tents for fans, scorers alike. You can see the little position at the back for fans. I mean, they've got plenty of drinks and refreshments over there. Let's have a look at the Meltel Shields lineups, and of course, as you can see, big congratulations to all these girls for getting the opportunity to represent the British and Irish Roses, and of course, Team Europe. As you can see, Team Europe is going to be coached by Halmian Rumbaldo, managed by Quentin Norris, and the British and Irish Roses are going to be coached by Richard Cunningham and managed by Sarah Gomersall. So, big moment for all these girls and a chance for them to represent their continents, and I'm really looking forward to this. As you can see, plenty of Italian representation in there as well. Amelia Bartram and some other names as well. So, yeah, this one's just backing away there and plays this one away towards cover. So Baraka Prata will at least get a point out of this European Cricket Series match. Yeah, just taking a look at some of the other Italian names in there as well. Methnada Rathanayaka, Elenia Sims, and Dilesha Nanayakara. So yeah, great to see, of course, plenty of players there from the host nation as well. This is just played out towards point. It's going to be a single, so they're now just 17 runs away, Roma CC. Oh, this one's gonna go past the keeper as well, so gonna pick up some runs off buys. Yeah, so there was a little bit of a scare early in this innings for Roma CC. I think they were a bit slow during that power play. They were 23 for 1, but since then, though, they've really sped up. In particular, thanks to some of the Kuhn's batting. It's a great touch, obviously, coming off a big century yesterday against Roma Capanelli, and he's carried that form into this match. Very elegant and classy left-hander. It's 4 runs off this over so far. I think that's 5 actually. Got 1 ball to come. It's been a good over, and I mean, you'd still expect Roma CC to take it from here, but the deeper Baraka Prato can take this, the less damage it does to their net run rate. Oh, could be a chance for a run out here. It needs to be a good throw to the non-striker's end, and he had to hold on to that one cleanly. There may have been a chance for a run out if he'd been able to hold on to it. Let's have another look at this. That's not the best throw by the keeper, but if the bowler holds on to that, he's a goner. He is a goner, I mean. The batter had pretty much given up. And a lucky break here for Roma CC. There we go. Put a 9th over coming up. It's going to go out towards mid-off. It's going to be a single. I mean, let's see if he can sneak in another quiet over here and take this down to the final over. I mean, at this stage, regardless, you'd expect Roma CC to win this game from here. I mean, after all, they only need a couple of big shots to win this one. But, you know, Baraka Prato, the deeper they take it, the better for them and also their net run rate. Just a shade above a run of ball needed for the next 10 balls. It's going to be a dot ball, so is the door ajar here for Baraka Prato? 11 needed of 9 now. Still Roma CC's game to lose, but Baraka Prato certainly making it interesting. Oh, he's going to look to go over cover. This is nice fielding out in the deep, really good fielding. That's a Shakil Hussain out in the deep who's done a stellar job. Just going to be a single, so 10 needed of 8. Oh, this looks like it's going to go away for a 4. It's not a great ball there by Ali. Just straying too far down the leg side. Samara Kuhn hasn't even middled it, but there's no protection in that area. With this kind of field setting, you really need to be bowling it further outside the off stump. And it goes away for a 4, and that's all it takes. Just one little mistake. That's enough to probably take the game away from your team. Just 6 needed of 7 now. Roma CC can win it with 1 big shot. Full toss, and this is going to go punished. And it could have been saved. Could have been saved from going for a 4. I think it just goes right through the fielder's hands. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, full toss outside the off stump. This is a poor delivery. I still feel like the fielder could have done a better job. I think that might even be Shaquille Hussein, who we of course saw put in a good slide earlier in the over. And to save his side some runs. Take another look at this. As you can see, yeah, just popping right through his hands. Yes, we're just having a check here for a no ball. Oh, he could be in trouble there. So, yep, he's going to have to re-ball that one. Here we go. So, free hits coming up here for Roma CC. Just one run needed for them to win it from here. So, yeah, that's why they just had another look at it. I just wanted to confirm if it was a no ball or not. So, oh dear. Well, what a way to lose a game. For all the world, it looked like it was going to be a dot ball to end the over. And it ends up going away for a single. So Roma CC have won this game. I think the news is just going to come across very shortly. And Roma CC take this one with an over to spare. They were certainly made to sweat a little bit at certain points by Baraka Prato. I think with a target of 99, you would have expected them to maybe just chase this down a little bit quicker. But in the end, they do get over the finishing line. Samara Kun with another great innings, falling just short of a half century. Didn't quite have enough runs left to get over the 50 mark. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Roma CC will be right back out to take on the Gladiatori, who of course they beat very convincingly on Monday. Gladiatori so far with just the one win. That win coming up against the Capanelli yesterday. So we'll certainly look forward to that match. That game will be coming up for you in 31 minutes time. We'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings. Great victory for Roma CC. Of course, Dinedu Marage opened the batting alongside Samara Kuni. Hit a 6 and was then dismissed shortly afterwards. Ghulam Abdul taking that catch of Shahidul Imran's bowling. Saw some great strokes hit here by Fashana Samarakun. That ball was just slightly over pitch and gave Samarakun the chance to free his arms and to send that one away a very long way. Charles Fernando, well, you saw that one. It went for overthrows. Just a few short balls in that over that could very easily have been punished. It was, I think at times they could just see that Ghulam Abdul was just bowling a touch too short, and he did get punished in that over for it. They went for 15 runs, and really after that over, we saw a big momentum swing that just took the game away. This one was another shorter ball. Went away for a minimo. Just a few mistakes that we saw made. 18 runs of extras in this innings, the most runs we have seen of extras. Quite a few issues with that in that department, didn't they? Baraka Prato, I think when you're trying to defend a target, such a paltry target, can't afford to give up so many runs of extras. Saw some good shots played as well there. That was Tushara Samarakun just working that one away. Made 48 of 28, struck 9 boundaries during his innings. 2 of them were 6 in. Well, this was not the manner that you would want to end a match, of course. This was a free hit for the last ball of the innings. A little inside edge that went through to the fielder. A short fine leg. He was unable to hold on to that one. It slipped past him and it went away for a single. So Roma CC beat Baraka Prato in Baraka Prato's first match of this European Cricket Series. We'll have a look at the scorecard as soon as it is up. So Thusara Samarakun scored 48 of 28 deliveries. Charles Fernando making 20 of 13. Dinedu Marage was dismissed with a run of ball 8. Prithvi Surmarage with 5 of 7. Tushar Samarakun with another great innings. I mean, he's just been piling on the runs for fun throughout this European Cricket Series. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling card. We can see that for Baraka Prato, the pick of the bowlers has to be Shaquille Hussein, who gave just 17 runs in the 2 overs. He bowled Shahid Imran picking up a wicket. He was 1 for 20. Hamid Ali 1 for 22. But I think the big concern for them is the amount of runs they gave up extras. As you can see, 1, 18 runs in that department. So certainly something they will have to work on and improve. So match 11 is in the books, and the Roma CC have added another victory in this European Cricket Series. Baraka Prato still looking for their first win of this tournament. We'll join you in 25 minutes time for our second match of this wonderful Wednesday.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our second match of the day between the Gladiatori and Roma Cricket Club. Let's head over to the coin toss where Charles Croucher, match referee, is alongside both the captains.
Welcome to the toss for match 12 with Roma Gladiatori versus Roma CC. Roma CC to call. Heads is the call. And it is a head. You're going to have a ball.
Well, thank you very much to the Sheriff, Charles Croucher. So Roma CC winning the toss, deciding to have a bowl first. They're going to put the Gladiatori in. So far, they've had just one loss in this tournament. That was against Royal Roma earlier. They now move on to 3-1, of course. They beat Baraka Prato in the opening match of the day. The Gladiatori, well, they have the reverse record. You got one side in Roma CC who are 3-1. Of course, that win count will be updated as soon as possible. The Gladiatori are 1-3. Munib Niazi, though, has been very good for them. He's currently sitting at 359 points in this European Cricket Series. An absolute bargain as well for the cost of just 6. Certainly someone you would look to have in your lineup. He's been a consistent run getter for them throughout this ECS. I think look at his record so far in this European Cricket Series. 132 runs in the 4 innings he's batted in with a strike rate of 203. A couple of half centuries to his name as well. So I think he's somebody you'll want to look out for in the upcoming match. Of course, for Roma CC, Dinadu Murage up there with 354 points. He's been sensational, a star performer for his side, second highest run getter during last year's European Cricket Series, and then, of course, certainly made an impact with his bowling as well. Prithvusa Murage, I mean, he's obviously, we know a lot about his batting, but I think he's been even more impressive with his bowling in this ECS. The left-arm spin bowler has been a real weapon for this Roma CC team. Here's a look at the win predictor. Roma CC, 82% favorites heading into this match. Rightfully so, you'd say. Of course, we saw them beat the Roma Gladiatori fairly comfortably in the opening match of this European Cricket Series. Of course, in that game, we saw Roma CC restrict the Gladiatori to just 94 runs in the first innings. The Gladiatori really fell apart during the last 3 overs. Just to remind you, they scored 1 run off the last 10 balls of their innings. The final over of the innings was a triple wicket maiden. And they ended up mustering just 94 runs, which Roma CC were able to chase down with 2.3 overs to spare. They won that one by 7 wickets. They do change their opening combination for this match. As we can see, they're not going with Zadran to open the batting. It looks like it's going to be Harpreet and Mubarak Hussain. Mubarak Hussain batted superbly yesterday. Was desperately unlucky when he was dismissed just 1 run short of a huge 100 milestone. Here we go, first ball. And he'll dig this wider delivery out. It goes towards third. And it's going to be a single to start things off. So yeah, Zadran, obviously we saw him back on day 1. He was batting with a lot of aggression, a lot of fire, but wasn't quite always able to get the runs he wanted. He loved his approach, but yeah, maybe at times just swinging for the fences and wasn't really playing controlled cricketing shots. This one's gone up in the air. And it's going to be taken. It's going to be taken. Hossein will depart for a golden duck. And the first wicket falls for the Gladiatori. Terrific start here for Roma CC. And good to see them taking their catches as well. We saw them put down 5 catches in the previous match. Just not quite able to control or handle that shorter delivery. And the catch is taken very comfortably so. Great one there. As of course, there comes a Golden Derek waddling out to greet the batter. A very sorry sight for any European cricket player. We'll take another look at the replay of this one. Yeah, Dave with a question here asking if There was a country with Sheriff CC in their name. No, not really. I don't recall there being a team. Did a quick search as well. Unable to find a team named Sheriff CC. There is, of course, the football club, which I'm sure many of you are aware of, Sheriff Tiraspol from Moldova. This one is a stroke away. Of course, they shocked the world. I remember a few years ago when they won at the Bernabeu. That was quite a result, probably one of the most shocking footballing results I've ever seen. Probably a rare time as well that Real Madrid were the ones that concede a late goal. It's usually them who tend to score in the 89th and 90th minute. Harpreet back on strike. Got a single off the first ball he faced. It's been a great over so far by Charles Fernando. We're just pitching outside the leg stump. And it's going to be leg byes. Confirmed by the umpire. This one is just a play down towards third for a single. Got one ball to come in this over. Gladiatori are 4 for 1. He's going to dig this one in a little bit shorter. It's been given a wide. We'll have a look at this side. We'll take a look at this here. Yeah, well above head height. No problems there whatsoever for the umpire. Here we go. This should be the final ball of this over. He's going to look to go over cover. Does it have enough to go for a 4? Yes, it does. And Jeffrey Mobbs, I hope you're still on air right now. I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about, weren't we, in the previous match? I mean, there it is. He gives up that extra. They give up the 1 run for the wide. He has to bowl the extra ball, which ends up going away for a 4. I mean, how often do we see that in the game? I'm just going to make a little note of that so that, you know, we can have that point to discuss afterwards. Here's a look at how many days we got to go until the ECC. Of course, 40 days to go until the European Cricket Championship, the marquee event on the European Cricket Network. Really looking forward to that, and it should be a very, very exciting matchup. Yeah, just a wider delivery. Not much foot movement there from Niazi. Take another look at this. Yeah, just that one well outside the line of the off stump. Doesn't quite move his feet much. He's just kind of pushing at it with his hands, I think. Yeah, at best, you're only going to catch, it's only going to catch the edge of your bat. And oh, it falls just short of the fielder at mid-off. Didn't quite carry to him. He's actually done quite well to handle it in the end. One bounce, straight to the fielder, and at least gets his body behind it and makes sure that it doesn't escape for 4 runs. Outside edge, and if there was a slip in place, he would have been a goner. He would have been a goner if there was a slip in place. Goes away for 4 runs, and I think, yeah, Athanayaka, he certainly has Niazi's number so far this over. He's creating plenty of chances. Draws the outside edge. Oh, I think you'd be really tempted to put a slip in place. I know you don't tend to see it too much in T10 cricket, but the way Athanaika is bowling and the fact that Niazi's having a few issues facing him, do you take that risk? I'll leave that for you in the chat. What would you guys do if you were in this situation? You did see Roma CC employ a slip a few times, you know, during the matches they were involved in last year. Remember, they were very aggressive. We're tending to see that less and less, though, on the network. Yeah, hard length delivery over there. That's a good comeback there by Niazi. And again, he just follows the batter so well. Yeah, so Jeffrey, glad to see you're still watching, saying that it's exactly the good sides make them play. It's like getting an extra over or two and mostly boundaries. Totally agree, of course. We were just discussing, I mean, how often it's not just these extras that make such a difference, the actual runs, but all those extra balls that are given. I mean, so often we see them going for a boundary. I mean, we saw it right at the end of the first over. Fernando bowled a wide, has to go out to back to bowl an extra ball, and it went away for a 4. It spoiled what until then was a near perfect over. Change up there by Athanaika. I mean, he has Niazi dancing all over the place so far this over. This one's going to be a big shot, and he's not in control of that. It goes away for a 6. Very unlucky here. Very unlucky for Damik Athanaika. That over's going to end up going for 10 runs. And you got to say, he really doesn't deserve that. Batter landing well outside the crease. Niazi just throws his bat at it. He's really not in control of that shot. Flies off the edge, away for a 6. I got a feel for Damik Athanaika. Thought the way he bowled, he probably deserved to get Niazi's wicket, but instead he's going to get struck for a 6 to end the over. 10 runs coming off that over. I'm going to see Charles Fernando coming back to bowl. His first over went for 9 runs. It was almost a dream start for his team when he picked up a wicket of just the second ball of this innings. Managed to get rid of Mubarak Hussain, who of course scored 99 yesterday. Starts off with a nice quick ball. Great carry there through to the keeper. Charles Fernando, he just bowled with so much pace and fire, and one thing you know about him is he's always going to bowl with his heart. This is stroked away towards cover. Should have enough to go for a 4. It's a big chase here by the fielder, but he won't be able to make it in time. And it's cleared that front leg over there, Harpreet. Just allowed him to get that room to swing his bat hard and fast, and he's managed to get this away for a 4. Flat bats this away through cover. Yeah, great shot. That's exactly what you expect to see from him. This one's gone up in the air. This could be a catching chance. It won't be easy. Oh, is he going to get it on the second attempt? No, he won't. Oh, this is another catch that's been put down for Roma CC. Obviously, they dropped 5 catches in the match earlier today. Niazi is going to survive here. Dropped on 12. You got a feel for Fernando. This is the 3rd catch that has been dropped off his bowling so far today. You got to feel for him. I mean, more often than not, he is taking those catches. That's not funding it. Oh, it's a big appeal over here, and shake of the head there by the umpire. Just taking another look at this. Yeah, probably just going down the leg side. Of course, got that natural angle coming back into the batter as well. Fernando bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, so it's always going to be very tough to get those calls. This is pushed by Niazi towards cover. A direct hit. He could be in a bit of trouble. I think he might just have made it back in time. That's just my initial instinct. Let's have a look at this. Also going off the reaction of Roma CC, and oh dear, well, does he slide his bat down back in time? Has he grounded his bat? I think he should be okay here. I think that should be all right. Very, very good throw, you got to say. Excellent throw. And when Niazi will get to the other end safely. Just wish I could see who made that throw. Couldn't quite get the number on the back of his shirt, but yeah, amazing, amazing throw. It's been a good spell so far by Fernando to open the bowling for his side. Got him! Yes! His middle stump has been sent for a walk. Charles Fernando will get the wicket. It was a low full toss that really should have been battered away. Just snuck underneath the batter. It dipped quite a bit. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it dips a lot right at the end. A bit like a sinker in baseball. It's hit the stumps, sent them for a walk. And that is going to be the end for Harpreet. It's timber here in Rome. And a wicket right at the end for the Gladiatori. What a fine spell for Charles Fernando. Could have had one more wicket, of course. A catch was dropped off his bowling earlier, but he's really set the tone for his side with a terrific opening spell of bowling. Here's a look at the graph for this power play so far, and as you can see, Roma CC are well in front. So we're coming to the end of the power play, and just waiting for the start of the fourth over. But yeah, just going back to that spell by Charles Fernando. An exceptional opening spell. 2 wickets, 2 overs. Came up just 14 runs. Just right on the money. He's really hitting those hard lengths, and he also varied his pace beautifully, which I liked. I mean, usually you tend to see Fernando just steaming in, looking to hit the deck hard on every ball. And he made life extremely difficult for the Gladiatori batters. And oh, let's not forget, of course, if it's not for that dropped catch earlier, he would have had another wicket. So he's deserved every bit of the success he's had so far this match. Just another great spell for a fine, fine cricketer, of course. He played under-19 cricket back in the day for Sri Lanka. As part of the under-19 World Cup team as well in 2006. Had the chance to play alongside some fine batters. Currently plays plenty of club cricket over in England as well, in the greater Liverpool area and the Lancashire Premier League as well. He's a talented player. I mean, he scored half centuries at iconic grounds like Lord's in the past, so it's a real privilege to have him on the network and here in Rome. This one is struck away over extra cover, goes all the way for a 6. What a shot there by Niazi. And he's going to hit Nath Fandige for a 6 off the very first ball. Beautiful stroke through the line. Lofted drive over cover. That is gorgeous. Deserves a few extra runs just for aesthetic points. Yeah, this one's a wide. Fanninge's. That's what getting hit for a 6 does. I mean, you're just trying to correct your line in length and ends up overcompensating. Because knows he was probably a touch too full and straight on that previous delivery. So he's trying to pull his length back a bit, trying to go a little bit wider, but gets it wrong. Goes past the inside edge of the bat. That's a good comeback there by Nathaniel, and that's what we need to see from him. Munib Niazi, of course, had a pretty difficult start to his innings. I mean, we saw Damika Athanayaka had him dancing around all over the place. I would have been tempted to bring back Athanayaka for a second over. I mean, considering all the issues he caused for Munib Niazi in that previous over, I'd be so tempted to bring him back for a second over and see if we could actually get rid of him. You know, I think these matchups are so important in T10 cricket, and you could see that Athanayaka was causing all sorts of issues for Niazi. So, you know, I'd have been tempted to just bring him back in, one more over to Munib Niazi, see if he can get rid of him. Got him! Yes! And what a wicket there. The off peg, the leg peg, I should say, has been sent for a walk. Look at where it's ended up. It's well beyond the pitch. A great ball right through the gate. And take a look at this. Between the gap between bat and pad, what a ball. What a terrific ball. And it's an absolute ripper. And Munib Niazi, he is a quality cricketer. And to do him like that just shows you what a great bowler this man is. Take another look at this. Yup. Hits the top of leg stump. Taking a look at the reverse angle here. Yep, you could just see, look at that. Top of the leg stump, the perfect length. I think that's what's been so impressive for me about this Roma CC side. That they've really been hitting their length so well. Hitting that good length with consistency, and managed to get another wicket over here. So Gladiatori in plenty of trouble at 32 for 3. 2 new batters out in the middle as well, which is an ideal situation for the bowling side. He's going to get another wicket here. What a ball. Perfect Yorker. Singh backing away, looking to make some room to hit it through the offside, and he's been done. He has been absolutely done by a terrific ball. So they're going to be on a hat trick over here. Let's take a look at this. Oh, that is outstanding. That is absolutely outstanding. And the stumps are in disarray. So Nath is going to be on a hat-trick. Achintha Nath Thandige. Can he add his name to that Hall of Fame? Of course, the last hat-trick we saw on the European Cricket Network was, well, yesterday. We saw a couple of hat-tricks yesterday while I was away. It looks like the hat-tricks were just pouring in. And, well, are we going to see a hat-trick here in person? It's been a while since I've personally commentated a hat-trick as well, so well, let's see if we're going to see something great. Here we go. Hat-trick ball coming up. Oh, and it's going to be a wide down the leg side while his radar has been locked onto the stumps so far this innings. Ah, but he's given a wide over there. He's really spoilt it. Really spoilt it. Now then, what's he got for us? Oh, great ball. Terrific delivery. But this is just gripping viewing here by Achintha Nath Thandige. Let's take another look at this. Just beautiful shape away. Drawing the batsman forward. Goes past the outside edge of his bat. And mind you, Zadran has been on the other end while these 3 wickets have fallen in the last 7 deliveries. And he's just been watching his team dig themselves into a bigger and bigger hole. Singh is just going to push this one towards mid-off. Gets a single, and he keeps the strike. Says Zadran has been out there for 7 balls, and he still hasn't had a chance to face a delivery. Gladiatori, 34 for 4 at the end of 4. Have a look here at the graph for the Roma Gladiatori. going at just around 8.5 and over. It's been very tight, consistent bowling by Roma CC. And you've got to say, every bowler who's been asked to step up has done an outstanding job so far. Oh, down the leg side. And you got to say the keeper has done a stellar job over there to get across and make sure it doesn't go for a minimo. Really done a very, very good job with that. It's a dot ball over there. It's Athanayaka coming back to bowl. Thought he was very unlucky in his first over. He could have had a Niazi out a couple of times. Was bowling superbly. It was obviously one where he drew a genuine edge, a proper nick, and went past the keeper. And of course, there was no slip in place either, being a T10 match. And let's see if he can bowl another good over. Oh, is there something there? Is there something there? Yes, there is. The umpire raises his finger, and Singh will have to depart as well. A little nick through. You could see the ball deviate ever so slightly. And it's a well held on to catch by Sujit Rilagodage, who has been exceptional behind the stump so far. Have a look at this. Yeah, you could see that. You could just see that deviation. It's a clear nick. And another wicket will fall. So Damika Athanayaka gets the wicket he so richly deserves. And this tumble of wickets continues. These last, just give you the stat over here, the last 9 balls we have seen 4 wickets fall, and just 10 runs have been given up by Roma CC. It's been an absolute calamity for the Gladiators since the power play. And that expected score is 83 right now, and I think if they could even get to the 80s, it would be quite an exceptional effort, considering we're now into the lower order. Down towards third. Going to be a single, and Zadran will finally get to face a ball. You got to feel for Zadran. I mean, he's been at the non-strikers end watching this collapse. He's been there since the end of the third over. Hasn't had a chance to face a single ball. He's been watching helpless at the non-strikers end, as one teammate after another has been sent back to the dugout. They're just going to work this one away. Is there any bat on that? I think it might be leg buys. We'll just wait for the umpire's signal. No, seems like there is some bat involved. Yeah, it's actually come off the glove. So it's going to count. A shorter delivery. Let's have a look at this again from the side. Yeah, should be fine. Not a bouncer either. It's below shoulder height. Peter van der Steen joining us in the chat. Very good morning to you, Peter. Yeah, absolutely. I think no. I think you certainly got a point. Don't disagree with anything you're saying. You know, it is harsh but fair. Oh, this one, though, it might be worth having another look at this. That one really took off, didn't it? I mean, this is a pitch which produced a lot of bounce, but it's like it just came off a launch pad. Well, I think, yeah, I think it should be okay. Also, it was the last ball of the over as well, so it doesn't really matter that it is a bouncer. Here's a chance, of course, to give you the Parry match in-game analysis. So far, it has been all Roma CC. They have the Gladiatori at 37 for 5. Roma CC restricted the Gladiatori to just 25 runs during the power play, but after the end of the third over, we have seen a massive collapse by the Gladiatori. They've lost 4 wickets in the last 2.1 overs and managed to score just 12 runs. Zadran with a wild swing. Very wild swing. I think that's kind of thing with Zadran. I mean, he's somebody who, he bats very aggressively. He looks to attack. But he's somebody who, I think at times you just like to see him watch the ball a little closer, play it with its merit. Oh, it's just gonna, boy, that looks like a nasty blow. Wonder where that struck him. Have another look at this. Comes back in quite a bit. Yeah, just coming off glove again. So his gloves so far have been scoring more runs than his bat. Certainly going down the leg side. That's a strong throw and good backing up. And that's the thing with Roma CC. I mean, they're a team who encourage their fielders to go for the direct hits because everyone backs up so well in this Roma CC side. This one is just worked away behind square leg. It's going to go away for 4 runs, so a boundary over there. Zadran finally getting some bat on ball. And the fiery cricketer, real passionate player, Zadran, manages to work that one away for a 4. Just swivels on the spot, helps it away behind square leg for 4 runs. This is just pushed away towards third. Played with soft hands by Zadran, who will keep the strike heading into the 7th over. Roma Gladiatori are 44 for 5. So it's been a good effort so far by Roma CC. I think you can see that expected score continues to dip over after over for the Gladiatori. It's going to be tough for them. I mean, unless Zadran can really play a special innings here. I think Zadran is somebody who, gets a bit lucky at times. If things go his way, he's someone who's able to score some quick-fire runs. I think the only issue with Zadran is sometimes the consistency isn't quite there for him. But if he can accelerate a little bit in these remaining 4 overs, then maybe he can get the Gladiatori to something respectable, because as you can see, expected score looking very, very low for them right now. And honestly, I wouldn't disagree with a supercomputer as things stand. I think looks like they will probably end up around there. Go straight to back boundaries to start off over here. This is more like it from Shadrangul Zadran. Gets the line wrong over there. He hasn't quite got his radar locked in right now. Samarage, normally so accurate. Not the case so far. And this time Zadran's going to go big over mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, who will take that catch. So Samarage ends up having the last laugh. It was 6 and 4 for Zadran, but eventually he found the fielder out in the deep who made absolutely no mistake. I think that's taken by Thushada Samarkun. Will, of course, confirm that for you later. No, it's not Samarkun who's taking that. He's actually next to the fielder who did. That catch is taken by Achitha Nath Thandinge, who is having an absolutely amazing innings. We saw him take 2 wickets and 2 balls earlier. And now he's able to hold on to what's a fairly challenging catch. I mean, he's made that look easy. I've seen those catches put down in the past. But Nath Thandinge took it perfectly, made no mistake. 6-wicket falls to the Gladiatori. And now, with Zadran gone, I gotta wonder. Now you really have to wonder, where are they going to find the remaining runs? It's taking a lot of pace off that ball, and Mia has to wait an age for that. Oh, that was so close to the stumps. Went just over them. How is that not hit the stumps? It was just a whisker away. And Prakash was, well, could easily have been walking back to the dugout. Here's a look at the teams for the ECCWs. Of course, we made history last year by having our inaugural European Cricket Championship for women, and this time around we will have our second edition. It follows the same format as the men's tournament with a Challenger division and a Premier division. Of course, the host nation, Italy, in that Premier division. They are a quality team. Of course, we saw all the representation Italy have in that Team Europe side we will see play at the Meltel Shield. So good luck to all those teams. Really looking forward to this. It's going to be a historic event in women's cricket. Yeah, so this is going to be a challenge here for Prakash and Mia. Of course, Prakash has 35 career runs to his name on the European Cricket Network. I mean, not someone who hasn't had the opportunity to play either. I mean, he's been on the network since 2021. Doesn't usually get a chance to bat because he's in the team mainly as a bowler. Struck 4 boundaries in his European cricket career. Meanwhile, Rayhan Mia has 3 ECS runs to his name, if you include the 2 from this match. Another player who hasn't really had the chance to bat much on the network, so it's going to be tough to see them make it into the 90s. I mean, triple digits would be very tough, but that expected score is at 83 right now. It's about 14 balls left. Can they realistically get another 21, 22 runs? I think if they make it into the 80s, that'll be pretty decent for them. And Marage taking a lot of pace off that ball, giving it plenty of air. And watch, he has an age before that ball gets to him. And I think this is where Roma CC having all those spin options is just so good for them. They can just keep things very tight, economical, get through these overs very quickly. No, this is nicely struck. This is really nicely struck. Beautiful shot there by Prakash. His 5th career boundary on the European Cricket Network. First of this European Cricket Series. In the slot. And he was looking to go towards that mid-wicket boundary. It's gone all the way for a 6, mind you. So, yeah, that is a maximal. Let's just have a look at this. Yeah, just on the right side of the rope from the batter's point of view. So, 11 runs coming off that over in the end. I think you got to say it's very decent over from the Gladiatori's perspective. I think credit to these 2 out there. I mean, they rotated the strike well on that over. Just a 1-dot ball. They ran hard between the wickets. And then we saw a 6 right at the end. So if they can keep that up for a couple more overs, it might end up with a good score. But Mia will have to depart over here. Rahat Ahmed has managed to get rid of him. This one's certainly going on to hit the stumps. Just looking to go across the line over there. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, that is definitely going on to hit the stumps. Good call there by the umpire. And the Gladiatori are 66 for 7. Oh, inside edge onto the pads. He's going to look to go straight down the ground. Is it going to carry to Fernando? Yes, it will. And he makes absolutely no mistake. A fielder of his quality is always going to take that catch. So golden duck here for Amin. Will depart without troubling the scorers. We'll take a look at this one there by Fernando. And off he goes. And Amin will have Golden Derek coming out to greet him. As he trudges back to the dugout, he won't register any runs. And Rahat Ahmed now, he's going to be on a hat-trick. A chance for him now to get a hat-trick as well. So we saw Achintha Nath Thadinge be on a hat-trick earlier this innings, of course. He bowled a big wide on the hat-trick ball. Here's a look at once again at the Hall of Fame. Can Rahat Ahmed add his name to that list? Here we go, a chance to make a little bit of history. Oh, and it was ever so close. It was a pretty decent ball over there. And yeah, Jamali, I mean, he's a very solid bowler. I mean, I love the way Mansoor Jamali bowls. I think he's a great find for this Roma Gladiatori side, but yeah, not looking great with the bat in hand. Always going to come to an end. A double wicket maiden for Rahat Ahmed in the penultimate over. We say it all happens in the 9th, and we did see a lot happen there, at least from a bowling perspective. He got through that over so quickly as well, didn't he? Probably the quickest double wicket maiden I've ever seen. The Gladiatori are 66 for 8. I think the 80s now are out of question. I mean, can they even get into the 70s? I think that's the thing you have to wonder from the Gladiatori's point of view. And oh, the sun's just gone behind a few clouds now, and we suddenly, it just feels so much cooler over here. Mind you, I shouldn't be saying that. I actually have a fan right in front of me, so... There we go. Last ball coming up. Last over coming up, I should say. Hakeru making a good point about how Derek just disappeared as soon as the batter turned around. Well, Derek's got his invisibility cloak on, knows how to disguise himself quite well. This one's just struck out towards mid-off. That's going to be a single. Oh, I've got a breeze going across in this ground as well, and my goodness. Feels like ages since I felt a breeze. I think I've been to so many warm destinations lately, and then of course going back home to Cyprus as well, where it was even hotter. Oh, so nice to feel a wonderful breeze. Mind you, yesterday, we'll just tell you a little bit. This one is just struck towards mid-off. Had a chance to go check out some ancient Roman history. Had a chance to look at Ostia Antica, of course. It's wonderful ruins of old Roman port city, of course. Ostia, coming from the Latin word ostium for the mouth of a river. So it's a very important city back in Roman times. This is going to carry to Fernando. Oh, it did, and it would have been a great catch if he'd been able to get it. It really would have been a sensational catch if he'd been able to hold on to that. And if there's somebody who could pull off a few acrobatics in the field, it's this man, Charles Fernando. No, he almost took something absolutely spectacular. This one's gone up in the air. This should be a simpler chance. And oh, it's taken. He loses his footing in the end as well. It had to put in the slide. Well, maybe he'll be involved in the gymnastics over in LA in 4 years' time. Gladiatori lose another wicket. It's going for the big shot. It caught the top edge. Have a look at this for a routine. It's more of a slide tackle at the end, isn't it? Like a player desperately lunging in to try to tackle the opposition. End of the innings. The Gladiatori will end up posting a fairly paltry sum, I think. Unfortunately for them, Anil Kumar will be unable to bat. So they're going to be, well, at least in practice, bowled out for 69. So they just, unfortunately, yeah, Anil Kumar is not going to be able to make it to bat. Here's a look at the highlights of this innings, and I gotta say it was a dominant performance by Roma CC. Not too much joy from the Gladiatori's point of view. Not Thadinge, you can see there drawing the edge off Munib Niazi. Thought Athanayaka bowled superbly as well inside the power play. He was very unlucky that his over went for 10 runs. And Roma CC, they did put down some catches in this match as well, not as many as the previous game, I think. For a side who we know have such exceptional standards in the field, you don't tend to see them put down any catches at all. Achinta Nathandige was on a hat-trick after he cleaned up Munib Niazi and Mukhtiar Singh, but then of course his hat-trick ball was a wide, a little bit anticlimactic. Here's the ball which got rid of Munib Niazi. Incredible delivery, just hits the top of the leg stump. Beautiful bowling. Just managed to have 3 bowls during this innings. He certainly uprooted the stumps on a number of occasions. Zadran hit back-to-back boundaries at one point in his innings. He made 17 of 9, but he wasn't able to convert that start into a big innings as his side desperate and needed, as he hauled one out to Achinta Nathandige, who couldn't be kept out of the action. His bowling was stellar, and he took some nice catches as well. Here's a good shot there by Jitendra Prakash's 6. This was the LBW that got rid of Rahyant Mia. He's still stuck at just 4 career runs in the European Cricket Series. Sifat Amin would haul one out to Charles Fernando. He would depart for a golden duck, and then Mansur Jamali was dismissed over here. Good catch by Damitha Athanayaka. Just lost his footing there at the end, and Murugaya Kangeshwaran picking up a wicket in that final over. So we'll now have a look at the scorecard of this innings. It was a dominant performance for Roma CC, who will absolutely now be eyeing the bonus points. I think there have been a couple of scores where they've restricted the opposition to something paltry, but not quite been able to go on and get those bonus points. We'll have the scorecard up for you as soon as it is available. And yeah, I'll just leave you with all those numbers, and we'll join you back in about 10 minutes' time for our second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. Looking forward to this one. The Gladiatori managed to post his 69 runs on the board, so a target of 70 has been set for the defending champions Roma CC. That means they'll have to go at exactly 10 and over if they want to pick up the bonus point. You can, of course, see the bonus point equation over there. Highly unlikely that they're restricted to 48 or less. That would truly, truly take something absolutely shocking to happen. But yeah, I think 10 and over really has to be the target here for Roma CC. They'll be very disappointed if they don't leave this match with a bonus point. They missed out on bonus points on a few occasions. They were 3 balls short of picking up a bonus point in the opening match of this European Cricket Series. They played against this very opposition, and a few other times where I think they've had some fairly low scores and they've just been a bit too slow through their innings. I think this time, though, 10 and over, it's not too big an ask, and really I think they should be aiming to pick up the bonus point. There we go. First ball coming up. This one's going to go down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. You can't afford to bowl too many extras. They just don't have that many runs to play with here, the Gladiatori. Now gets plenty of swing back in over there. This one's going to go away for a 4. Hits that one through the line very nicely, Marage. Straight batted. Very, very good stroke. It's overpitched that ball there ever so slightly, the bowler. He'll want to correct his length. The batsman didn't miss out. He got right underneath that ball and timed it beautifully over long off. This time he's going to be big. He's going to go absolutely massive. This one is probably going to end up close to the nets, the training nets. That's how far it has gone. That is a massive 6. If I had to guess, that's probably a good 65, maybe even 70 meters. What an enormous hit. Absolutely massive. Oh, just hit the back of the bat. And we see a few teams employ a fly slip or someone at short third on the European Cricket Network. If he was in place, that would have been a fairly comfortable catch for him. Here we go. Just put a mid-wicket back, and there is a deep backward point in place as well. So it's just pushed towards cover. It's going to be a dot ball. Is there something there? He's going to walk. Well, you got to credit Samarakun. He didn't wait for the umpire's decision. As soon as he saw the catch was taken, he walked. And you got to credit him. I think he deserves a round of applause there for his honesty. I mean, I'm someone who firmly believes that you should walk when you've nicked it. And you could just see there's an edge over there. He's just trying to pull his bat back in time, but he couldn't quite do that. Little edge through to the keeper. Well taken by Harpreet. And Samarakun has been in great form throughout this series. He's going to depart for a duck over here. Roma CC, 12 for 1. There comes Derek just to grab him right as soon as he's walking towards the dugout. Take another look at this. Yep. Thin edge through to the keeper. It's not easy to tell from the camera angle, but I mean, he obviously knows that he has nicked that one. This one just swinging in quite a bit. Helix joining in the chat, and oi oi to you too, mate, as he's joining us here from Australia. Yeah, great to have you joining us in the chat, Helix. I think I should have refrained from going with the accent there. Just came out naturally. Apologies to everyone from Australia who had to bear the pain of hearing me trying to say oi oi earlier. Here's a look at the how the matches has been since we last had a golden ball. We brought up our half century, unfortunately. It's been 50 games since we last had a golden ball. Of course, that was back in Croatia. The first ever ECSW golden ball in a match between Jinx Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses. So, yeah, that was certainly a historic moment, and of course, a very entertaining golden ball as well. A very chaotic golden ball, but one that we'll certainly remember for a long time to come. Rome's now the city that has provided us plenty of golden balls in the past. I remember yesterday, or on Monday I should say, Vinny of course just went ahead and made a list of all the golden balls we have seen on the network, and Rome was certainly up there. It was up there, I think just below Cardama and a couple of other destinations that we frequent. Now we do get plenty of cricket here in Rome as well, which I think helps that stat bit. We got some fairly evenly matched teams out here in Italy. Get a lot of very competitive games, which is a good environment to get golden balls. This one is struck away. Is it going to carry? It did carry. It was going to be a tough catch, though. It's going to be a very tough catch. It's a nice effort there by Munib Niazi. I mean, you will officially put that down as a drop, but I have to say, well, could have done better. Really could have done better. Yeah, in all honesty, I think it's a stellar effort. This is a great comment here by Julian Dawson. This one's probably going down the leg side. I think left arm or going around the wicket thing. What accent was that? Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins. You know, I hate to say this to you, Julian, but I've never seen that movie. I've never actually seen that film. Mary Poppins, 1964. Yeah, I think it's certainly one I should add to my watch list, but no, I've never actually watched the old Mary Poppins. Now, so we of course have the bonus point equation over there. No, I think last year I tried to do Corey, or pretended to be Corey. It was quite a funny moment over in Malta. This one is struck out towards mid-wicket. Yeah, Vinny actually, I mean, obviously being an Australian, he should be an authority on this. He stated that it was quite good when I did it then. So I think we'll just scrub out my last attempt and we'll stick to the one I did in Malta. I think I know I'm capable of doing better than that. I know I'm capable. Oh, that one taking off, just shooting up off the... End of the over. 15 for 1. Yeah, so a very good morning to John Gray joining us in the chat as well. Helix asking if I'm flying solo today. No, actually, Rico will be joining us for match 4, I believe. So the first 3 games I will be solo. We'll keep you updated about when Rico arrives. Believe he's scheduled to be here for match 4. He just has a few engagements this morning, so he's unable to make it for these first 3 matches. It's a big swipe across the line there by Ahmed. Yeah, Julian's saying, you've never seen Mary Poppins, you need to address this cultural gap. No, I certainly do. I certainly do. I think I do watch a lot of classic movies, though. This one's gone up in the air, and it's going to go all the way over the rope for 6. That's gone for a Maximo. Yeah, big hit there. Yeah, no, I do love watching old films, so it's kind of strange. I mean, I'm gotta be honest with you. I think Mary Poppins is just one that I haven't ever managed to actually watch, but I think in particular because I'm not somebody who watches too many musicals. But yeah, no, I love classic films. I mean, God, big fan of Robert Shaw. I've seen plenty of Henry Fonda films as well. You know, especially if you go into the 50s, you know, love a lot of films from the golden age of Hollywood. And when I was younger as well, I used to love watching old war films from that era as well. I was a really big fan of them. I think I remember back when I was 10 or 11, I think that's when I was really introduced to classic films. Was one of our teachers in school played us The Longest Day. You know, a film about the D-Day landing. I think that's really where my whole love affair with older films started. And no, in all honesty, I've actually watched a lot more older films, although I would say most of the films I've watched are kind of like sort of fall between that 80s to kind of 2000s range. That's probably where most of the films I've watched are from. This one's going to be a wide. Big fan of Martin Scorsese. You know, seen plenty of his works as well. I mean, God, the amount of old films with Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, and the likes of them I've seen are, well, far too many for me to count. Plays this one into the pitch. That one's going to go towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. Yeah, I would certainly have to go into my IMDb to see most of the stuff I have watched from the past. The one thing with me, though, is I don't have the best movie memory. So I'm the type who, I'll watch a film and then I'll forget about it like in a few days. I mean, I could watch a film 3 days ago and I wouldn't be able to tell you the story by by the next week. Here's a look at the Roma CC graph. As you can see, they're just one run behind what the Gladiatori were at this stage. So, you know, again, we said that their target needs to be to try to get that bonus point. And once again, Roma CC, they're very slow starters, I think, throughout this European cricket series. I think that's something that could come back to bite them. Oh, he's going to go big over here, but I don't think he has enough distance on it to get it away for a 6. And this is a stellar bit of fielding by Amanpreet Singh, who sprints across, saves the side some runs. So as you can see, 11.7 is the required for the bonus point. Yeah, this one is going to go away towards fine leg. It's going to be 4 runs, and not the best ball there by Jamali. I've overall been very impressed by Jamali's bowling. Let's just take a look at this. Yeah, going down the leg side. Just gets enough bat on it. Goes very fine. Goes away for a 4. Also a big fan of David Lean, I think, Julian. I love David Lean films. It's actually, I'd say David Lean. It's a big inspiration for one of my favorite contemporary directors, Christopher Nolan. I think, you know, you see so many parallels between their careers, between their styles of filmmaking as well. And I think that the fact that I love Nolan so much just made me want to go back and watch so many David Lean films. So it struck straight down the ground, and Zadran is going to be there to stop that one. Yeah, obviously, you know, people know Lean for the likes films like Lawrence of Arabia, Dr. Zhivago, The Bridge on the River Kwai. But, you know, I've even gone back and seen the likes of Oliver Twist, Great Expectations, Brief Encounter, which I don't think too many people have heard of that one. I mean, very low budget old films, which honestly are even better than some of his epics, his big budget epics. This one is short, wide, slash straight towards the fielder at cover. It's going to be a single. Now you got to credit, the Gladiatori. I think, we're over here. We're assuming that they're going to take this game quite comfortably, Roma CC, but the Gladiatori are certainly bowling well. They're fielding incredibly well, too. And I've got to say, it's been subpar batting by Roma CC as well. I think you expect a bit better from a side of their quality. Oh, yeah, I totally agree with you, Helix. I mean, that's when Hollywood was really at its best. I think the less said, the better about modern films. I'll probably go off on another tangent if I start commenting on modern movies. Here's a look at the comparison between these two teams at the moment. Roma CC going well above their required rate, but, you'd expect them to want to go and try to pick up those bonus points. They've got another 3 overs to get about 36 runs. 12 and over is certainly very doable, but they've just been a touch too slow. Not what we typically expect from this side. A very good afternoon to Jake. It's just at 9 minutes past 12 here in Rome. And thanks for your kind words there, Jake Stewart. Hope everything's going well at your end as well. Zudran's going to come into ball the second over. His first one went for 9 runs. Yeah, no, it's a great discussion there about movies in the chat. I think, goodness me, that was quite a tangent I went off on over there. This one is struck away towards cover. It goes for 4 runs. Yeah, really nicely struck there by Marage. So that's now 33 of 16 needed to pick up the bonus point. Great shot. I mean, that is a perfect cover drive. Gets the front foot out, gets to the pitch of the ball, hits it beautifully through the line. Just returning to live action. This is struck straight towards the field recover. It was a very good looking shot, but he's managed to pick out the fielder in the deep. So it's just going to be 1 run. Pandey Prediction joining us as well. And a very good afternoon to you too. Oh dear. Well, Ahmed, I mean, he's trying to probably just work that one away behind square leg. There's no one out at fine leg, so it's a good idea. I think the ball just bounced way too much to play that shot. Gets nice and deep in his crease. He's trying to help it along. No, we're just going to check on him. I think he should be fine, but obviously with modern safety precautions, you do need to be quite careful. Yeah, Helix, no, I completely agree with you. Completely agree with your point there about modern filmmaking. I think the same goes into, I think, you can say the same about most modern TV shows as well, though I'm not somebody who watches many TV shows. Always been more of a cinephile than someone who watches TV shows. I think the only TV shows I watch are sort of epics. Some of your big HBO or AMC epics. I think those are the kind of stuff I'm into. Prestige television, I think. That's the term that's used. This one is struck away for 4, and a good shot there by Ahmed. So 28 runs are all that Roma CC need from here. They'll be very happy with how they're going along. They probably could have been going at a slightly faster rate. And of course, it's a good chance to welcome you in to our commentary position. Very good afternoon to all of you from wherever you're joining us from around the world. Roma CC, of course, picked up a win this morning in rather dominant fashion. And now they're looking to make it 2 wins in 2 here against the Gladiatori. They're looking good so far, but they'll want to grab that bonus point. They've missed out on the bonus point on a number of occasions during this European Cricket Series. And we know it's going to be a very tight race, and they'll want to be right at the top of this standings. And of course, they'll give you a big advantage heading into the semifinals. They've got a couple of overs here to get 28 runs, which is something you certainly feel they are capable of doing. Now, this one's gone up in the air. Is it going to carry? Yes, it will. What a catch. Out in the deep. Munib Niazi will get the wicket, but it's thanks to a sensational bit of fielding by Amanpreet Singh. I have been mightily impressed with his fielding, and he holds on to a very, very difficult catch there. That was not easy. He's made it look a lot simpler than it really is. And the second wicket will fall for Roma CC, who find themselves 42 for 2. You can just see the bat face slightly twisting in his hands. He wasn't quite in control of that shot. There was a clear twist in the bat handle during that shot, which, yeah, I don't know if that indicates a slightly loose grip, but it's caused the ball to slice off the edge rather than connecting cleanly. Yeah, Helix, oh, I don't know if you're referring to the 1930s Gone with the Wind. I have seen that. I have seen that film. It's absolutely amazing. Love that movie. Now this one's going to be hit away over mid-wicket. Another chance for Amanpreet Singh to take a catch. It is 2-2 for that man. He's grabbed another one. Brilliant catch out in the deep by Amanpreet Singh. And the second wicket will fall here for Roma CC. Oh, and they're going to be on a hat trick. Well, what a huge moment. What a huge moment in this match. And could the Gladiatori pull off something really special? So Golden Derek will be coming out to greet him. And, well, Derek is always a sorry sight for any batter. And here's a chance. Can he add his name to the hat tricks list? As we've, of course, got a hat trick ball coming up over here. Now, I got to thank some of the lovely members of the Rome CC crew bringing us over some snacks and refreshments while, of course, a hat trick ball is about to commence. Now, I always say Rome, such a well-organized tournament, so yeah, we're just being treated to a few snacks. Here we go. Hat-trick ball coming up. Oh, and Niazi just gets that one slightly wrong. And oh my word. Well, I think there have been a few occasions today where the hat-trick ball has been gone for a while. This is the third time we've seen someone on a hat-trick so far this morning. This is struck away towards cover. It's going to be a single. Yeah. Martin Gleaves joining us in the chat, recommending that I try some Alfred Hitchcock. Oh yeah, I've seen North by Northwest and Vertigo. A big fan of James Stewart. I mean, I love James Stewart films. I mean, It's a Wonderful Life as well, obviously one of the best Christmas films ever made. That one, of course, featuring James Stewart as well. But yeah, I've seen a fair amount of Alfred Hitchcock films. I love North by Northwest. Vertigo, though, I do somewhat remember, but I don't remember it that well. I think I fell asleep during bits of that film. This one is just cut away. And is this going to be cut out? No, it won't. It's going to go away for a 4. Yeah, important boundary there for Roma CC, who still have a chance to pick up that bonus point. 22 of 8 is very, very doable. But yeah, I do remember, I don't remember when I saw Vertigo, but I remember I was quite sleepy that day. I fell asleep during that film. But yeah, I mean, Rear Window, I believe I've seen that as well. Not entirely sure, but yeah, North by Northwest is absolutely incredible. Great film. Struck out towards mid-wicket. But yeah, I'm a big fan of James Stewart in particular. I've seen so many of his classics. I think he's up there as one of the greatest actors of all time. Oh, short one. Another back of a length ball. That's a spicy one there by Niazi. Certainly rattled Samarage with that one. Superb bowling by Niazi. Oh my goodness. He's not going to get too many better balls than that. That was absolutely exceptional. Got 1 over to go here. They need 21 off this over if they want to pick up a bonus point. And if they don't pick up a bonus point here, I think they have to be very disappointed with themselves. And with a target of 70, basically has to go to about 10 and over for a side of Roma CC's quality to fail to get the bonus point again. Would be very disappointing. I think it raised some concerns about their batting for the remainder of this tournament because they've bowled superbly throughout this ECS, but their batting has let them down at times. And keep in mind, their only loss came in a match in which they batted poorly. They had to try to chase down a target in the 90s, but were unable to get there. Let's have a look here if there's a chance for a run out. Oh, is he going to be in trouble here? Oh, well, he could be. He could well be. And that is probably going to be the end for him. So a finger has been raised. That is going to be another wicket. Yeah, this one's going to be interesting. Yeah, unfortunately, I think that one of the issues here is whether he has caught it cleanly. Yeah, so the finger was initially raised, but I think it's not been given out in the end because they're not sure if he's actually managed to grasp that cleanly. So they decided to reverse the decision to give him out. Yeah. Oh, that's going to get punished. It's a poor delivery. It's going to get hammered away. It goes all the way for 6. Battered away. Let's take another look at this. That's a poor ball. I'll have a look at this side on as well just to confirm the height. I think there could be a few issues over here as well. I mean, he's down on one knee, which is worth keeping in mind, but I think they still want to have a look at the height here. This one's a tough one. This is a rather contentious one because let's just freeze it right there where the impact is. Draw a line across where his waist would have been. Is it going to go below that at the point where the ball passes the crease? Oh, it's a tough decision for the umpire. This is a cutaway, and it's going to be a single. 12 runs needed of 2 for the bonus points. If they hit back-to-back 6s, they can get the bonus point here. Here we go. Is he going to get the 6 here? No, he won't. It's going to be a wicket. So Roma CC are going to fail to get the bonus point again. Samarage was looking to launch that one over mid-wicket. Mukhtiar Singh will get his man. It was short. It was there to be hit. He just doesn't quite have the balance right. He's falling over. And he has hauled one out towards deep mid-wicket. And he's gone. So, oh dear. Looks like Roma CC are going to fail to pick up the bonus point again. And, you know, this is the kind of opposition you'd expect them to brush aside fairly easily anyway. But, yeah, there's a few concerns, I guess, for Roma CC with their batting so far this ECS. This is pushed out towards cover, so it's going to be a dot ball to end the over. They'll pick up at least a point out of this, the Gladiatori, which is a big win from their perspective. Here's a look at the match we have coming up between Baraka Prato and Roma Gladiatori. Baraka Prato playing a match this morning, which of course ended in a loss for them. And the Gladiatori you'd expect would go to 1-4, because it doesn't look like they're going to be able to win this match. At least they'll pick up 1 point out of it, which just is a testament to how well they have bowled and fielded in this innings. Their fielding in particular, I think, has been the real standout. I think at times they've gotten away with a few bad balls by Roma CC, but they've certainly done a good job in the field. Their catching has been brilliant. Their ground fielding has been sensational as well. And now just another 12 runs will wrap it up for them. He's going to go big here. That's going to go all the way for a 6. And they're now one big shot away from wrapping this one up. Yeah, some great stuff there in the chat as well. Going to get back to it as soon as I can. I know there's a lot of activity. And I just got one big shot now to wrap this one up. Yeah, absolutely, Martin. I've had a chance to see that film, Dr. Strangelove. It's an absolute classic. Oh, great ball there. Just goes past the outside edge of the bat. Terrific bowling here by Niazi. He's absolutely done Ahmed. Brilliant bowling, top ball. Another one, though, that is an absolute classic from that era as well, is Anatomy of a Murder. You know, I did tell you all I'm a big fan of James Stewart. That's another James Stewart classic. And yeah, Jacob, I have heard about that story about him. Yeah, this one's going to go all the way. Doesn't have enough. It has gone the distance. And Roma CC will take this one with 2.3 overs to spare. They win this by 6 wickets. Hasn't quite managed to direct it exactly where he intended. He probably wanted to hit it a little bit squarer. But it's not going to matter. He gets the desired outcome. And it's 6 runs to end the inning. It's a great win here for Roma CC. Who make it 2 wins in 2 so far today. They get the double over the Gladiatori as well. And handshakes all around. Solid performance. Very impressive performance. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard as you can for our upcoming match. As you can see, Baraka Prato will be taking on the Gladiatori, who will now fall to 1-4 as they have picked up their second loss against Roma CC in this European cricket series. And of course, we'll now move on and have a look at the highlights of this innings. Roma CC were set a target of 70. And again, they missed out on the bonus points by 3 balls against the Gladiatori, exactly how it was when these two sides faced each other in the opening match of this tournament. Dindu Marage making 21 runs off 14 balls. Rahat Ahmed with 44 off 24. Those were the only 2 scores of note. We only saw 1 run from any batter other than them. That was Prithvi Marage. And otherwise, it was really a couple of batters who batted well for them. Dindu Marage managed to strike 3 boundaries during his innings. Made 21 of 14, a strike rate of 150. He was clocked at one point. I should say Rahat Ahmed was clocked at one point. That one just striking him on the helmet. Rahat Ahmed managed to strike 7 boundaries, 3 fours, 4 sixes, strike rate of 183. This was, of course, Amanpreet Singh, who took a couple of catches. He took back-to-back catches when Munib Niazi was on a hat-trick, managed to get rid of Marage first, and then took a catch to get rid of Denham Senevaratna, who departed for a duck. And much of the rest of the highlights package is going to be the batting of Rahat Ahmed, except this moment here, Prithvi Marage sending one towards Rahian Mia off the bowling of Mukhtiar Singh. Of course, Ahmed was there to score the winning runs right at the end. To see some of the shots he played. This was a rather fortuitous boundary, but a boundary he would take nonetheless. The winning runs as Roma CC made it 2 wins out of 2 against the Gladiatori in this tournament. They did the double against another Roman side. We'll now, of course, have a look at the scorecard of this innings, and as you can see, just 2 scores of note here. Only 1 run from batters not named Rahat Ahmed and Tinidu Morage. Gotta say though, it was a good fielding performance by the Roma Gladiatori. I just loved the way they were flying around. They took their catches well. But I think Roma CC will be disappointed that they haven't been able to get bonus points once again in a very low scoring match. Well, I'll take a look at the bowling figures here. Great bowling all around there by the Gladiatori. Unfortunately, they just didn't have enough runs on the board, but I think most of those economy rates are very respectable. Mansoor Jamali has been a terrific find for this Gladiatori side. I've been very impressed with his bowling. And have a look at the number of extras. Just 4 runs of extras. Sure, it's worth keeping in mind there were still 2.3 overs to go. But that's a very, very good and disciplined performance. We'll join you again in half an hour's time for our 3rd match of the day, our lunchtime match, match 13. And we'll continue some of this classic movies talk as well during that game. Join us in half an hour.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
It's time for match 3, our lunchtime match. It's going to take place between Baraka and Roma Gladiatori. Let's head over to the coin toss.
Welcome to the toss for match 13 with Baraka Prado versus Roma Gladiatori. Roma Gladiatori to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
We have ball fast.
They're going to have a bowl.
Well, thank you very much to match referee Charles Croucher, the sheriff. As we, of course, now found out that the Roma Gladiatori won the toss and have decided to field first. So Baraka Prado still looking for their first win of this European Cricket Series. The Gladiatori are now 1-4. They, of course, lost earlier today to the Roma CC. That match concluded about half an hour ago. So they'll be looking to get back to winning ways. Their only win coming against the Roma Capanelli. And let's see how they fare against Baraka Prado, who, of course, were defeated by Roma CC this morning. We'll now turn our attention and have a look at the win predictor for this upcoming match. And it's going to be interesting to see where this lies. Gladiatori are 67% favorites according to this, largely because we still kind of have to gauge what Baraka Prado's true level is. I've only seen this team play once, and they're going up against a very strong Roma CC side. Let's see now how they fare against a side like the Gladiatori, are probably a middling team in this tournament, somewhere in the middle of the pack. You don't quite feel they're up there with the elite, but they're a side who can certainly beat some of the inferior teams in this European Cricket Series. So it's going to be Anil Kumar who's coming to ball. It's actually, beg your pardon, it's Mansur Jamali. It's got Anil Kumar on the back of this jersey, but that's not him. It's Mansur Jamali, who I think has bowled superbly so far in this European Cricket Series. Has been highly, highly impressed by him. He's got stellar figures so far this ECS. Prior to today, in the 3 overs he bowled, gave just 23 runs, picked up a wicket, bowled superbly this morning as well against Roma CC. He's been a good find for this Gladiatori side. Very hopeful appeal to start things off. And it's gone away. 4 runs. So a nice way to start things off. Oh, it's a great ball. Terrific length, brilliant Yorker length delivery there. That's where you want to bowl it. Yeah, he's got that one right up there between the feet. Have a look at this side on. Yep, that is absolutely perfect. This one's probably just going down the leg side again. Left armor going around the wicket. He's just creating that natural angle. It's been given out. Well, this has been given out. Initially, I thought the umpire might not give this. Ooh, well, I thought that it's just tough to give those ones, with the left armor going around the wicket, but I guess he's assumed it's going to go on to hit the leg stump. So we'll just have another look at this and just freeze this right where the ball impacts the pad. Yeah, just waiting for the right angle over here. It's hard to tell with that. Here we go. Well, where does the ball strike him? Let's just see. It's going on to hit the leg stump. It could. And, well, yeah, it's quite close. I have to say, I was wrong to just dismiss it immediately. I think it's just like, you see a left armor going around the wicket, and you kind of just shake your head at that, especially when it hits him around sort of middle stump. But no, That was pretty close. I'll leave that to you in the chat. I mean, what do you guys think? I think, yeah, I'll have to take that back, to be fair. I just saw it and I assumed that it was probably going to go down the leg side. Well, 1 ball to come in this first over. It's been a great one here by Jamali. Back of a length delivery there again. So an exceptional opening over here by Jamali. Picks up a wicket. And he was right on the money throughout that over. Hitting those good lengths. Bowling with a good pace as well. Get that natural angle back into the right-hander. And he certainly made life very difficult for those Baraka Prato batters. It's been very impressive, Jamali, throughout this European Cricket Series. Playing for the first time on the network. And I've been very impressed with him these first 3 days. I think his bowling is absolutely top-notch. And he's up there as one of the better bowlers. 40 days to go until the European Cricket Championship, the marquee event on the European Cricket Network. This one's just sliding down the leg side. They're going to get some bat on it. Away it goes for 4 runs. It's actually not got any bat on that. It's just come off the pad. It's been given a leg by. Off it goes. Let's have another. Look at this, a second ball of the over coming up. Just going to watch this one go past him. And that is going to be a dot ball. Now shorter delivery, and it's hooked away, goes for 4 runs. Very nice shot. Dastagir gets that away for a boundary. Dastagir hit a 6 off the very first ball of this ECS for him, and then after that he went a little bit quiet and was not really able to accelerate for the rest of the innings. But yeah, this is more of what we're accustomed to seeing from him. Big boundary hitter, we certainly know that. Oh, good effort out in the deep, but he's not quite able to do enough. That's going to go away for a boundary as well. And it's back-to-back boundaries here off the bowling of Sifat Amin. Just getting it slightly wrong, isn't he? He needs to look at the way that Mansoor Jamali bowled in the previous over. He's metronomic with his lines and lengths, and Sifat Amin maybe just straying down the leg side a little bit too much. No, once again, dangerous line, really dangerous line. You're going to bowl around the wicket. You don't want to be pitching it there. That's just easy pickings for the batter. 3 consecutive boundaries so far this over. Just gets that one in and around the leg stump, and that's going to go away for 4. And Baraka Prato now. 20 for 1. We got 1 ball to come in the second over. Just going to watch this one go past him. That's going to be a wide. Here we go. This is going to be the last ball of the over. Oh, he's going to go big. He's going to launch this one away for 6, and there's another one for you, Jeffrey Mobbs. That's exactly what we were talking about. How often do we see this? A bowler bowls a wide. He has to come back in, bowl an extra delivery, and the extra delivery goes away for a boundary. 6 to end the over. It goes magical. 23 runs off the second over. Here's a look at the standings for this ECS here in Rome. As you can see, the Gladiatori are 1-4 so far this ECS. Their only win coming up against the Capinelli, who've been still looking for their first victory of this tournament. Meanwhile, Baraka Prato played just 1 match. That was earlier today against Roma CC, and they were defeated in that game. Just quick return to live action. And Jamali has come back into bowl his second over, getting bowled out inside the power play, and he starts off with a dot ball. This is played away behind point, and it's going to be 4 runs. Very nicely stroked away over there. Nice shot by Ali. Let's just take another look at this. It's a rather wide delivery, and it's just been cut away for four runs. Very, very good cricket. Yeah, no real foot movement there by Ali, just kind of throwing his bat at that one. Jamali responding well after getting hit 4 of 4. Struck firmly. And it looks like it's going to be enough to go away for a 4. So he's picked out the gap well over here, Ali. Jamali just maybe offering him a touch more width than he would have liked. But he got to say, so far, almost every delivery has landed on a 6-pin. He just got that one slightly wrong. Yeah, a touch too much width there. Goes in that gap between mid-off and cover. That wasn't too far from the stumps. That wasn't too far at all. It's a good idea here by Jamali. He's looking to hit the top of off stump. That's just traditional cricket bowling. And it's a great opening spell here for Jamali. Superb work. Spell to remember. 2 overs. Give him just 12 runs. Gets a wicket. And he's taken full control of this power play. He's been absolutely relentless. And he certainly was providing all sorts of problems for the opposition batters. Dream spell to start things off. And he's helped his side set the tone early and put the opposition on the back foot. Found themselves 35 for 1 here. Baraka Prato. It's just that 1 over of 23 runs which kind of spoils that power play. Otherwise it would have been an absolutely sensational one. This one, of course, is struck out towards long off. It's going to be a single. Of course, Jules Odebridge is a newlywed, got married recently, telling us a little bit about how married life is going for him. Yeah, hope everything's great for the two of you, and wish you all a very long and happy married life. Here's Zadran just to bowl the second ball this over, second ball after the power play. I think his bowling has been more impressive than his batting so far this ECS. I think at times maybe he just played a few too many dot balls while he's been batting, but very consistent with his bowling. And well, right on cue, as soon as I say that, he gets pumped for a 6. Straight down the ground, hits the sight screen. What a shot there by Ali. I think as Zadran just bowling that one in the slot, it was slightly overpitched. Got that a bit, one a touch too full. And he has been sent straight down the ground. Edged, and that one's going to go past the keeper. Oh, unlucky there for the bowler. Very unlucky. Would have been a regulation catch for first slip, but you're not going to have a first slip in place right now in the T10 match. Off it went for 4. Oh, he's going to look to hit this one through the line as well. Does have enough to go towards the rope? Not quite. It is cut out. That was who is that who went out to field? That went over Mansoor Jamali's head. Just trying to give you the name of the fielder. Yeah, that was Jitendra Prakash who went across and fielded that. Steps across here, Dastagir. Plays this out towards mid-wicket. End of the 4th over. And Baraka Prato are 48 for 1, going at exactly 12 and over right now. You can see the expected score is 121, so yeah, they look on track to get there. And you have to say, it's just those, other than those 2 good overs by Mansoor Jamali, no one really else has really been able to step up. I think, okay, you could argue that Zadran was a little bit unlucky, in particular with that 4. That was nicked and went away for 4 runs. So it's going to be Shifat Amin coming back for a second over. Was very, very expensive in the first. His first over went for 23 runs. Last one's up in the air. This could be a catching chance. Is he going to hold on to it? Yes, he will. And Dastagir will depart. It was a good little cameo by him. A quick fire, 20 runs coming of just 9 deliveries. I was looking to go big over long on, but he ends up just popping one up. That is taken very comfortably out at long on. Good catch. And the second one falls. Baraka Prato are 48 for 2. Just taking another look at that catch. Very well held on to. Catch taken by Mubarak Hussain, the man who was so unlucky yesterday to not score a century. Made 99 runs. This one is just nudged towards third. It's going to be a dot ball to start off. Top edged, and this one looks like it's going to go away towards third, and it's going to be 4 runs here for Ali. That one goes away towards the boundary rope. That's a top edge. Lucky boundary there. Very fortuitous boundary for Ali, but he'll take those runs however they come. It's been given a wide. I think this was a little bit harsh on the bowler. Camera 2. Yep. Kind of hard to tell, but I thought it just went over the tram line. This one is going to be another wide. He's going to play this one away, out towards fine leg. It's going to be another single. This one, Baraka Prato, taking along fairly nicely here. I have to say this game is hanging finely in the balance as things stand, and it looks like these two teams fairly evenly matched from what I've seen. Oh, that one just taking off, getting that little extra bit of bounce. Let's have another look at this. Look at where that lands. I mean, that was around a good length, and it just shoots up off the surface and ends up going well over his waist, so. Oh, this could be close. This could be close. This could be really close. No reaction there by the umpire. Well, that isn't worth looking at again. Yeah, maybe just going down the leg side. I think that would have been the umpire's issue with that. So halfway through this one, we are in for what it looks like a very exciting game. So they're going at about 11 and over here, Baraka Prato. And I think this game is just hanging finely in the balance. It looks like this could be a very exciting affair between two really, really strong sides. Of course, we know both these sides. They've kind of struggled for wins early in the tournament. Of course, Baraka Prato started off earlier today and were handed a big defeat by Roma CC. And the Gladiatori, their only win so far, came against the Capanelli yesterday. So this is a very important matchup for both these teams. I think it's quite clear that we have a top three that is set in this European cricket series that comprises of Royal Roma, Roma CC, and then Roma Bangla Morning Sun. It's just a question of who can that fourth and fifth team be, because obviously sides 4 and 5 will play each other in an elimination match to make it to the semifinals. And I think both these sides will want to grab that fourth or fifth spot. Going for a big shot here once again. Goes big, Ali, but it's another dot ball. I think Ali's top ball percentage is just a little bit concerning right now. I'm going to have a quick look at the amount of dot balls he's played. I mean, he's on 19, struck 3 fours, 1 6, and that's about 18 of his 19 runs coming off boundaries, and obviously the 1 single, so my goodness. I mean, you've got to rotate the strike a bit more. This one is stroked away. It's going to go for a 4. You will hit this one to a boundary, so if you're not going to rotate the strike, at least get the boundaries. And that's one that he has managed to stroke away over there. And looks like we're going to continue with the movie chat here. So, yeah, Martin asking if I'm into film noir. Love film noir. I've seen Sunset Boulevard. It's an absolute classic. It's just brilliant, brilliant film. Although most of the noir films I've seen, probably a lot newer than Sunset Boulevard, of course. For those of you who are wondering what I'm talking about, we were having a classical films discussion during the previous match. Obviously, I was just getting some great recommendations here by people in the chat. We were talking quite a bit about James Stewart as well, and of course Jake Stewart, who joined us earlier. I was talking about how his dad has the same name. This was popped up in the air, and the catch is taken. Third wicket will fall for Baraka Prato. And Ali will depart. Let's have another look at this. Going for the big shot, trying to hit this one over long off. It's gone high up in the air, and it is caught very comfortably. Another wicket will fall here, so I think this game is just hanging finally in the balance. I mean, anytime it looks like Baraka Prato are just going to get ahead, Gladiatori are there to claw them right back. I think knowing these two teams, the par score, I'd say, when these two sides face each other would be about 110. If I had to guess, that's pure guesswork, of course, but just based on what we have seen so far in this ECS. So, Baraka Prato, 61 for 3 at the end of 6. But yeah, continuing with that. Love Sunset Boulevard, and big fan of noir films in general. Oh, struck away towards cover. That's going to go for 4 runs. Oh, brilliant, brilliant strike. That is very, very nicely hit. He's going to look to go straight down the ground here. It's going to fall short of the fielder coming in from long off. Zadran's a little bit frustrated with him. I think Prakash is making the point. There was no way I could have got to that. And yeah, he's spot on. There really was absolutely no way he could have made it there. He's going to go big. Does this have enough to go over mid-wicket? It certainly does. And Zadran is livid again. I think he's being a little overcritical on his fielders here. I'm not sure either of them had a chance to get at that. Oh, look at the frustration. Look at the disappointment and anger. I mean, he was cussing at them as soon as that one went over their heads. To be fair, they didn't have a chance at that. They really didn't. Well, just returning to live action. There's a dot ball. One more look at this. Yeah, clearing the front leg, looking to go for the big shot. That was, of course, the ball you just missed. That was part of live play. Clears the front leg, goes big, catches the top edge, goes away for 4 runs. Rather lucky boundary over there. You just wonder if there's a chance, but obviously isn't. There's no third man back right now. And at least, well, his aggressive intent, you could say, maybe just bought him that little bit of luck. Oh, he's going to go big here. One-handed. One-handed. Over square leg for 6 runs. Oh, incredible stroke here by Mohammed. And we know this man's a big hitter. We saw some of his big hitting on display earlier against Roma CC. Look at that, Rishabh Pant style. Holds the pose. One hand off the bat. What a hit by Waqas Mahmood. Yeah, we saw him make that brilliant 31 off just 15 deliveries against Roma CC. And are we going to see a similar innings from him here as well? I think he should maybe just earn a promotion up the order before his brilliant batting. This is played away towards third. That's going to be a single, so they'll pick up a run as Baraka Prato are 82 for 3 at the end. Beg your pardon, at the start of the 8th over. 83 for 3, 7.1 overs in. Clears the front leg over there and just misses the line of the ball completely. Mahmood was going big over there again, but how can you look for a wide on that? I mean, that was well inside the tram line. I mean, never, ever, ever a wide. And I mean, look at that shot. Really hard to describe that. It's a bit of a nothing shot. No feet movement, just kind of trying to reach out at the ball as though his feet are in quicksand. That's finally going to connect because the bowler went a little straighter over there. And it's gone for a 6. So I think for Mohammed, look, the bowler immediately raised his hand. As soon as he bowled that, he knew he got that wrong. The plan here to Mohammed has to be to bowl it wide. Oh, what a shot there by Mohammed. And then, I don't think we'll have time to see this, but the bowler, as soon as he bowled that, immediately raised his hand and said, my bad, my bad. Got to look to keep it wide to this man, Mohammed, I think. Not somebody who moves his feet too much, so anything wider, he's going to try to look to reach out at it. It's all good over, though. Just 7 runs off it. 1 ball to come. Back of a length delivery, and it's going to be a dot ball to end the 8th over. Baraka Prato are 89 for 3. Here's a look at the graph for this inning so far. As you can see, Baraka Prata going at about 11.13 and over. They'll be eyeing something north of 110. That will be the key for them. So we see Mukhtiar Singh coming into ball. Starts off with a wider one. Oh dear, I mean, has he done something after bowling that one? He looks to be in an awful lot of pain. He's really struggling right now, and he's down on his haunches. Okay, this is a concern. This is a real concern. I think it's just something. Oh, it's just, this is something around that right deltoid. Yeah, this doesn't look good. This really doesn't. Oh, I can just see that he's getting massaged over there, maybe somewhere behind that shoulder blade. Well, I think he's going to struggle to continue here. I really think he is, and I think they might need to give him a bit of treatment. Looks like someone's going to be going on here just to have a look at him. No, it's going to be tough to see him able to continue, and I assume that somebody else will have to finish his over. You can see what they're trying to do over there. Just stretch those arms out, and well, let's see. Yeah, they're really looking to just stretch it out. I'm just going to do a few stretches to see if he's okay, but you know, they've got a long tournament ahead, and you know, if he's in a bit of discomfort, wouldn't look to risk him. I think it might be a good idea just to let someone else finish Mukhtiar Singh's over. Last thing you want is him potentially getting hurt or injured and then unable to participate for the rest of the match. And I think the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, is making his way onto the field as well. Just have a word and check on Mukhtiar Singh. And I think he's going to be taken off over here. It's hard to see him continue. Or is he going to soldier on? Well, let's see. Let's see what's happening now. I mean, is he going to go up? Yes, he is. I think he's going off here, and that's the right move to make. They've got a long European cricket series coming up. It's got plenty of games to play. You don't really want him hurting himself or aggravating some kind of an injury. It's a good idea to take him off here and then bring a substitute fielder on. Yeah, mind you, Roma Gladiatori, I think this is worth pointing out. You guys did see this in the fantasy dashboard, but they're playing this game with 10 men. So if he goes off, that means they'll be down to just 9, which makes it that much more difficult for them in the field. So, yeah, real challenge. Martin Gleaves asking how I managed to commentate and read the chat. Yeah, we have to, you know, trust me, we are multitasking quite a bit more than you could imagine. It's not just the chat we're looking at. We're looking at a number of other things. An ECN commentary job is a true multitasking detail. This one is a shorter ball that's going to get deposited over the fan zone and is going to go for a 6. Digging that one in short, Amanpreet Singh, and he gets punished for it. It's been sent a long way. Let's have a look at this. Just goes nice and deep in the crease, hooks that away, goes away for 6 runs. I know, Martin, it's always great to hear from everyone in the chat. Certainly helps us get through the day. Always great to have a discussion. And I have to say, really enjoyed this discussion we've been having about classical films, neo-noir, and a number of other topics. This one is struck away for 4 behind point. Great shot here by Ali. Back-to-back boundaries to start off. So Singh, I think he's just bowling too short here. I mean, he bowled one too short down the leg side that got hooked away. This time, he goes too short. It's down the offside, gives him too much width, short and wide, gets punished. Come on, then. He's got to look to hit those Yorkers. Or on this surface, maybe even just look to bowl a hard length. I think that's what Roma CC have done so well. They actually don't bowl many Yorkers as a side, Roma CC. It's just bowled those hard lengths with great consistency. Yeah, it's a better length. It's a much better length. I think the fact that the batter goes across means that he actually ends up cutting the room that he needed to play that shot. Edge and taken! That's going to be the end for Mohammed. Great bowling here by Singh, and I think they've just figured out Mohammed's Achilles heel. Anything wider, he really struggles to play it. A thick deflection, you can see it quite clearly over here. Yeah, thick edge, obvious deflection. Well taken there by the keeper. And Harpreet holds on to that. The skipper will be delighted. Of course, captaining and wicket keeping Harpreet. Another wicket falls here for Baraka Prato, as they are 101 for 3. We'll take another look at this. Really should have left that ball alone. It was very wide. Would have got the run if he had just left it alone. No, this one's kind of come off the splice of the bat. And oh well, they'll just scamper across here for a single. This is a huge hit, and is this going to go over the rope? It certainly will. I think Singh just bowling way too short this over, and that's why it ends up going for 19 runs. Of course, there's that one run as well, which went off the wide that Mukhtiar Singh bowled at the start of the over. So you take the wide he bowled, and 19 runs that he managed to give up. And that means the over ends up going magical, 20 runs off it. Have a look at the bowling card over here. As you can see, Mukhtiar Singh just bowled that one ball, which was a wide, and had to be taken off, clearly struggling with some kind of an injury. This looked like it was around his shoulder blade or somewhere in that region. And then Amanpreet Singh came on to complete the over, and he ended up giving 19 runs. Martin Gleaves asking when's the next time we'll be working with Charlie? In Croatia. Actually, that's the next time the two of us will be commentating together. Oh, goes big, goes huge, goes all the way. What a massive hit. Enormous strike. That look at where that ends up. It's not too far from the practice nets. It's actually going to roll into them. Enormous shot here by Ali. It's a touch too short. He's deep in his crease, and he has absolutely walloped that a long way. Now we return to live action. This one struck away for a 4 as well. One bounce over the rope. Ali brings up his half century, and what a way to bring it up with a 6 and a 4. He makes his own room over there, inside out, away for 4. Beautiful strike. 50 for Ali. Bowler just needs to reconsider a little bit, needs to think about his plans. What's he going to bowl here? Prakash. No, he's got to go Yorker. He really has to go Yorker. No, ends up bowling that one way too wide. That's not where he wants to pitch it. That really isn't. But that's what it does when you get hit for a 6 and a 4 to start your over. You feel all the pressure in the world. Oh, it's gone up in the air, and this is going to clear the rope as well. 3 consecutive boundaries. It's another 6. Oh, what a terrific hit over there. He has managed to strike that one away. Hassan Ali, I mean, keep in mind, prior to this match, his top score was 13, and now he's absolutely smoking this attack. 4 consecutive boundaries, another 6. This over has gone for 23 runs already, and we've still got a couple more balls to come. A shorter ball He's just giving him too much length to work with. Challenge the bottom of the bat. He's got to go for the Yorker here, Prakash. Oh, he tries to go for it this time, but he ends up missing it. Just a touch too short of a Yorker length. It ends up being overpitched, and Ali deposits that one over the rope as well. 29 off this over. Oh, great bottom hand. Gets underneath that ball and hammers it away over cover. 6 more runs. A sensational over and a superb display of batting by a player who prior to this match had 21 career ECS runs. And he has transformed into an absolute batting monster in this game. Oh, this could be a run out. It will be a run out, so they'll just pick up 1 run off the last ball. Ali will end up with 70 off 30. What a spectacular innings by him. Incredible innings. Brilliant display of batting. That over ends up going supersonic. 30 runs coming off that over. And he has helped put Baraka Prado into a very strong position. They'll end up with 139, which is a serious total. A target of 140 for the Gladiatori. Let's have a look at the highlights of what was a very entertaining innings. It was a good back and forth for the first 5 or 6 overs, and of course we saw them really take charge of this game in the last couple of overs. It was a long appeal there by Mansoor Jamali, but eventually the umpire raised the finger and got rid of Habibur Rahman. Ghulam Dastagir opened the batting alongside Habibur. He made 20 runs off 9 deliveries. A good cameo by him right at the top of the order. Played some very good looking shots, struck 4 boundaries, 3 fours, and a 6. Saw that one there. It's like streaky boundary. But they would take the runs however they came. Good catch out in the deep there by Mubarak Hussain to get rid of Ghulam Dastagir. Hamid Ali would make 6 of 5. He hit a boundary before. Jitendra Prakash caught him out in the deep off the bowling of Munib Niazi. Waqas Mahmood played a good innings as well, 22 of 10, but eventually, after he hit those 3 consecutive boundaries, his Achilles heel was exposed, and they just kept bowling wide to him, which just slowed him down ever so slightly in the last few balls of his innings. But he's certainly someone who you feel has made the case to be pushed up the order with a couple of good innings so far today. 22 of 10 in this match, and then of course 31 of 15 in the previous match. Peter van der Steen in the chat saying he feels like this is more than enough runs to win this game, and yeah, you certainly feel like this is a strong total. And having seen the way Baraka Prado bowled against Roma CC, you would fancy them to go on and maybe even win this one. But those last 2 overs brought 50 runs, 30 runs coming off the final over. And they really took charge right at the end. 3 of the last 4 overs went for over 20 runs. 21 runs in the 7th over, just 7 in the 8th over, which was a good quiet over that Munib Niazi managed to sneak in. Then after that, 20 and 30. So they really controlled those final 4 overs, and that's why they're going to end up posting a very healthy total. We'll now have a look at the scorecard for this innings. Incredible innings by Hassan Ali, who prior to this match had 21 runs for his entire European Cricket Series career. He ends up making 3 times more runs in one match than he had made in his entire career. Some good little supporting innings there by the likes of Ghulam Dastagir and Waqas Mohammed. We'll have a look at the bowling card here for the Roma Gladiatori. As you can see, it was a pretty solid bowling performance by a number of bowlers there. I think Mansoor Jamali and Munib Niazi will be very happy with their performance. Not too bad by Sifat Amin. I mean, 13 and over in T10 cricket isn't too bad. But then you see those 3 really expensive bowling spells there by Zadran Amanpreet Singh and of course Jitendra Prakash's final over, which ends up going for 30 runs. That really just spoiled the figures for some of them. We'll have a look at the mid-match summary, and as you can see, Baraka Prado end up with 139 runs, and they'll be back out in 7 minutes' time for the chase. Let's see if they can defend it. We'll join you very shortly.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. Baraka Prato posted a very healthy total of 139 on the board, and it's going to be a big challenge for the Gladiatori, who have to go at exactly 14 and over if they want to pick up just their second win of this European Cricket Series. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. I think it's highly unlikely that they achieve this target in 7 overs. More likely to see the second outcome here, which is the fact that Baraka Prato could have a chance of maybe restricting them to 97 runs or less, but I think this Gladiatori started to give this a good go, and let's see if they can make this an exciting second innings. They certainly are a side who are blessed with plenty of power and some very exciting cricketers like Shadragul Zadran, and well, let's see if we see some real good hits. Start off by blocking one out, a good ball, angling into the stumps. Not the ideal defensive shot. Is kind of pushing away from his body a little bit, no real foot movement, but gets the job done. Gets this one away. I mean, closes the face of the bat ever so slightly at the end. But, you know, a ball like that could very easily just sneak through and go between that gap between the bat and pad and bowl him through the gate. A little tentative to start here, Hussain. Slightly open batting stance for him. Oh, great ball there in the channel. And around that 4th, 5th stump line. It took off as well from a good length. Some great bowling by Hussain. Very, very good bowling. Hussain against Hossain in this first over. No, it's going to play this one out towards third. Is it going to be caught? It is! And Hussain absolutely dominated this battle. It was a bit wide. He was presented that width. He was looking to slash it away. Let's see if he's taken this catch cleanly. Looks perfectly clean and fine to me. That is a perfect catch. Takes that one. And Mubarak Hussain was absolutely done by Shaquille during this opening spell of bowling. And the regular white Derek will come out to greet him. So what an incredible first over. And you got to say, player of Mubarak Hussain's quality, someone we know could score some big runs. We saw that yesterday. For him to get absolutely schooled by an opposition bowler is a very rare sight. So we got a couple more balls to come in this over. And a new batter has just made his way out to the middle. It's Munib Niazi, a quality left-hander. We know he's someone who's capable of making plenty of runs. So got a mid-wicket in place, deep mid-wicket, and a very fine deep third. Oh, just catches the outside edge. And it's going to go away towards third for a single. So getting some great bounce here, Hussain. I mean, this is amazing viewing. I mean, keep in mind, they're defending a target of 140, so, you know, in all honesty, yeah, keep it below 14 and over, and it's a great over. But what we're seeing here is just a fine, fine display of bowling. A sort of bowling that would impress you in any format of the game. And this was just blocked out by Harpreet. I mean, he was clearing the front leg, looking to go for a big shot. And he ends up just blocking that one out to end this. And of course, here's a quick reminder that it's been 51 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Of course, that was back in Croatia when we had our first ever ECSW golden ball in a very exciting match between Jinx Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses. A chaotic final ball to end the innings. And of course, got the great privilege of getting to welcome Rico Fulp inside the commentary box. Of course, get to commentate the remainder of the series together.
And buongiorno, everybody, as that one's going to be too wide as another runner comes on board. Hello, Nish. It's great to be back with you. And, well, thank you for holding the fort this morning. And hello, viewers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. And I want to say to a lot of people that are watching around the world, and particularly in fan code, happy Pakistan Independence Day. I know there'll be some celebrations around the world today, particularly in Pakistan. So enjoy your celebrations and also enjoy the feast of cricket coming to you from this ground here in Rome. And I know you referred to it as an oasis, and that's the first words that came to my mind yesterday when I got here. This is an oasis. It looks spectacular.
So over the big shot here. It's top edge. It's skied. I think it's going to land safely. Does it have enough to go towards the boundary? It most certainly does. It will clear the rope. It'll go all the way for a 6. Harpreet wasn't quite sure where that was going to end up, but it's ended up in the right place from his point of view.
Yeah, now look, yesterday we did see some chases in the 140s. Of course, Gladiatori themselves made 145, but Roma Bangla Morning Sun got there and won by 4 wickets, and that's exactly what Gladiatori have to do here. But having lost Hussain, the man who scored 99 yesterday early, these two have got to be the key here. Niazi, a very good, talented left-hand batter, and Harpreet, the captain, has got to find some form here.
That one just taking off once again. Takes his eye off the ball at the end over there, Harpreet.
Yeah, good delivery though. You see that bowlers have got a bit of pace behind them, as says Shahid Imran. If you hit the ball in the deck, especially your batters have got that one trap mind and trying to hit over cow corner, well, they're always going to win the battle. You've got to be prepared to rock back and be playing outside the off stump and uppercut as well on this track.
He's going to go big. Absolutely launches this one. How far is that going to end up? Oh my goodness, it looks like it's fallen into a pool of water out in the deep, so we're probably not going to get that ball back. Oh, enormous hit. This is massive. Clears the front leg, ready for launch, and it goes for 6.
Well, that is a Bizuo Super 6. Well, that one has planted itself, buried itself in the field behind us. Well, who knows? The crop next year could be a bunch of Grizzlies. Can he do it again? He tries for it up in the air. Catching opportunity. It's been called and it's been dropped. In classic fashion, that's not a good look there from Shakil Hussain, who looks like he's doing everything right here, Nish. He's called it. He's called the other field off it. He gets underneath it, but he doesn't get a finger to it. Down it goes.
Yeah, just totally misjudges the trajectory of that ball. You would expect him to take that. Saw him take a pretty decent catch earlier this morning against Roma CC. Yeah, not what you expect from Shakil Hussain.
Left-hander now. Well, this one could be trouble if he hasn't touched this and it's gone wide of the leg. No, he does touch it. So it'll be 4 leg byes for a moment there. I thought he maybe got nothing on this. I still don't see any contact there. I have to be honest. I thought that's a minimo, and it's been given as leg by. So a little bit surprised there by the umpire's call, but it's going to be given as 4 leg byes. I don't know what the umpire's seen there, but it's the end of the over. That's in the end of 2. 20-1.
Yeah, if anything, it's closer to the glove, so it wouldn't really be like buys. I'll have a look at the standings over here. The Gladiatori, as you can see, just 1 win and 5 for them. Most of their losses have come at the hands of the 3 table toppers, so they'll desperately want to get this win against Baraka Prata, of course. Realistically, their aim will be to try to finish in either the 4th or 5th spot.
Thank you, John, who's saying hello to me and crew. Nice to be back, and nice to see that all of you are in the chat as well. Once again, it's another scorcher here in Rome. It's a beautiful day to be at a beautiful ground and watch what will be once again some entertaining cricket as Roma Gladiatori are trying to get this win here.
No, goes huge, goes massive. This is going well over the Team 10. 6 more runs. Harpreet moves on to 20 of just 8.
That's a good hit, isn't it? But it's in the slot, though. I mean, like I say, if you like to hit on the leg side, well, that's exactly where you want the ball. And we know that both these guys, big hitters, well, if you keep putting it there, they are going to smash the ball away. Harpreet did show some of his talents yesterday, didn't he? When he started to get going, scored 53. So the last time we've seen him, he did score. He helped them get to that 161 to get the win against Roma Campanelli in a high-scoring epic 161 to 152, won by 9 runs. So once again, these two are going to have to be pretty key here. And in comes Hussain. And, oh, well, tries to play the same shot again. This one's just a little bit fuller. And, well, Lunch has, you probably saw that one of those replays of that big six being hit, that Lunch was being brought over. So I think it's a fine time and also well-deserved that Nishay takes a few overs off to tuck into a bit of grub, a little bit of chicken and potatoes. Looks very nice, bit of roast chicken. So I'll take you through probably the rest of this innings. That's been blasted. Oh, what a hit. You could not hit a ball harder than this from Harpreet. I mean, this is sizzling. And in a way, I'm pretty glad that the fielder that does put a hand out here doesn't really get more off this, because that could have been nasty. And that's Waqas Mohammed. And maybe he does get a bit of this. Well, I reckon that Grizzly might have taken. Well, there's going to be no fingerprint there anymore. I tell you what, if he's like me and he opens some of his devices with a fingerprint, he's going to be in trouble tonight, because that fingerprint does not exist, because that's taken it right off. The Grizzlies had him. But what a hit. That was absolutely clubbed. Really hit this so hard. Motoring. Watch this. Oh, yeah, no wonder you can't keep up with it. It's a wonderful effort, I have to say, from Waqas. But, yeah, sometimes there's some balls you just want to leave alone. And to get the feeling, yeah, Waqas is going off. And it looks like Ilyas Ahmed, who's listed as the third, will come onto the field. And I don't really know what the medic, if anything, can do to that. It's just one of those. He probably wants to stick it in a bowl of ice. And hopefully it's not going to affect him too much. It was clobbered. Remember, they do have another match to play a bit later today, so they'll probably want him fit for that one as they take on the last match of the day. Barca Prato will play the match number 3 in the day, as we see another one blasted out of here. It's another big hit, and at the moment, let's just say, the Gladiators are looking pretty good, even though they have lost a big wicket, that of Hussain. These two are clubbing it pretty well. That's been mashed for a big 6. It will be the end of the over, 36 for 1 then, at the end of 3. But what about that finish, everybody, of Barca Prato? I was just having a look at that as I was coming in towards the end of their innings. 50 coming off the last 2 overs. The last over going supersonic. So that's what's got them in this strong position. But up until then, I suppose they were going, well, a little bit below par. But look at Gladiatori here. They've taken that to under 15 required per over. That's what you want to be. You don't want it to go any higher than that. If you go all the way down to the last over, and with wickets in hand in this situation, expect them to win from here. Thank you, John. It's good to be back. And I'm sure that Nishay's looked after you very well this morning. And of course, I want to say safe travels to Vinny Sandy. We did have a bit of a meeting this morning, get a few things to sort out. Plenty of cricket, of course, coming up on the network when that's been done. And Vinny will, of course, make his way to take a well-earned vacation. But we'll be back, of course, here for the Mental Shield. And you'll also hear a fair bit of him in the Netherlands. A lot of good cricket will be coming up there as well. Okay, so what's the change here? You've got Hassan Ali, who was, he was the man who was blasting the ball all over the place. And let's see if he can play his part now with the ball as well. Of course, Barca Prato, in my absence, they did lose out to Roma CC. Pushed them with 6 balls to go to get that score, defending 99. So that was a good effort from them. A little bit of, taking the pace off here. But Roma CC have won 2 in 2. They made short work of getting to the 70 required against Gladiatori. And that's why Gladiatori are pretty keen to bounce back here. Thunderous shot, fielder there and not going to stop it. I just get the feeling here that having seen Waqas Mohammed have his fingers knocked off, that the fielder, Ghulam Abdul, this time thinks, no, I don't think I quite won it. It probably was an easier stop, because at least this ball does hit the deck, but he doesn't get anything behind it. 4 runs. And better delivery, slightly fuller. Harpreet gets this away. A bit of a miscue on the 45, takes a single. Quick look at this field. Can see that square leg is back, mid-wicket and long on, long off. And a deep extra cover, so they're leaving, if you like, the third man to point area in the boundary uncovered. So he's not looking to give any width to the batter. He's trying. I think he's going to try and beat him with the flight, Hassan Ali, to try and get that breakthrough. Shorter delivery, and he's got him. Well, he goes shorter, and Munib Niazi gets sort of fooled into playing this shot, but he's too slow playing it. That's clever bowling. It doesn't get floated up. It probably doesn't come up as much as what Niazi is expecting. So another one of the top batters goes out. Only Harpreet. It's quite an incredible scorecard if you to look at it. So Mubarak Hussain went for 0 or 4 balls. Munib Niazi also faces 4, but only gets 2. Harpreet at the moment, the captain, 35 of 15. He certainly is holding 4. Question here now is, I don't really know if they've got any more firepower as Zadran comes in. If you look back to their matches yesterday, it's only those 3. If there were runs scored, those 3 were involved. And now that they're not around, I don't know who, if anybody, is going to be able to get going. And there's no way that Harpreet can do this on his own. Well, I don't think so anyway. Let's see how this goes. Zadran comes in next, the all-rounder. And works this one away. There is a square leg who comes across and keeps it to just a single. So that takes us to the end of that over. And what a good over there. Hassan Ali certainly putting his name in the hat for player of the match, certainly with that 70. And now 1 for 7, 43 for 2. At the end of 4 overs. Up in the air, gear, shaka, lagya, Sace Masson Zadran. Well, brings a smile, I suppose, to his captain. Harpreet thinks, okay, at least they've got somebody else that can get the ball away. Good hard hit. Good comeback. Slightly quicker delivery this time. So Hassan Ali gets replaced by Hamid. Full toss down the leg side. Gets past the keeper. And, well, they've got a backstop in place. That's why he's there. And that will be a wide. So 2 wides. Yeah, so once again, Independence Day in Pakistan. So enjoy the celebrations there. Also, it's World Lizard Day today. And, of course, it's not that long ago where I was talking about the new Bulgarian kits there in Sofia, as we were watching the internationals there. And I mentioned then that the national team kits certainly have got the lizard feel about them, the way that the graphics were designed on them. So World Lizard Day celebrated today. It's not a well-known day, as this one's been absolutely carted out of here. It's another big hit. It's clubbed. That's the way to describe it. Sometimes I'd say Captain Caveman style. Well, yeah, this is lovely jubbly. Boom. Shakalagya. That will go all the way. Yeah, not so well known, but it's still celebrated. And at local levels with schools, parks, and reptile enthusiasts being, of course, the main groups to celebrate the occasion. So, World Lizard Day. And, of course, here in Rome, well, I would say the whole of Italy. And when we were walking, I was walking the other day, about a 15-20 minute walk to one of the bigger stores here to buy a few supplies, and saw plenty of geckos, as this one, where it's going to end up with the geckos. That is gone big. Well, if you're out there, geckos, please, can we have a ball back? Well, the gecko against the grizzly, another big hit, just bowling it in the slot, and Hamid Ali has already gone for 20. I mean, I said I don't think he can do it on his own, Harpreet, but he's certainly having a go, isn't he? And, well, he's set to bring up another half-century. Asking the question, but was this going down the leg? It's gone across a bit. It's worth having a look at. So he does shuffle across, and yeah, that ball is. He needed another couple of pegs, another couple of stumps, and maybe. But good area though, better delivery. Can he get it straight? Tries, but it's short again, and that means it's going one place only. It would go all the way. Bulle, Shaba, Sari Jani Bullos, Shaba for Harpreet, because he brings up his half century, and he's not wasting too much time, is he? He's keeping the team's hopes alive as he moves to 53 of just 19 deliveries well batted. And that takes us to the end of another over. 69 for 2 then. Let's have a quick look at some of our upcoming events. Of course, Italy, from here, the Valletta Cup will start. I know that Charlie will be there. T20 Internationals, plenty of action in the Netherlands. Vinny Sander will be there before he comes back here. Austria, Croatia, the ECC, and of course, we will also be going back to Malta. But of course, while we're here in Italy, we'll also have the Meltel Shield, and maybe it's a good opportunity to perhaps have a look at some of the players that we may see on the Meltel Shielders. Well, this is another one that gets blasted away, absolutely smashed. Well, the onslaught does not stop. Yeah, we'll have a look at that a bit later, maybe at the end of this over, because some good players, some of them I've already seen here, by the way. And I know Ratnanaika, who is a very well-known and accomplished cricketer playing for Italia. One of 4, I think, from Italy in the squad. She's here at the ground. She's operating the scoreboard at the moment. So doing a wonderful job is Ratnanaika. I'll get a chance to talk to her later. Harpreet. Oh, you're just bowling runs, aren't you? Stop it, Harpreet. Stop it. You can't hit it any further. Well, I think this one has ended up in that truck and it's disappeared. That one's not coming back. I don't know if we can see this. It's a big hit. And, well, there's a truck going past at the background, and I think it's in the truck, and it's gone. Harpreet hitting the ball harder than anyone I've seen at the moment. Gets a bit of width. That's not a bad delivery. It's a good area, because anything that's been bowled in his swing zone has disappeared. This one, better ball. That's where he needs to be, Hassan Ali. Slightly quicker, but this too wide. But I like the idea. You've got to try and change it up. Last over, by the way, from Hamid Ali went for 26. Okay, again, better areas. You can see the difference. Getting the ball outside the off to some people that like to hit the ball from the hip. Not getting the same response. Just go by overs at the moment we've seen. Well, it's been quite exceptional, actually. Let's just talk about some of the hitting. Maybe we've seen first over only went for 2. Then we saw 18 off the second, 16, 7 of Hassan Ali's first. Hamid Ali just went for 26. So huge over this. Well, the truck I was talking about, that has the ball in it. Well, if you want it, you've got to go get it. There it is, right at the back there. So good quick over. 15 off that one. They're staying at their rate. Remember, I said about 2 overs ago, that rate was just about 15. They've taken it down to 14. And they have lost 2 key players, but, well, Zedran, if he can keep his wicket and keep Harpreet entertained, anything's possible. Most people would say Rico. Normally at this point, when the batter's hitting the ball like this, you say the century's on. Well, it certainly is on. Harpreet would have to get most of the strike to do it, though. Firmly hit. Good bit of fielding. And just the difference, folks, I tell you what, the difference. Of course, you know that from the commentary position, we see all of these hits. And if I was in Bulgaria, I would have been saying, uh-oh, because it would have been bouncing around all over the place, and it probably would have tore too good, the fielder there, Shakil Hussain. But on this, it's like a carpet. It really is. That ball has rolled seamlessly along the top of this beautiful surface. In the air, maybe half a chance. No, can't get there. It's going to be 6 more. The umpire's waiting to see what this is. Well, that rope is well in from the boundary fence. That's got to be 6, surely. They're having a look at it again. I wonder if we can find it here. And, yeah, it hits the rope. That's 6 runs. And, well, that's slow-mo from the umpire. And Well, that's the slowest 6 I've ever seen signal there from the umpire. It's almost like somebody's got his arms on a pulley and was struggling to get them up. There we go. Well captured. Spring Media, simply the best. All right. Will it just be a single? Well, what was that there? I heard some sound effects to that shot. This will be a very good victory from Gladiatori, especially the way, or the bad way they finished their innings. 50 coming off the last 2, but this guy holds the key, Harpreet. All right, this is a big moment. This could be the match. 2 coming in, and it has been spilt. It has been spilt, and now, well, it's all happening out there. There's so many things to look at here. First of all, I couldn't confirm whether it was taken or not straight away because he had his back to me. Catches drop. Have a look at the hat of the fielders. Have a look at the hat. I've never seen anything like it. There's so many things to watch. So first the catch goes down, and then you might see the hat coming into the hat. There's the throw, and oh, that could be out, you know. I reckon they're not looking at this. This could be out. I don't think the bat is down. It's in the air. That's going to be out. So that is out. Now, I don't know if the umpires were thinking of looking at this, but because of Spring Media, we can tell you, and there's the decision. It will be a wicket. Now, Zadran, I reckon Harpreet has, well, he's barbecued him, hasn't he? He's put him on the grill. I don't think that was wise because he's going to go for 21. I wonder if we can see, I don't know if we got camera 4 on this, if it gives us a good shot of everything that happened. It's worth having a look at because the ball coming off the fielder, the hat from Shakil Hussain was sensational. It was like Billie Jean was in the house, but there was no Michael Jackson, but the hat was there. Now, this is one angle. You sort of see the hat coming in here. I suppose you see good reactions from the hat. There's no Billie Jean. I can't do that. I get told off, wouldn't I? Anyway, back to the action. Zadran loses his wicket. Harpreet is still there. Well, they want to know who was the fielder. It was Shakil Hussain, everybody. Number 14. Wicket goes. Harpreet, I don't think he needed to do that. I really don't. But it's too late now. Harpreet now has to finish the job. Up in the air. He might get this over the infielder. I think he will. Won't get. He will come back for the second. Yeah, we're just getting those graphics updated for you. Zadran has gone. Did go for 21. We'll update you. Well, I can tell you actually now. I've clocked his number. Amarpreet Singh is the new batter that's come out there to support Harpreet. Better delivery, well struck, well watched, well fielded. So they will get a point here, Gladiatori. But surely, I mean, as long as Harpreet's there, I reckon they're going to be the favourites to win this. Just have a look at the win predictor here at the moment. So it looks like they got Gladiatori just in front as that over comes to an end. 96 then for 3. 18 balls to go, needing 44. This is what's coming up next. Aroma Bangla Morning Sun are taking on Roma CC. It's going to be a good match, isn't it? To Roma CC, 2 out of 2 so far this morning. And, well, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, one thing they've got sort of like a 50-50 record at the moment. Is they're a team that can turn it on, and sometimes they don't get it right. Anik Ahmed is going to be key there. Just having a quick look. I don't see Rehan's name there, so that's a player they're definitely going to miss. Now, whether he's available for the second match or not, we'll have to wait and see, but that's a big miss. Oh, well, that's a miss as well from Harpreet. This is where that Baraka Prato have to really bowl smartly. Got to keep him outside the off stump, and when it does go up in the air, take the catch and hold on to it. That is big, and that's where you don't bowl it. If you were to have a look at the wagon wheel of Harpreet, take a moment to observe it. Everything has been hit in that area or over the long on boundary. I think, yeah, there was 2 that is hit on the offside, weren't they? There was the catching opportunity, and there was one that was misfielded that went through the field for 4. Everything's been there. You've got to have the ball outside the off. Coming round the wicket to a batter that like to hit the ball like Harpreet, probably not a good move. All right, that's a better delivery though. They'll take the single, so Harmanpreet is going to have to play his part here. The rate just with that Zadran's wicket going, and the last over just going for 12 from Bhuiyan. They've taken the rate slightly back up to about 14 and a half. But like I said at the time when it was around 15, keep it around 15 to the end and you're okay. But this is where it gets interesting as you got Singh on strike here now. Can't be having dot balls. Harpreet very wide off the pitch, by the way, at the non-striker's end. All right, just plays that out. That's okay. Bat on ball. And the thing is, interesting one here now. Harpreet knows he's just got this ball. He's got to try and put it away to the boundary because there's only 8 off this over so far. Rate starting to creep up. Imran. And it's been played away. Fielder's got to get down here. And that's not the way to do it. On this surface, other parts of Europe we travel to, I can understand the effort like this. But on this surface, as I said at the time, get down, smother it. There should not be a boundary there. They get a boundary. A very important boundary is that as well. If it comes to an end, I make that 108 now on the board. And Harpreet not on strike. Harpreet's got to be thinking of running to the other end and getting on strike straight away. The rate for the first time is approaching the 16 mark. So got work to be done here. Just apologies for the score, just lagging behind just a tad. But be it that they ran the single's gone up and the last ball went for 4. So 108 it is. So 32 of 12 is the equation. Good leave, intelligent. Leave that alone. I liking that from Harpreet as well. He'd already started to go, but because it was taken cleanly, well done to the keeper. Because it was taken cleanly by Gulum Dastgir, he decides not to run. It makes sense. So 1 more to the total. 31 in 12. Yeah, got to run here. Got to run, and that's very intelligent from Harpreet. As soon as he realises that this is going to be a difficult take for the keeper, he's running, gets to the other end, buys a signalled. Of course, now this is key. All happens in the 9th. Will it happen in the 9th here? Got to go big. Got to make it count. The bowler, Bhuiyan, bowled a pretty decent first over, didn't he? Oh, what a shot. Spectacular. That's the only way to describe it. That is spectacular. An incredible hit. Harpreet, he's on a mission here. Smashes that one away. 6 more to him. He's in the 80s now, 82. Not a bad delivery. It's outside the off. It's what I've been calling for. Try and keep it outside the off. Okay, a little bit short, but that is still a sensational shot. Gonna try. Coming round the wicket. Gone. In the air. Big. I think it's going over the field as it is. It's going to be 6 more. That has gone so high, but it's still got the distance to go all the way. It comes down with ice on it. It's another 6. Harpreet going great guns here. Holding the key to success. Wonderful hit. I just don't think round the wicket is the way to go. Not sure what's going on here. The umpire has taken the ball off Bhuiyan. I just think that it just... And this makes sense. You can see that the scorers... Or there's something that needs to be updated on the system. The score's a bit behind. And in a close match like this, you've got to have it right. There's no point carrying on. And the score's not being updated there. The batters want to know the score. The bowlers want to know. We want to know. We've got to have it right. So, yeah, they're just taking time to make sure we've got that updated. I think it has been done now. 122. Harpreet is on 88, everybody. 88. 18 of 9 deliveries. And I get the feeling here, Harpreet, he's going to be eyeing it up here. He's going to be looking to go for it in these 3 balls because he knows that the chance going into the last could be that he doesn't get on strike. He's on strike. He wants to make it count. He wants to put all the pressure here on Russell Bouya. 88 of 32. Harpreet. Okay, gets a bit of this, and that's going to go for 4. There's nobody at square. 88 becomes into the 90s. Now, will he go all the way? Of course, we did see a century yesterday, and it was from Samarakun, who followed it up with a half century also. And then, of course, didn't go his way in the last match. We also saw a 99 yesterday, by the way. And that's hit firmly, but to the fielder who doesn't make any mistake. But that's okay. I don't mind that. This is where now Harpreet is going to be saying to Amarpreet Singh, don't need anything else. Don't want to take a single. The only time I'm running out of my crease if there's 2. You've got the license to hit. Do what you want. Get us a boundary. Do us a big favour. Well, he doesn't get anything. It's going to become a dot. That means we go into the last, everybody. We go into the last. 14, is it? No, 13 required. And what's happened here? Well, they've taken a leg by here. Now, I wonder if there seems to be a long delay between what's happened here. The umpire seems to be pretty happy that it's a run. I mean, just have a look at this. There's nothing happening. I think, I get the feeling there, for me, by then, that ball's probably dead, isn't it? The batter's certainly looking at it. In fact, they've run 2. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Now, wonder what they're deciding here. At the moment, nothing's... Yeah, it's come up on the scorecard as 2 leg byes. So, deciding that the ball was not dead, that's the end of... So, that's an amazing result because I was saying at the time, you would not want to take a single. That leaves 13 of the last. No, 12 of the last, beg your pardon, put the wrong batter on strike. But 2, oh yeah, you'll take 2. And that's what they've done. So 13 becomes 11 of the last. And more importantly, it means that Harpreet will be on strike. He's on 93. And you know what? There's centuries and there's centuries. Some are under pressure. This one from the captain, under pressure. He ain't there yet, and he hasn't won the match from them yet. So here we go. 11 required of the last. And what's the win predictor thinking? Well, there you go. Have a look at it there. It's now got Rakaprato, big-time favourites. But 1 wicket. They know that 1 good ball changes everything. The other interesting thing is, if it's a single, does he run? What do you think, people? Oh, he wears it. And that's your answer because Amanpreet is not thinking of running. That's a dot. 11 of 5. Tingle anyone? Anybody tingling? 11 of 5. Dot ball. Ghulam Abdul bowling his only over. This could be a bit of masterclass from the captain. Ghulam Dastgir. Oh, it's another dot. 2 dots. 11 of 4. Harpreet. Is he going to choke when it comes to the finish? 93. 4 balls to go. Ghulam Abdul at the moment. They can't score a run off him. They turned down the single off the first. It's another one. 3 balls, 3 dots. That changes everything. This next ball has to be put away. This next ball has to... They've got to run off it as well, I think. I don't think you can afford not to. And Amanpreet Singh, amazingly, 1 of 4, is giving some advice to Harpreet, who's been there right from the start, mashing the ball all over the place. Good areas from the bowler, though. Harpreet. All the pressure on him for this delivery. This ball is huge. And it's been sent away to the boundary. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Harpreet, well, maybe he was just having a little bit of a breather. 97, not out. Another 4 to take off the total, so 7. 7 in 2 balls. Ooh, well, I tell you what, don't tell anybody, but I'll take a dot ball on 6 of the last, you know. I would take us to a golden ball. Let's see what happens. Abdul. Well, there's the 6, and that's going to crash into something, I'm sure. Well, it misses the team bus, and it's still going. Scores are tied. Scores are tied, and would you believe it, Harpreet Singh, what he's done here is quite amazing. What a knock from him. Absolutely sensational. There's no way to describe it. He brings up the 100 in 39 balls. 103 of 39, but of course his job isn't done. Is another centurion here in Rome. But can he be the gladiator and win the match for them? Slow ball, plays it, it's called wide, it's done, it's dusted. That is it, they have won. Harpreet Singh has probably played one of the most memorable innings that we have seen on the network. Look at them. And Gladiatori, well, they are the gladiators. Well, I tell you what, they've got one gladiator amongst them, and that is Harpreet. That is one of the most outstanding innings that I have seen. Harpreet, the opener, he saw the key batters go around him. Hussain went, Niazi went, Zadran stuck around before he got run out. Yet, he held firm, he believed, and look at that. The gladiator is being carried off the field. Well, only so far. He's probably a little bit heavy, you know. He's a big man. 103 of 39, 12 sixes, 5 fours in an outstanding knock. That, from me, folks, is one of the best innings that I've seen in a long time. His team were under pressure. They were chasing 139 or 140 for victory. He was losing players all around him. But he was the only one. He kept their hopes alive, ball after ball, and the only time he had a blip was those 2 deliveries, really, or 3 deliveries at the start of that last over. But he believed in himself, and he has pulled off what is quite a remarkable innings. Well, there you go, people. The European Cricket Network delivers once more. An absolute fantastic display of hitting from Harpreet. And what a player, what a captain, what a knock. And if you thought the 50 from him yesterday was good, this is even better. And unfortunately, right there at the very last ball, Ghulam Abdul, after bowling 3 dots, went for 2 boundaries and then bowls a wide. It took a bit of cojones to go for that slower ball, if I'm fair. And if he had bowled it straight, you never know. He might have got away with it and we'd gone to a golden ball, but it's not to be. But at the moment, just sit back and admire what ended up being a marvellous performance. That was the wicket of Niazi, by the way. Not the best of shots, but cleverly bowled, you'd have to say. But, yeah, Harpreet just kept going again. That little partnership there between him and Zadran, I think, was quite key as well. Zadran, 21 of 8, 3 sixes. So how important was that little mini innings from him? But, of course, he was run out to allow Harpreet to go back on strike. And I suppose when you look at it now, it makes sense, doesn't it? But the hitting, immaculate. And I know that I was saying that he was a little bit one-sided when he was hitting these. What about this? How important was this one? If this catch was taken, it would have been the match. I said at the time, this is the match. It wasn't to be. It's Zadran who does get run out, so they do get the wicket, or a wicket, but not the one they wanted, not the one of Harpreet. And Harpreet, well, it didn't matter to him who was at the other end. He kept on going. Little things like that, when you look back at a match close as this one, they all make a difference. And, well, Baraka Prato, they will be a little bit shell-shocked that they lose here again. So losing their second match in the day. They've got one to play, but of course, it's always difficult to come back from a match when you lose in that manner. And that's something that they got time to reflect on it, and they come back, and that was then the end. I like this from Harpreet. He said, okay, where are you going? But of course, Harpreet, by then, I don't think it registered that wide means that they win the match, because he was probably concerned that his partner Singh was going to get run out. And then, of course, it clicked. He just drops the bat and says, I've done it. And I'm loving the moment there when they pick him up and try to carry him off the pitch. But at least they managed to get him off the edge of the square. Marvellous moment. Look at that scorecard, everyone. Harpreet, 103.39. And let me know in the chat if you think that that's one of the best knocks that you've seen. Because, I'm not talking about the stroke play. I'm just talking about the pressure he's under to do that. That's brilliantly done. What a knock it is. We see another century, so another name will go on our Hall of Fame. And I keep telling you, the hat-tricks just keep going up, up and up. What a match. What a marvellous performance there from Harpreet. So, well, we've got a bit of time to absorb that. Let's take a quick look at the bowling figures there as well. They tried, didn't they? There's not a shortage of trying. A wicket there from Hassan Ali, who had a good day himself, 70, and that one wicket. Shakil Hussain, good spell from him, 2 overs, 1 for 18. But nobody was able to get the wicket of Harpreet. That was the key. Get Harpreet out, you win the match. They couldn't get him out, and Harpreet, well, he went ballistic. Once again, a superb innings there from, no doubt, the player of the match, Harpreet. 103 he scores of 39 deliveries, 12 sixes and 5 fours. Well batted. Time for us to take a break and settle our nerves. We'll be back in about 20 minutes' time. I'll be back, and Nishay Butt will be here with me as well to talk you through the next match. Roma Bangla Morning Sun taking on Roma CC. Hasta pronto, mi familia. Ciao.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our fourth match of the day is a rematch of last year's final. Roma Cricket Club take on Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Let's head over to the coin toss where match referee Charles Croucher is alongside both the captains.
Welcome to the toss for match 14 with Roma Bangla Morning Sun versus Roma CC. Roma CC to call.
Head is call.
Heads is the call. And it's tail.
The bat first.
They have a bat first.
Thank you very much for that update. So this is the second time these two teams are playing each other in this European Cricket Series. Roma CC came out with an emphatic victory on Monday when these two sides battled it out in what was a very important matchup for both these teams. Roma CC so far have been exceptional with their bowling. They've restricted sides to under 100 on a number of occasions, but they do have a few issues with their batting. I think they've just been a bit too slow at times, struggling in the power play in particular, and that is something they're going to have to work on. Meanwhile, for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they've been able to beat some of the inferior sides in this European Cricket Series, but haven't quite been able to get it done against some of the big boys. And this is an important matchup for them. Let's see how the likes of Anik Ahmed and Sharif Rehan fare. We'll head back to the commentary box, where you'll be joined by Rico Full.
Thank you very much to Nishay Bhatt for that lovely introduction as we get ready to finish off the last two matches of this match day 3, match number 14 coming up. And yeah, Nish is absolutely right. The last time these two teams match, Roma CC piled on the runs, didn't they? 165. No one individual went on and scored big runs, but they were shared them out really with the likes of Denham, Charles Fernando, and also Dinadu Morage putting the runs on the board. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun, well, there Rajib Ahmed did get some runs as well as Mohamed Naeem, but it was well short. They ended up losing by 53 runs. And of course, the key name missing there, of course, you'll see that there's no Rehan in this first side. And I think Nish is absolutely right that along with his captain, Anik Ahmed, Rehan become the key. Some names that are mentioned there, like Naeem, we see that also he's not featuring this time around. So I think someone like Mohamed Amin now becomes pretty important. We'll see the first time Shumon is going to play his first game. So let's see how they go on. But over the other side, of course, we know that the captain there, Sujith Willagodadake, has got some really good players in his side. I think that Nish is right. They've performed very well with the ball. We've seen that from them several times. But with the bat, maybe they have yet to sort of, or some of those players have yet to sort of open their account big. But one thing for sure is that they are big favourites to win this one, 80% to 20 as we get ready to go. And, well, it's always nice to see those kits again. It's the first time I saw them yesterday. The new kits there from Roma CC. And they're looking quite dashing, aren't they? Look at that. A few people saying they've got that comic strip feel about them, don't they? The old, you know, when you see the comic strips and the old pow and the boom, and they see the old Batman and Robin kind of thing. So it's certainly got some of that going on, but looking good. And I tell you, another man is looking good at the moment. Is Dindu Morage is having a good time out there, and Denim also has been good. Charles Fernando, of course, has been in the runs. Sujith Willagodadake, maybe the captain will give himself a bit of an opportunity this time as well. Let's get ready to go. Umpires are ready. So here comes the first ball. Charles Fernando will bowl it. Charles, of course, has played a fair bit of cricket here in Rome. We know that he's in his day featured for the Sri Lankan under-19s as well. So he's a quality player. And this one is going to be, I think it's going to be a Baximo. It is. The batter just swings hard, does Chowdhury. Well, that's Chowdhury is the non-striker. It's Moshin. I mean, Moshin swings hard, and he's going to get the boundary straight away. Moshin, up and down day yesterday, really. Sort of more failures than contributions. So, well, he probably didn't know too much about it, but he does get that one away. Welcome back to everybody on the chat. Lovely to have you with us. Stay involved. Keep us entertained. And namaste, salam kum, sasri akal, everyone. Vanakkam to everybody watching in the Indian subcontinent. That one's up in the air. Fielder coming across. And he's dropped it. Oh, the ball pops out of the hands. It's a rare Mitch, really. And that's Achinatha Nathadinge gets across. The ball hits his hands and pops out. I suppose the only good thing is that it just sits there and waits to be picked up. Doesn't go to the boundary. Missed opportunity. And, why are they giving that? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, missed opportunity. Moshin probably should have gone there for 6. Yeah, Chinta, he'll be disappointed that he doesn't get that. Fernando. Worked away nicely, and this one is going to be 4 runs. I mean, Fernando certainly has got a bit of pace about it, but this is just well guided by Shol Chowdhury. And that's a nice little shot. It's on the pads. He doesn't get deterred by the pace of the ball and gets into a good position to play that away. That's going to be 4 runs. Look at the carry through on that, but the thing is that's too wide. So that is going to be another extra to go on. I know a few people were asking me questions yesterday and about the name appearing on the squad list for Roma CC, Bilal Khan. And people were saying, is that the Bilal Khan that we know from Malta? Is that the Bilal Khan that we see play for Brescia? It is. And the reason why he's not playing, I can confirm, is that Bilal did have a slight injury to his wrist when he played at the weekend. The story is that he took a catch, and as he landed on his bowling wrist. So he just sort of, probably bruised it slightly. Also, I think the other side of the story is that Bilal was working like a trooper and getting all of the boundary fence set up. And he was hammering them all in. And you have a look around this ground and see how many of those boundary fences we have. So Bilal Khan was going around hammering each one of them into the ground, so making sure they stayed where they are. So I think it's a combination of that hard work and, of course, the catch that he took. So, but I know when I was speaking to Prabhat did say, look, this is last night. He's much better. Bilal himself said, I feel much better, but they don't want to risk it. They're just going to probably give him another day. And I'm pretty sure that we will see him in action pretty soon. And meanwhile, he is here, and, well, he's one of the ball retrievers today. It's another big wild swing. Nothing on this one. The over comes to an end. 13 come from it. 13 off the first there from Fernando. And one thing that Roma CC have been able to do is keep teams to low scores. We've already seen here today, Barca Prato 98. Gladiatori 69. So they put the squeeze on teams. Not too many teams get big runs from them. Talk about big runs. Yesterday, the last match they played, they did score 156 for 2. And of course, that was when Tushara Samrakun scored that fine century. He, of course, is in the team here today. He scored 48 not out in the first match today. That meant, of course, it's 150 runs just in those 2 innings. He'll be looking to get back into runs a bit later. Okay, new bowler, Athananaika. Takes the ball here. Let's see how he starts. Bowling to Chowdhury first up. Oh, that one really does pop up. What a beauty. Now, they're asking the question, and he's been given. He's been given. He doesn't like it. Now, he's protesting to the square leg umpire here. I mean, that is a spicy delivery. You can see that the bowler's end umpire feels this catches the gloves, I would assume. And let's have a look at that. Oh, that is such a great ball. I mean, they like it. You can see, look at Arge, he's up and about. I wonder if we can just slow this down at the point here. I mean, I suppose we don't know if there's any contact just before that last shot, but he has been given And well, he's going to have to go here, but there seems to be a lot of protest. Now, you can see one umpire. I was kind of liking this in the umpire, just having a little chat with him, say, look, you've been given, you've got to go. Now, the one thing I would say here, and this is going to be very interesting for me, so he's been given out, so he has to go, the Chowdhury. It doesn't like it. He's taken a lot of time to get off the field of play. Now, remember, we have a ruling on the network from when one wicket goes and the next batter comes in. It's got 60 seconds. 60 seconds, and if he doesn't make it in 60 seconds, and I can see here that 5 penalty runs will, I'm pretty sure, be given to Roma CC here. If it's not, I'll be very, very surprised. And I mean, he's running in now is the number 3 batter, but if there's not 5 here, I'll be big time surprised. When the wicket goes, you've got to go. In fact, it could be even 90 seconds. If it's more than 90 seconds, don't forget the other ruling we have is that on appeal, if Roma CC were to appeal, he may be even given out. So it's going to be interesting to see if they do apply any runs there. If not, I'll be keen to know why. Right, back to the action. Tanika, that's played away, and that's going to be 4 runs. So Anik Ahmed, the captain, does eventually get there, and he hits his first ball for 4. And this is a good time to welcome back into, well, we still don't have a name for our commentary position. We're still looking for an appropriate name. But Nish is here with me. Nish, welcome.
Yeah, great to be back. Exciting game, 2 good teams, a rematch of last year's final as well. It's been an even start.
Yeah, Tanika. Well, this one is also going to go all the way. It's going to be 4 more, and a couple of double teapots there from Roma CC. Tanika also bowling a good bit, but of course we know that from Roma CC they will start with the pace, and whether it works or not, then it's going to be to the spinners. The left arm round spinners will come on and try and finish off the innings. Ahmed. Oh, that's well bowled. That's better this time. Doesn't give us much width and gets his ball to come back in. Does Atanika.
No Rehan for them in this match, which is a massive, massive blow. Of course, we remember he was the highest run getter of last year's European Cricket Series. It was an instrumental part of this RBMS side making it to the final. So they're going to have to find a way to make up for the runs that they lose out on by not having him. One thing about this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side, though, is they're very top heavy. They've got some quality players right at the top of the order, but their middle order is a little bit brittle. That's a dot ball, and Ikame, the skipper, misses out on that one. It's going to be Yathanaga coming in to bowl the final ball of the second over. Just 8 runs off this over so far. A wicket, a couple of boundaries, and then 2 dots to follow it up.
That's another Baximo. Can't do anything about it. You can see there, really good argue. Just makes a little suggestion there to the bowler to say, look, if you're going to bang it in, batter's going to have a go. If it's a thick edge, it's going to go all the way to the boundary. And he's almost like suggesting there that he's got to try and bowl a different length. Banging the ball in short here doesn't really help, and it doesn't help the bowler there. Sathanaika, he does pick up a wicket with his very first ball, but then after that, he goes for 14 runs, and at the end of 2 overs, 27 for 1.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at the standings for this European Cricket Series. Roma CC sitting at the top of the table right now. They do have, Royal Roma, I should say, have 3 games in hand on both these sides. They've, of course, been undefeated so far. This ECS, a couple of wins against both these teams for them. I think so far they look like the most impressive team in this ECS.
Right, they're going to continue here with Charles Fernando. All right, high in the air. Good luck. It's gone a long, long way up. Rahat Ahmed takes a very good catch. And what I liked about this catch was, I mean, this ball, I'm not kidding. I would not have fancied this one. It's gone so high. But Ahmed himself, just cool. No panic stations. Watches it go up. Didn't really have to move too much. But look, nice stable base. Good, steady catch. Another wicket goes. And it's, well, the dangerous Moshin once again not really got going in this competition.
A really tough catch. That one went high up in the air. obviously got a very clear blue Mediterranean sky to look at. He has to try to spot a little white ball in it. And he has managed to hold on to that catch. Good work there by Raad Ahmed. Well held on to. I mean, Roma CC have had a few issues with their catching so far today. We saw them drop about 6 or 7 catches in their first 2 matches this morning. But makes no mistake there. The second one falls for Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
Yeah, not surprised to see this man coming now. Kadir Abdul, of course, was a hero for them yesterday when he blasted 70 runs and got them what was quite an unexpected victory when they were staring down the barrel. Let's see if he can produce again, Kadir Abdul. He gets beaten outside the off. He chases at this one. So dot ball here from Fernando. And once again, bowling that heavy length here. I mean, Abdul, it was quite a knock from him. He scored 76 of 26 deliveries to give his team the win against Roma Gladiatori, who had put 145 on the board, and they never looked in it. They needed at one point to go at 17s. There's a long way to go in the match, but he just kept on pumping it to the boundary and got them that win. It's nicely played. There is a backward point on the boundary who will just keep this to a single. So these two, I feel, Nish, are probably pretty key here if the Roma Bangla Morning Sun are going to get some runs here, especially with Rehan missing from this match.
Yeah, especially Anik Ahmed. I mean, he's such a big source of runs for this side, and they're going to need another big captain's innings from him if they are to get to something respectable, although I think if they can even get to 100, 110 with some of the issues Roma CC have had with their batting, might fancy their chances.
This one is going to be okay, says the umpire. Must be interesting for you as well, Shay, because of course we were together in Cyprus, and of course the Ipsona cricket ground you know very well. We also, well, not me and you personally, but you and Charlie spent some time in Bulgaria. We know that ground very well. Well, when you go from those two outfields to now looking at this, it's a different world, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is a different world. This one's just run down towards third man, and it was a good dive there. Great effort. Got down quickly. Prithvi Samarage just not quite able to cut this out. He gets back, just uses the pace of the ball. Plays that one very fine. It's almost come off the handle of the bat, in all honesty. And it's gone away for 4. Yeah, it's a big change. And it had the chance to come to Rome last year. And, of course, somehow this ground's managed to get even better than what it was last year. It just gets better and better each time. And but we did have the chance to go to Happy Valley. This is almost as green as that.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Happy Valley, it's a beautiful ground. But, I mean, that was pretty spongy, wasn't it? And the outfield was pretty slow. At least here the outfield is, I think, it's quite quick. But one thing, I was speaking to Prabha on my way in here, because Prabha picked me up. We had a nice chat. But he was telling me about the work that's happened on the ground. You're absolutely right. It has got better. I think the outfield is better. And he was explaining to me the process they use as the over comes to an end is 32 for 3. The process that he uses to cut the grass is saying it's not cut in the normal traditional way, you know, where just the top of the grass are being cut. That's it. He said the grass gets cut at a certain angle, but at the same time, the ground is also being forked, and there also are, and over a period of time, they've laid a lot of that Bermuda grass seed as well. And that's why it's looking so lush. And you've got a combination of grasses growing there. But hear this, 90,000 litres of water a day to keep it looking like this. 90,000 litres a day. And Prabhat, I was telling him, well, what time do you finish at night? And he was saying quite often, him and Leslie are wrapping up here about 11 o'clock at night. Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's the dedication it takes to keep that ground looking the way it does. Short and misses out on this. Well, Rila doesn't really realise that they're taking him on here, so he's going to be a bit disappointed. By his standards, he won't be happy that he's given this this extra away.
Yeah, absolutely. And then keep in mind, they're also your first thing every morning as well.
Yeah.
First people at the ground, and just testament to what a great effort they have put in to make this absolutely spectacular field. Also, of course, used for the World Cup qualifiers a couple of weeks ago.
So it's going to be a wide, and of course, as Prabhat was saying to me, I know that Vinny touched on it a bit yesterday, is that you know, still a lot of plans in place here. The hope is to get the clubhouse built here. They've now got the plans, and Prabhat was telling me that it's very difficult to actually get planning permission for a lot of things for building work here in Rome. And you can understand why, because underneath us, well, that one may be a wide, actually. See what the umpires think about it. They're both looking at each other and saying, no, probably one for the over. So it's a spicy delivery, though. Certainly generating a bit of pace here is nothing to know. But yeah, one thing we know that underneath here, there's a lot in Rome, particularly. Only about 30% of the history, if you like, has been excavated. There's so much that we still hasn't been discovered about Rome. And we literally, a lot of things are just built on top of things. So when it comes to building anything, they've got to be all sorts of actions taken. And that's why for the last few years here, they had that whole dig over there just to check that there was nothing of historical value or importance there. Obviously that's been done, and they've got the permission now to build clubhouse and changing rooms here. So the future here looks absolutely brilliant, and when that goes up, it will be a venue second to none. Asking the question, I think the umpires obviously seen that this is called a bit of the pad or the thigh pad on the way through, because hasn't given a wide, but still a good take there by Wickets.
Yeah, Italy's becoming a real European cricketing powerhouse. The way they're developing is very encouraging, and I think they've been one of the finest stories of the European Cricket Network, the way they've just continued to grow as a team, as a side. They've obviously got this beautiful ground here, the RCG. Oh, that one, oh dear. I want to cop the blow. That one really, really took off.
Yeah,
take another look at this.
Yeah, the batter just says, yeah, I'm all right, to the bowler. But yeah, watch this one. Achinta causing a few issues here.
And also, I think the fact that European cricket is growing so much means that so many players of Italian heritage who play for some of the more established cricketing nations are moving back here to play their cricket. This is a great fielding effort out in the deep. He almost had a chance to catch that one. Would have been a sensational catch if he'd been able to take it. No, he's going for a big shot over there. This flies off the edge of his bat. Fielder at third. Diving effort by him. Tries to bat it down, but he's unable to stop it from going for a boundary.
Yeah, that looks like one to me where he thinks he's going for the catch, but then decides that he wants to, maybe he's better off trying to save the boundary, and then succeeds in doing either of them. It's going to go to the boundary. So that takes us now to, well, a good start here. 4 overs, 40 on the board. All right, 2 wickets have gone down, but a little bit like, I think, that innings there that we saw in that last match from Gladiatori. I think this partnership between these two is pretty important here if they're going to get to a good score.
It's going at exactly 10 and over right now, Roma Bangla Morning. Someone can see Nath Thandige coming into bowl his second over. He was very close to getting a hat-trick earlier today. Managed to get 2 wins, wickets in 2 of a couple of sensational balls, and then the sensational third delivery, but just was unable to get that hat-trick.
Now Thandige comes on, but the first one gets motored to the boundary. That's a top shot from Anik Ahmed. Really good shot. Gets a little bit of width. It wasn't that wide, actually. It's a top shot.
That was brilliant by Abdul. I mean, he creates his own room over here, just backs away ever so slightly, and then look at his wrists, how quickly he gets his hands over there as well. Great bat speed, 4 runs.
Well, gets more width, but is he? Oh, just over the fielder. I thought for a moment he may have found that man. Well, Gurumpi had a good chance to catch one earlier. This time, though, it's over him, and he can't do nothing about it. 6 runs.
Yeah, you need to grow a few inches taller to have a chance at that. This time around, Nath Thandige actually gave him quite a bit of width. Naika gets punished.
It's a slightly better delivery. He actually goes a little bit wider this time and angles it into the batter, and not giving him as much width as before. So, a dot ball.
Better ball, back of the length, around that 4th stump line. So much harder for the batter to play.
Oh, well, look at this one take off. That's quite an exceptional delivery. Well, he's been given out here. I have to admit, I don't think he does. I mean, this one just takes off, and I think it does too much to even give him a chance to get anything on it. It really pops up. The umpire obviously has seen something to give it. I want to see here. I'm not convinced there, Nish, at all. Let's see if this gives us anything.
I see a gap.
Yeah, I see a gap all the way through. I just saw that ball lift up, and I think the umpire's probably seen movement off the pitch there and the ball take off and just thought, well, that must have taken a bit of the bat, but I don't see it. The batter, you can see, shows no signs of it as well. Yeah, I think that one's gone against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. That's a good breakthrough, a crucial one.
Yeah, if he's not nicked that, then I really have to say the batter has taken that one very well. I think a few other batters on the network might have been a lot more annoying. You would have seen them create a bit of a scene. I mean, it's hard to tell. Granted, we're trying to use camera angles. We have to somehow decipher that. There's no way we can conclusively say if there was an edge or not, but it does look like there might be an edge.
Yeah, it just really picks up. I mean, you see this ball comes through. I mean, maybe it is. It's a bit like the one that we saw earlier from Chowdhury. It's very hard to be very conclusive on it. Well, we can be conclusive about this one, as that one just gets nudged for four runs.
Yeah, plays this one very fine, just gets a little bit of bat on it, plays that nice and late. So work that away towards third. Very good shot, beautiful stroke. Just uses the pace of the bowler. Amin gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, off the mark. Now, Amin, of course, he's somebody that we know can play a handy role with the bat. He's going to have to here. He's going to have to give his captain plenty of support. Nick Ahmed. And, this one could have gone anywhere. It's going to end up being just a dot ball. It will be the end of 5 overs. That means that the players will take the opportunity to take on some drinks. That means we can welcome you into our commentary position here. Now, remember, we put out call out, Nish, myself and Vinny yesterday, said, look, it's not the cube. It's not really a tent. So we need people to just give us an idea what to call this new home that we're in. So keep your suggestions coming in. Also, hello to you. I mean, we sort of passed each other, didn't we, in Bulgaria? You've been here a few days. Have you had a chance to do a little bit of travelling? You've been into the centre of Rome?
We did go to the centre of Rome last year when I was here for a series, but yesterday on my day off, I had a chance to go to Ostia Antica.
All right.
It's an old ancient Roman settlement out closer to the sea. Absolutely beautiful. And the great thing about it isn't very touristy. So you get plenty of time to go out there and explore all the ruins. Many people argue that it's actually better than Pompeii, although I've never been to Pompeii. This one just going down the leg side most probably.
So remind us again, what's it called?
Ostia Antica.
Ostia Antica.
Yeah.
All right. How was that far from here? Did you have to bit of a journey?
It's actually not very far, but because of the nature of the public transportation, you have to go to the center of Rome and then take a train back up there. So it actually ends up taking about the same amount of time as it takes to go to the Colosseum itself in the heart of Rome.
Okay. Well, that's definitely got a couple of days that off next week. So thing is, I was saying to Vinny yesterday, as this one takes off, the last time that I was really here in Rome, and it was, I think it was when we had the Super Series, etc. here. And a lot of the places we were still affected with the COVID regulations, so I wasn't able to go and see much of Rome. And the one time that I did go, it was by night. I went with some of the crew, so I'm looking forward to going back and seeing it in full swing. So I certainly will venture in Rome. Well, talking about going to Rome, well, that's a beautiful shot. It just clobbers that away, and it's made it. It survived, and the quicksand was trying to get the Grizzly, but the Grizzly fights its way out of the, well, you can say, out of the jaws of the crocodiles that are in there. Well, look, we've seen a couple of berry. It got away twice. It's escaped. It's free, everybody. It's free.
Yeah, when they go back there to excavate that site, they might find a few other cricket balls, and they'll be wondering if the ancient Romans played cricket as well.
It's a delightful shot. And now he's being pushed outside the off, and he stopped it. So well done. Not easy, because that one just bounced before him, and he wasn't sure whether it was going to take off or stay low. Watch this one. So that's an awkward bounce, but very well dealt with. Good technique.
There's a few other surfaces that might have been a little harder to deal with, but as you mentioned, it's like a carpet over here in Rome, and in the end, he's able to deal with the awkward bounce.
This gets dug out, and they'll take the single now. A lot of people, of course, were very interested to hear about food talk here in Rome. Now, I will tell you that last night I did. Nothing was planned actually, but myself, Gerard, Shreya, Deanna, we sort of, and Vinny, of course, we ended up downstairs and thought, well, we'll all have dinner. And Vinny Sandu, of course, he didn't let me down. Two plates. He ordered two plates, 2 pastas, and they all went down. Of course, no prizes for guessing. One of them was a carbonara. I know Gerard also ordered the carbonara, and he said it's the best pasta dish that he's had. And it's the first time he had carbonara, and he's fallen in love with it. So I think Gerard is going to be down in that restaurant where our hotel is, having a few more carbonaras, but it was very good food. So, end of the over, 62 for 3. They've just slowed down a tad, haven't they? They're going at just over 10s. That acceleration has to come in at some point. Anik Ahmed has really got to go big.
He certainly does. Right now, that expected score is about 107. They'll want to get something pushing 120 to keep things competitive, and then they'll back themselves in that second innings to really try and restrict this Roma CC side, who have had a few issues with their batting in recent games. Yeah, so the umpire just informing the batter that the ball is coming left arm round.
And this is where Roma CC cause so many issues for a lot of teams when the spinners come on. And as you said, they're coming left arm round the wicket, and players just don't seem to be able to get them away. So Samarage to start. He's bowled well already this morning. We've seen him pick up a player of the match performance. 3 for 15. That's hit hard. Catching opportunity though, and there's another one for him. Well, I just mentioned, took 3 for 15 against Baraka Prato, and in the wicket straight away as a batter. This is Mohamed Amin is trying to hit this flat bat it over the boundary, but doesn't get the distance, doesn't get the height, and Rahan Ahmed takes the catch.
Yeah, this is more what we expect to see from Roma CC. They've been great with their catching so far this innings. They had some issues during the first couple of matches, put down a few catches. Yeah, Roma CC, usually they're flawless, and that's what they've been so far this innings.
Yeah, good catch there taken, comfortable catch. He's a good catcher of the ball, isn't he? We saw him take one that went miles up in the air, made it look easy. New batter comes in, is Islam. Plays it away, wants the single, and well, he might get more than a single. Should be thinking about coming back for 2. They will come back for 2. And this is one thing, some of those places just mentioned to you, we talked about in Ipswich or Bulgaria, certainly would not be fielding a ball like this, where you throw yourself all over the surface to stop it, but this is the ground to do it.
This comes off the toe end of the bat there, and that's going to just be a single. Yeah, fielding it long off in Bulgaria is such a huge challenge because there's just that ridge going across. And then, of course, when we were there doing the my first day in Bulgaria, boy, the electrical lines, that is something unique. You don't see that anywhere else.
Yeah. Did anybody tell you that before you started? Did you know of it from before?
No, it was live on air. If you remember, he actually explained to me why it was a dead ball. I was just looking at the umpire. I was like, why is this a dead ball? Looks perfectly fine to me.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff there. And somebody of you in the chat as well. Hello to Julian, Monica Ramos. How are you? Jeffrey Mobbs. And glad that you can all be involved. This one's up in the air. Could be another, and it will be another. That is a big wicket. That's the one, of course, they wanted. Here's another one, bites the dust. So it's Islam will go pretty early. And that now really means that Anik Ahmed is going to be left stranded as the only real batter. All the others coming in now here really haven't played any part with the bat as well. Islam probably was the last real batting partner that Anik Ahmed had out there. And what an over. And once again, left arm round spin from Samarage, and he picks up 2 wickets, only concedes 4 runs. We said we'd have a look at this a little bit later. Of course, the Meltel Shield coming up here, no surprises, because you can see that in the branding around the rope here. But I reckon this is going to be sensational. As you can see there, the British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe. We'll go back to that a few times and maybe I'll look at some of the players in between some of the breaks that we have here. But very excited for that.
Very excited for that. There's one name in there I want to point out as well, Lisa Bowring. Really looking forward to her, seeing her. Of course, the only representative for Estonia. This one is stroked out towards square leg. That's going to be a single. Yeah, of course. I was really looking forward to seeing her when Estonia toured Cyprus, but she was unfortunately unable to make the trip. But
yeah,
she'll be a big addition for that Team Europe side.
Yeah, there's a few players there, of course, that we have seen before on the network, and very excited for them. This is going to be a little bit too wide from Dinadu Morage, who's bowling this, the 8th over. Dinadu, I'm sure we'll bring this back in. Well, there's the floated ball up in the air. It could be and should be another, and it will be. No issues at all. And that'll be disappointment from Buyan. Buyan, I think he's going to go here first ball because the one before was a wide. The first legal delivery doesn't really get the power in it. Very good technique. Look at the balance. Doesn't step over the rope. An experienced campaigner takes a good catch. And Buyana, well, he gets nothing for his efforts, this Buyan. And, well, what he is going to get, he's going to get a nice little duck. As it will be Golden Derek is going to quack him off. A little bit of the old. Of course, we were talking about the Meltel Shield. You saw that some of the boundary markers there. Sensational job, of course, done by everybody getting this ground looking so beautiful. I mentioned Bilal, who was helping out, Bilal Khan. I know Alistair Priddle, our very own Mr. Muscles himself, done a great job, and of course was helped by a lot of people here at the ground, Prabhath, and also Leslie. How can you not mention Leslie, the groundsman, who's an absolute trooper, a real legend. And you got to say, we've got two real legends of groundsmen on the European Cricket Network, and one obviously is Leslie here. The other one is Roberto in Barcelona. Of course, looking forward to seeing Roberto as we come towards the end of our season a little bit later on. All right, runs drying up here, just can't get anything going. That's a little bit short and will be a wide. Not the best of deliveries there from Moragues. There's another wide from him. As Anik Ahmed being joined by Abbas Ali. He's trying to get something going. Abbas got long levers. Doesn't really get them into play here though. That'll just be a single. And I won't be too happy about taking this one, Anik Ahmed, because he has to get to the other end and now walk back again as Moragues, despite a couple of wides in the over, only goes for 6, picks up the wicket. And at the end of 8 overs, it's 72 for 6.
Another great over for Dinadu Morag, and it just shows you what a versatile player he is. We haven't quite seen him at his best with the bat in hand so far this ECS, but his bowling has been sensational. Bowling with an economy rate of 9. He's picked up 8 wickets so far this series. Just an exceptional player.
Yeah, you're right about his quality. He's a great player. And also, yeah, he hasn't quite yet lifted his batting performance, but maybe this is the match he gets a chance to do so. Didn't do, but he certainly is a player that when the going gets tough and they need a good performance, he certainly brings one out. The spin continues. That one is going to get in the gap, may get a boundary as this one skids off the surface, and it will. Gets it in the gap. So, Anik Ahmed, once again, turning out to be the main provider for his side, as Samarage just trying to keep him quiet.
It goes away towards mid-wicket splits. The two fielders at cow corner and square leg goes away for a 4. It's down to Anik Ahmed now. He's got to try to face as many of these remaining 10 balls.
Right, well, this one should be keeper's catch. And it will be well negotiated there by the captain, Rila Godage. Not easy, because we mentioned so many times that when it goes straight up the air like that, the wicketkeeper looking up with the lid on, it's quite hard to sort of find, but he gets it straight away. There he is. He's off after it, and he gets there quite comfortably. He's a top keeper, is Rila Godage, and he takes the catch, and that's the big moment now. I suppose you can understand it because Anik Ahmed really did have to try and get going, get something extra on the board. At the moment here, the game that less than 10s, but trying to accelerate, gets this wrong, gives his wicket away. He'll go for 37 of 22.
Incredible bowling effort here by Samarage. He's just extending his lead at the top of the wicket takers tally. That's now 11 wickets for this ECS, and it's just the third day of this tournament.
It's going to be too wide. I'm just keeping an eye on something here with Rila. He's taken 1, 2 catches, 3 catches, and yeah, 3 catches so far. So just keep an eye on that. If you get to a few more victims here, it could. 5 is the most that we've ever had. So certainly with the 3 wickets still to go here, he could be in the hunt with equaling or maybe passing that record. That gently pushed away, but no run there. The non-striker thinks about it, but doesn't really commit. So it looks like this innings is going to come to a bit of a flat ending here for the Roma Bangla Morning Sun, and that is quite a good delivery. What a spell! Once again, so many times we've seen this, though, isn't that right, Dish? When Saramage comes on to bowl, Dinadu, and oppositions just don't know how to handle this left arm spin.
That's what makes Roma CC such a good side. They're blessed with so many spin options, obviously Samarage and Marage, but you look at that list, there's so many other players they could turn to for spin bowling. They still got the likes of Rahat Ahmed, Murugira Kangeshwaran, just spoiled with so many spinners, and that's what makes them such a difficult side to get away during those middle overs. Yeah, just 14 runs off the last 3 overs. And RBMS had lost 4 wickets. This one's a big one that is hauled out towards long on. The fielder will barely have to move a couple of inches. Going to go straight at him. Comfortable catch there. And Ali will depart. Rahat Ahmed gets a wicket off the very first ball of the final over.
Yeah, well done. And I like the fact that he is getting a ball. Why not indeed? He's been sensational in the field. Well, he's taken some good catches. Well, that is a nice catch. And, well, Tushara Samaragun doesn't make any mistakes. He doesn't, you're right, he doesn't have to move. Just puts his hands up, in it goes. That is going to be the end of another batter. Disappointment as he walks back. And so really, you got 2 batters there. They're relatively new now. Chandra Bhumik hasn't really got going. And the first time we're going to see Shuman in this series. Let's see what he's able to do here. 5 balls to go. And they're trying to get them at least in a score in the 80s. That's up in the air. This could be another one. It could be 2 in 2. It will be 2 in 2. So 2 in 2. And Rahat Ahmed, just like that, is now on a hat-trick. Now, we saw 2 yesterday. Are we going to see another hat-trick here today? Just to remind you, we saw a hat-trick from Anjuya Bandaranaika. 4 for 19 he took, including a hat-trick. And we saw one from Hashmat Dinsa, 3 for 18, playing for Royal Roma. Are we going to see another?
Second time he's on a hat-trick today. He bowled a double wicket maiden earlier today. He's got a second bite of the apple here. Can he get a hat-trick and add his name to the Hall of Fame?
So he's taken 4 wickets today and no runs. Here we go. In the air. Oh, just out of the reach of the fielder. It will go for 4. The only runs that have been scored from him today. So 4 wickets and just 4 runs from him.
Yeah, this one goes away for a 4. It's a shot he had to play. I mean, you got to credit the batter. I mean, he recognized the situation. We've seen so many players just block it out in order to spoil the party for the bowler, but he does the right thing for the team there.
He goes for another one, and he might get lucky once more. This is going to spin away from the fielder, who does well. They will come back for 2. So I'm liking this from Rahman. He says, you know what? I'm going to be brave, Niyam Rahman, that gets that one away. Of course, as soon as this next wicket falls down, that will be the end of the innings. Will they survive? Or will they be bowled out here? Plays that well. Oh, they're going for this. This could be out. Oh, he's fluffed it. A really good Arge has put it down. That's a rare error. Watches again, and what does he do wrong here? Does he snatch at it? In comes a throw. He gets fired at him. Oh, he also breaks the stumps. I mean, in fairness, maybe the throw wasn't the best, but it could have gone to the side of the stumps.
Yeah, the throw was too hard. It could have just been gently tossed up to him underarm, and they've still been able to get the run out. There was no need to fire that one in.
And the big swing and a miss, says Bumik, will not trouble the scorers at all. He'll stay on 0 not out of 4. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun will finish on 85 for 9 at the end of their 10 overs. They'll be a bit disappointed they don't get to 100. They were on 54 for 3 at the halfway point. But again, the left arm spin around the wicket did the damage once more. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun are really going to have to be at their best in the field. There is some hope for them. Don't forget that Royal Roma did beat Roma CC yesterday, having just posted, or the other day, I should say, having just posted 94. Royal Roma, they did restrict Roma CC to 84. So if there is a weakness in this Roma side, it is in the batting. But, well, let's take a look at these highlights. He wasn't happy about this at all. One thing I have to say, and I will try to find out here, I'm very surprised that because of the time it took for the next batter to come in, that they didn't get penalised by penalty runs.
Yeah, certainly that could have been an issue for them. We're, of course, now going to have a look at the highlights of this innings. And, well, it's a bit of a low-light reel from Roma Bangla Morning Sun's perspective. Just weren't quite able to get things going at any point in this innings. You can see that both the openers struggled, Mohsin and Shoal Chaudhary. I think Ahmed managed to make 37 to 22, a fighting innings from him. But unfortunately for his side, it just weren't quite able to get going at any point. Didn't have much support. Nobody's strike rate was particularly high. Roma CC did a stellar job of containing their opposition, who would, of course, end up with just 85 runs. We're taking a look at some of the big moments in this match. Of course, that was Dhammika Thanaika getting rid of Kadir Abdul. Sujith Ruligadage holding on to that catch. And this one was sent and hauled out well over square leg, almost going into the excavation site. This one flat batted towards long off and really well taken by Rahat Ahmed. That will be the end for Muhammad Amin.
Yeah, that was the end. And then, look, there's another catch. One thing, I mean, you mentioned that in the earlier matches that perhaps they weren't at their best with their catching. They put a few down. Now, I wonder if Ruligadage had a chat with them and say, hey, look, come on, guys. You know, we've got to keep our standards up no matter what. People are watching. The world is watching. We want to show the world what we do. And Ruligadage, well, he certainly showed what he could do. He took a great catch. And I think some of the others in the field did the same. Remember, at one point, especially the way that Nick Ahmed was hitting the ball, that you did think they could get to a big score. Kadir Abdul played some nice shots before he departed. But they stuck to the plans pretty well. There was the odd error, but in general, it was pretty good. I'm loving that from Rahat Ahmed, by the way, and almost does pick up a hat-trick. He hasn't had a bad day, has he? He's picked up 4 wickets in the day and only conceded 7 runs. In fact, he had taken 4 wickets and not conceded anything, and it was only that the hat-trick ball effort that agonisingly went over the fielder, which were the first ones that came off him. So we'll have a quick look at the scorecard here, and of course the one man who once again, and it's Anik Ahmed, is the only one that has been so consistent with the bat for them, 37 of 22. But in fairness, didn't get too much support from some of the other batters. There were probably a couple of talking points there about did he touch it, did he not. There was a couple of ones, weren't there? One balls that lifted, that was caught by Reela and given by the umpires. I guess we'll never know. That's, you know, you can really analyse them as much as you want, but the umpire is in the best place, decides there's a touch and gives it out. It's as simple as that. On the bowling front then, there was 2 wickets there from, once again, Athanaika, well bowled, 2 for 28. There was also 2 there for Rahat Ahmed right at the end. It's the one over again and picked up 2 wickets. But you've got to say that Samarage was again pick off the bowlers, 3 for 10. And who knows, he could get another player of the match performance similarly to the one he got in match number 11, the start of this match, day 3. So we're going to take a short break now, around about 10 minutes time. And then myself, Rico Fool and Nishay Pat will join you for the conclusion of this match number 14, when Roma CC, well, they should be thinking about doing this inside the 7 overs and taking all the points. And join us to find out if that's the way this pans out. Hasta pronto!
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, welcome back. And yes, a very big thank you to all of our partners, to Paramatch, HCL Software, and Bizaway Travel, to Grizzly Bear Sports, Locker Lifestyles. It's great to have you all on board. And of course, well, Vinny's being bizzed away right now as we talk. And he'll be soon bizzed back to the Netherlands and coming here as well. He'll join us back in Rome for the start of the Meltel Shield. A lot of events coming up in the coming weeks. And of course, well, they have Charlie, who after a short break back in Spain with his family will be there in Malta at the magnificent Marsa International Cricket Ground. Be interesting to see how that looks. I know that they've just currently had some work done there, a bit of refurbishment. Right, let's pay our attention back to this match, match number 14 here on match day 3. I can tell you that the bonus point equation, 59, so restrict to 59 or less. Well, that is how you can see Aroma Bangla Morning Sun pick up all the points. I don't quite see that happening. I think Roma CC have got eyes on getting the win, and maybe they are looking to achieve the target in 7 overs or less. If they're to do that, they will pick up all the 4 points here. I think the main thing here is the Roma CC want to make sure that they don't mess this up. They don't make a mistake like they did back on match day 1. And of course, eyeing up a record winning streak. They lost out in a low scoring match to Royal Roma. It's going to be Mohammed Amin to open the bowling, and he starts with fingertips. It's a catching opportunity. They won't get the boundary here, but that has to go down as a chance. It really does, and I think that is that Kadir probably who's out there is trying to take this one. Gets fingertips to it. Yeah, there he is. Kadir doesn't take the catch, and now, well, just like that, he's been replaced from there. Maybe it's a bit harsh. I don't know. You can make up your own mind about it. It was a chance. It doesn't get taken, and Morage. Well, maybe that's the lucky break he needs. Who can put that question to Nish, who joins me back in the commentary position. Nish, Dinadu gets a lucky break.
Yeah, he gets a lucky break there, and he's going to need it, considering the sort of form he's been in throughout this series. Samrakun, though, this man's had no problems with his form.
Yeah, just, well, sort of glides. That's the word to use sometimes when you watch him batting. Sort of glides that one away. Of course, it was a fine century from him yesterday that I know Vinny Sandhu was very impressed with. He just loved the way that he stroked the ball around. And of course, we've seen one here today as well from Harjeet. And Harjeet, well, I think he's one for me at the moment. Probably stands out as one of the best ones I've seen in a while, just purely because of the contents of the century and the reason he had to do it and the pressures under him to do it. And that one just gets scuffed at.
Yeah, absolutely. Seen some great knocks so far here in Rome, and it's also not been the highest scoring ECS we've ever seen. I think scores have been a bit up and down, match by match. We have seen some great knocks. And a good combination of good bowling, good batting, seeing a really good contest between bat and ball throughout this ECS, which has made it so gripping to watch.
Couple of dot balls, a bit of pressure being put on Moraga here. Oh, that could be out. That is out. Gone. And I just think he's trying to work a straight ball down onto the leg side. And that's going to be a breakthrough there for Amin. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be too many doubts about this. You can see that Dinadu Moraga himself is probably already accepted that the finger goes up. He steps across. The only thing I suppose the umpire here is got to be thinking about more than anything else is the height of that ball. And I don't think it's going to go over the stump. We might be able to see it on side on, which sometimes gives us an idea of the height. But to be fair, I think that's a good decision. He's got to go. He did get lucky. He could have gone for a royal duck, but he would get something to his name. So once again, we'll see that again. I think that's a fair call.
Yeah, you can see he's just stepping across there and misses a straight one. Morage, more often than not, he's hitting that one away towards the boundary, but looking to play across the line. His front patch so far across it. Any ball targeting the stumps is always going to be LBW if you miss it. So It just kind of indicates the sort of form he's been in. We've seen him at his very best with his bowling, but hasn't quite been able to capture that same form with his batting. Of course, he was the second highest run getter during last year's European Cricket Series, so we know all the quality in the world he has. Sensational first over here for Mohammad Amin, just 2 runs coming off that over, and he manages to pick up a wicket as well. Here's a quick reminder that it's been 52 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Of course, that was back in Croatia, a golden ball in the dark, our first ever ECSW golden ball.
Well, while you were tucking into your chicken, we got pretty close here in that last match. It went down to the wire, didn't it? Went down to the wire, and then with 1 required of the last, the bowler bowls the wide, and that was it, and job done. And Harper and his side and Gladiatori got the win. So Roma CC once again not the best of starts. So it's you want to win the power play at Roma Bangla Morning Sun to put the pressure on, and so far it's a good first over from them. Goes for the big shot and misses out Samrakun as Moshin is bowling over number 2.
Yes, so Ahmed Mohsin saw him play a good innings on the first day of this European Cricket Series, but now let's see how he can do with his bowling, which has been rather mixed so far this ECS.
Oh, got him. Absolute beaut. And Samrakun will go. He gets done by a beauty. Moshin takes the prize scalp of Samrakun. Watch this delivery. Oh, you beauty. It is right on the money. And watch the off stump here. Watch the stump fly out of the ground. There is not a better sight for the bowler. Moshin knocks him over. Another one bites the dust. And Roma CC are in a spot of bother. 2 for 2.
He shattered the stumps over there. Terrific ball, full and straight on the off stump. He misses, and it's crashed onto that off stump. It was always going to take something special to get rid of the informed Samrakun, and he has produced an absolute beauty over there. Terrific delivery. Roma CC, they've had a lot of issues with their batting throughout this European Cricket Series. I mean, there were a number of occasions where they would have been eyeing the bonus point, trying to chase scores of 60-odd. But once again, they find themselves in a tough situation here. They're 2 for 2. They've got plenty of batting depth. They're going to have to think a little bit about how they approach the remainder of this innings. No Charles Fernando, interestingly enough. They go with Samarage at number 4.
Yeah, Samarage. Let's see if he can click here. So 1 left-hander replaces another. Samarage, of course, batted very well with Samrakun yesterday, and he gets beaten outside the off, just short of a length, maybe a little bit of movement away from here again. Let's just see if this does nip away, because I don't think it's just bounced. Just have a look here one more time. Yeah, it sort of holds its line, slight movement away, good delivery. So the batter obviously got things in his mind, worrying about the bounce and the movement. Okay, this gets punched nicely down the ground. We'll take a single. I think that, oh, wow, he's didn't really want to run very well here, Samarage, and I get the feeling that the fielder notices that, fires the throw in, and probably only would have just made it. One thing that we know about Anik Ahmed is that he's always going to fire it in. Interesting that Anik Ahmed himself doesn't start by opening the bowling. That is a change. He almost always likes to open. We saw that from him in all the games yesterday.
So they've got a deep square leg in place and a deep point for Rahad Ahmed, the right-hander.
This one stays a little bit lower, gets dug out. No run there, so just the 1 from this over. Look at that score, 3 for 2. And already you can see that this score, a low score, feeling a bit like a 100-plus chase here. You must feel pretty much at home here in Rome, by the way, because I know you're from Cyprus, which is known for its cats. But here in Rome, Rome has more than 300,000 stray cats. And the law allows, more on that in a minute. Well, this one will help, because that's going to get over the fielder. It's going to be 6 runs. They needed something, And that will just ease the pressure slightly as the ball gets put away for 6. And yeah, nice looking shot. There is a fielder out there though, but he clears him quite nicely, gets 6, and well, that will certainly release some of the tension.
Here's a look at the standings for this ECS and Rome. Both these sides are currently on top of the table. Royal Roma, though, do have 3 games on hand on both these teams. They've also managed to beat both of them so far this ECS, so they'll certainly be eyeing up the chance to make it into the top 2. Yeah, there's a lot of cats here in Rome. I mean, even when I went out to that site yesterday, I mean, there were cats all around the ruins, and they'd found shelter inside. You know, what once was a bustling ancient Roman community is now a bit of a shelter for cats.
Yeah, because that's what I was saying. That's the law allows it. The cats are allowed to live wherever they were born without being disturbed. Oh, that's pretty close as well. They have been protected by the law since 1991. So yeah, if they were born there, you can't move them. And that's a fact. And of course, you're from Cyprus, where of course the people have a very, very loving relationship with cats as well. All right, I mean, to continue with the ball. This one gets played away. And of course, the big fact, of course, about Rome is that it's known as the Eternal City for its fountains. There are over 280 of them. And one of the most popular pieces of La Fontana di Quattro, the Four Rivers Fountain, in one of the nicest squares in Rome, Piazza Navona. That's up in the air, and this one is going to be a chase for the fielder who, well, I don't know. You know what? I want to see this. If this ball hasn't touched the rope, I can tell you why. Because the fielder who's running, the first fielder, moves the rope a little bit. Watch. You won't believe it. What? That's just amazing. It would have been 4 if that line was painted. That would have been 4. But because he takes the rope with him, I mean, you still got to, that's got to be 4, hasn't it? That's got to be a 4 because he's moved the rope so it doesn't hit the rope. Oh, that's naughty. It's naughty but nice. Well, let's go back to that again after this one. So they haven't given that as a boundary, have they? I wonder if we can go back to that replay. Here we go. Naughty but nice. This is sneaky. Move the rope so it can't be a boundary.
Oh, he has. He just ever so slightly brushes the rope with his knees. And it probably would have been a 4. That is a great bit of work there by Spring Production. If the rope was in its original position, would have been a boundary.
Yeah, it's not been given, by the way. Well, this one is catching opportunity and gets taken. What a good catch. Well, they went over him once, but Kadir Abdul, he may not be the tallest, so he may not be able to reach him, but when they hit straight at him, he will take the catch. And now Rahan Ahmed is going to depart for just 8. Ball number 7 for him, but once again, you see, he plays that nicely, but where's the intent? Where's the power to hit underneath it? He hits it flat and hard, straight to Kadir. Now, Kadir's felt this, because that ball was travelling. What a great catch from Kadir Abdul. Now, they want to keep him right, because he's going to be pretty key with bowling some of his spin. But, yeah, that hurts his fingers. But another wicket goes down. They're 12 for 3 here.
They're in all sorts of trouble. Roma CC, we thought this would be a pretty straightforward chase for them. And they've lost another batter in quick succession. Their entire top order has been sent back into the dugout, and now we're going to see Charles Fernando coming in at last. They just pushed him a little bit lower down the order for this match. But he's coming in here in a tough situation for his team. He got 1 ball to come in the power play. And that required rate now is just shot up to 10.3. But more importantly, Roma CC have lost 3 wickets. I know they bat deep, but how many more wickets can they afford to lose before this start to see a few alarm bells ringing in that Roma CC dugout?
Yeah, well, I think they're ringing already. I mean, they've only got 12. 3 wickets are down. The rate per over is gone past the 10 mark, so they just need a couple of good overs here. It's definitely not the power play that Roma wanted. They're in trouble here. They really do need a good partnership now between these two, the right-hander Charles Fernando and the lefty Samarage. Edge, that's going to be 4 runs. A little bit of good fortune, and fortune favours the brave, they say. And Charles Fernando will edge this for 4. That one gets away. Of course, I was talking about fountains. Of course, the most famous fountain is the Trevi Fountain. Tradition has it that throwing a coin over your left shoulder into the Trevi Fountain will ensure a trip back to the Eternal City. So I'll be doing it again and throwing the coins. If you throw 2 coins, well, that means something completely different. It means you'll fall in love and with a good-looking local. And throwing 3 coins will ensure that you get to marry that person. Now, listen, you're still single. You've got to go to that trophy fountain. 2 coins, okay, and then afterwards 3, all right? You got it? That's the plan here, Nish.
And that might explain why I'm still single, considering I didn't throw any coins when I went there
Nish,
last year.
You got to. Look, can I tell you, though, you got to do it because it's a very good cause for it as well, because it also helps the needy. The Catholic charity, I think it's pronounced Cartitas, collects the coins and uses the proceeds on a supermarket program that provides rechargeable grocery cards to Rome's low-income citizens. Over $1 million worth of coins are tossed into the fountain each year. So that's around $3,000 a day. That's a lot of money, and I'm glad that it's used for a good cause. But the other good cause has got to be to sort out Nishay. So there you go, Nish. You can have to go there, throw the coin over your left shoulder, don't forget. 2 of them, you'll fall in love with a local. There you go. Just think you'll be eating pasta for life.
This one's just going down the leg side. I could have just stayed in uni if I wanted to eat pasta for life. This one's pitching way outside the leg stump. Never going to be an LBW.
16 came off the power play, so they're well below where they need to be. Somewhere, they're going to start from somewhere. Samarage, Chowdhury bowling. Right, he goes right back and pumps. This is a really good shot. I tell you why I like this shot, because this ball actually pops up, but he is able to adjust to it, so that's very good, quick thinking. Really good shot, this from Samarage.
That's a shorter delivery. He rocks back and absolutely pummels this one over mid-wicket. Terrific shot. They're going to need a lot more of those to just release some of the pressure that has been applied on them.
Well, now he hits this, just out of the reach of the fielder. It's a good effort there from Safiful Islam. So doesn't quite go as fine as he would like here with the shot. It's too close to the fielder, who almost gets a chance to take the catch.
Yeah, it's a low chases of this. So 1 good over is more than enough to take this game away from Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
It is going to bounce over the bowler. They'll take a single. Don't mind that. Play a couple of good shots. Take a single. Rotate the strike. Change things. They're going to more than rotate the strike. They'll come back for another. That's not really good, is it? You have the chance to get Samarage out the way and have a go at Charles Fernando. And, a little bit of shabby fielding allowed them to get 2.
Yeah, it's not great backing up. There was a couple of fielders who were supposed to stop that, and it somehow got past both of them.
Cuts that away. 4 more runs. He's been too short, Chowdhury. He's got to accept that. Look, he's waving his arms around, but look where he's pitching this. So short, the batter has time to go back. The bounce is true here on this pitch, and once you get back and get under the ball and play it away, it's going to be 4 runs. The Chowdhury, he's waving his arms around to Anik Ahmed, but Anik Ahmed is saying, well, what do you want me to do about it? You've got the ball in the hand. Get that ball fuller. Make him drive. He does go fuller. He does drive, but there is, nobody straight down the ground because he's hit this pretty straight. And, long on, long off. We'll just look at it go into the boundary fence. It's 4 more runs. That is the over that they needed. That's probably the game-changing over. Plenty come from it. In fact, it goes magical. And Roma CC, at the end of 4 now, are 36 for 3.
Yeah, great over there. 20 runs coming off that over, and that might just be the over that breaks the Camels back here. Now Roma CC just need 50 runs from the remaining 6 overs. It's relieved all the pressure on them. That's what happens when you're trying to chase down a low target. Just need 1 good over.
Well, let's see though. After that one goes for 20, that means there's more pressure than ever on this one. See if you can get a nice, good, tidy one here again. And that looks like it's going to be Ahmed Mushin who's going to be called on to bowling. Bowled a very good second over, didn't he? Kept it nice and tight. Still question marks why Anik Ahmed is not bowling yet. Mushin though, 1 for 7. I don't mind him coming back. Oh, that is big. Well, that is going to go right into the fence there of the, well, let's just say the picturesque village that is painted there, of course, showing you of what the future could look like here. There you go, you can see some of that there. But too short in the swing zone, gets put away. A nice cut shot to the fielder, and they don't take a single. Probably should have taken one there, actually. I think if the two batters go straight away, there's no way it's going to get fielded and thrown back at the same time. So missed the opportunity to rotate the strike on that occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. Charles Fernando played under-19 cricket for Sri Lanka back in the day. It was part of their 2006 under-19 World Cup squad as well.
Yeah. Gets beaten here. The shot was on, but the footwork wasn't quite right. Look where this front foot ends up. It does needed to go across, didn't it? Across a little bit more, and then hitting that straight. And, well, if you hit that, I think Bilal would have been called upon into action to fetch it. It's into the feet of the fielder. Will go for 4. Doesn't get down, does he? I think there's a min. Doesn't get down, doesn't get it and with his hands. And this one just clocks him on the feet. It goes to the boundary, 4 runs.
It goes away for 4. It's another boundary, and runs are starting to leak here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. You just feel all the momentum they had during the power play has just been taken away from them. And Roma CC look like they're back in the driver's seat.
And gets on top of this. I like that shot. I think here that Fernando is thinking that there's been a number of catches that have been taken on that leg side boundary. So he wants to get right on top of the ball. He doesn't want to give the fielders, and there's 3 of them there actually that are waiting for a miscue on the boundary. Doesn't want to give them an opportunity. Field has to now change as the left-hander comes back on strike. It'll come around the wicket to Samarage. Beautiful shot, absolutely beautiful. And poetry in motion sometimes when you shoot shots like this. The timing, the execution, delightful. What a wonderful shot that is. It's played away beautifully. Wonderful shot. That's going to be 4 runs. And we have an opportunity as once again the players will probably have a drinks break. Very warm here at the moment to invite you into the cube. Rico Full here with Nishay. Tell you what, I'm liking this tournament so far. It's going to be similar sort of schedule to what we saw there in Bulgaria. The only difference is here is 5 teams that go through, right? 5 teams will go through. Team that finishes top misses out on playing the first 2 matches, but then coming to play a bit later. So finishing the top 5 is a must.
Absolutely, and I think a side like Roma CC, they want to finish in that top spot. That, of course, means that you get to face the sides ranked 4th or 5th in the semifinal. And right now, the way this tournament is, there's still one team we're yet to see, but it looks like there's a very clear top 3 in this tournament, and then there's going to be a battle for 4th and 5th. And yeah, as things stand, you'd have to say Roma CC and Royal Roma are probably the 2 big favorites.
Yeah, no real surprise there, of course, 2 teams that have always featured well here over the years. And Ikami, the captain, does eventually come onto bowl, and he's going to be worked away here. What a good shot this is. Look at the wrist here. I want you to see the wrist work there of the batter. So just watch the way he plays his shot. Look at that. That is exceptional. And that is power in the hands. It really is. The hands, the wrist, and the forearms to play that. So he's just getting himself into position and saying, you know what, I'm not swinging at this. I'm just timing this for 6. Great shot. Well, good comeback from the bowler. It ends up angling this right back into Samarage, who ends up being cut in half, but he's still there.
Yes, I mean, what a turnaround it's been since the power play. I mean, once this partnership of Samarage and Fernando came together, they scored 42 runs since the power play. Keep in mind, they were 16 for through at the end of the first 3. It's taken the life out of this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side, who dared to dream. I mean, they had their opposition exactly where they wanted them at the end of 3 overs.
That's been crunched. The sound of that is beautiful. That's going to go over the fence and into the other part of the field where, well, I'm told over the next few months some more work will be done. That'll be an extension of this ground. I know that that's planned to be in a practice area. And now Prabhath is trying, there we go, there it goes. Prabhath is trialing out a lot of grasses. If you go down to that far part of the ground, Nish, and maybe if we might have a slightly longer break here, going to it, you'll see little patches of grass that is being sort of fenced off. And that's all the trial grasses which Prabhath has been sent through from the many contacts that he has in Sri Lanka. And some of those are being used at some of the test venues. And the idea is he's trialing it there, and then he's going to then go for the bigger scale over there. And his idea is having in that part of the ground some proper grass wickets, which will be like training nets for a lot of teams like county sides and even in years to come national sides to come here, because a lot of teams like practicing and using the net facilities, not necessarily playing matches. So that would be, I think, a top international venue to come and practice. So a lot of good ideas Prabhath has got in place to extend and make this venue even more attractive for players around the world, as we see the end of the 6 over, 64 for 3.
Oh, it's just great to see the way Italy's becoming this budding cricketing powerhouse. They're one of the better stories on the network, the way they have grown. You know, obviously I mentioned the fact that so many Italian heritage players from established test nations are coming back here to don the Italian blue. So this has just been a great story, the way Italy has continued to grow. And the fact that you're going to get sides from around the world coming here to train is just incredible to hear. I mean, this would be a great country to come and do some hot weather training and get yourself prepared for other events.
Yeah, and the women that will feature in the Milton Shield, I'm telling you now, when they get here, some of those girls are going to say, wow, they're going to fall in love with this place. Of course, you fall in love with Italy full stop, don't you? But when you can also play the game that you love in that country at a venue like this, there's nothing any better. It will be Kadir Abdul to come into bowl. Really, I suppose, the last-ditch effort here to try and pick up a crucial wicket or two and get back in this game. They're needing just 22 of 23 deliveries. Oh, that's huge. That's humongous. And I'm glad that today that the ambulance has been moved, because that was in the firing line yesterday. That has gone a long way. Another Bizaway super hit for 6.
Oh, humongous hit there. That means the bonus point is still on here for Roma CC. 16 needed a 4 now. Can they do it?
That could be out. And the umpire's, I think, saying that it's just missing the leg. Says he's going down the leg. So see this again. He darts this one in, and yeah, it just starts to drift. Very good call once again from the officials. Do you know by any chance where these trucks are going backwards and forwards? Do you know what's going on here?
I mean, we do have a horse stable not too far from here, but yeah, there's been tons of trucks
I know,
going back and forth all day.
I know what you're talking, what you're thinking horses, but that's a lot of manure just for a horse, you know.
Oh, I
tell
agree.
you what.
I don't think an entire army cavalry back in the day had that much horse manure.
They're going backwards and forwards. I mean, the thing is, they're bringing turf this way and then going away. And there you go. So what is going? Where are they taking all of that? What's going on? I mean, he's going to offload that. And I can tell you now, in a few moments' time, we'll see him going back empty. So they're certainly filling up something over there. Well bowled and well run there as well. Oh, I'm liking the look of this. A bit of iced tea. Just tell him to leave the bottle. That's all. Leave the bottle. Thank you very much. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. Well, we get one looked after here. The iced tea. It's that time. I tell you what, 20 past 4, or around gone 4 o'clock, is the iced tea moment of the day. Let's pull this towards, Bappy on his back. That's well stopped there by the fielder. Just going to get a single, end of the over, so even Abdul couldn't get the wicket, but he does only go for 9 but just 12 in 18 balls. This is what's coming up. The last match of the day, match number 15. Braka Prato will take on Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who will be hoping to have a better show. Once again, still no Rahan in that lineup. So you can see that the likes of Moshin Amin and also Kadir Abdul are going to have to be at their best. So tricky times for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, and Nick Ahmed again, once again, will probably have to feature with the bat. How long will this one go? 12 runs. Well, they have taken a point, so that's the good news, I suppose, for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. But how long can they stay in this match for? Fernando will probably be looking to finish this early. That's Samarage who's on strike first. Left-hander takes a single, taking it on, but he doesn't take it cleanly.
He's just unable to hold on to that. Now it's just a question of when Roma CC are going to wrap this one up. Just 11 more runs needed, and I think in hindsight they're going to look back at this, and those early wickets ended up costing them a point. And there have been a number of low chases they've been involved in this ECS where they haven't quite been able to get bonus points. A couple of occasions they've fallen short by 3 balls, and it's obviously the one earlier today when they were chasing down something in the 90s and it took them 9 overs to chase it down. Here's Bouillon coming into bowl the 3rd ball of this over.
Short and hooked, and great effort from the fielder. Gets off the ground. That's Nick Ahmed. I'm sure the captain trying to stop this ball going over the boundary rope. He's not able to do so. You just get the feeling that every time the ball is being pitched in a certain area, that the batters, not just those from Roma CC, have already made up their mind that they're ready to play that shot. So you just got to really have an imaginary line, an imaginary little point there, the bowler, to try and get it there all the time. And that's not a bad area, so that's better. You can see it's an instant change in fortunes if you get the ball a bit fuller and outside the off.
4 runs needed now of just 14 balls. 1 shot will be enough to win it now for Roma CC. Surely Samarag is going to look to end this one in style.
It is short. He won't get the boundary here. He'll just take the single as Charles Fernando gets there. Yeah, they did, of course, hold back Charles Fernando a little bit further back. This time he comes in at number 5. Samarage comes in at 4. And they needed this stability because they were, remember, at the end of the power play, 16 for 3, so way behind. But it just goes to show what some good hitting can do. Will they go into another over here? Will it be done and dusted here? And that probably is a wide, so that means just 2 will be required of this extra ball that will be bowled in the over. 2 runs will finish it. And that means that we'll have a bit of a break before the start of our final match here, about 35 minutes from now. We'll go for it, and we'll get just the 1. So we will go into the 9th over. The scores are tied, 85 to 85. So I suppose credit we're due to Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They haven't just rolled over and allowed Roma CC to get the victory. They have made them work hard. So we do go into the 9th. To Roma CC, once again, just showing that, yeah, they will have some wobbles, but they have got a pretty solid squad. And even though you get some of their batters out early, they'll always find, so somebody finds a way to get in and shows that stability. All right, they're going to try, might try something new here. So, and down the leg side. Well, the first wide will be it. So that'll be it. And the wide will finish the game. It will only go down. Well, that's the good thing, I suppose, here for Niyam Rahman. It will only go down as the 1 wide, because as soon as that first wide is registered, it's the end of the match. So the minimum won't come into play, but it's going to be a win. And it ends up a win by 12 balls to go for Roma CC. They were made to wobble. They were made to work hard thanks to some good bowling there at the beginning for Mohammed Amin from Machine as well. And at 16 for 3 at the power play, 2 batters had to click, and you saw that they did. Well done, well batted there to Samarage and to Charles Fernando. This is what's coming up next, our last match of the day. And remember, it is the last one, so you got myself and Nishay Butt here, so do come back to us, maybe with some random questions, and well, if there's anything you want to know, within reason, of course, you can ask us questions, and we will do our best to answer. And we certainly will have a little bit of a chin wag this last match of the day. So join us back. That match will probably be starting in about 30 minutes time from when we leave you. We'll have a quick look at the highlights. So early on, of course, wickets did fall. That was an interesting one from Rohit Ahmed, because doesn't really try and hit the ball, doesn't get underneath it, and as a result of that, he does offer the opportunity. But then after that, though, it was all about these two. There was a chance, though. You can't say that it was a chance. This innings chances were there, but they weren't taken. And the way that these two guys hit the ball, Fernando and also, of course, Samarage, you knew that once they got flowing, the match, unless you got their wickets, would be ended pretty quickly. Well, also, I said that 4 o'clock is iced tea time. 4:30 is watermelon time. So it's time to, well, finish this innings and get eating some nice, cool, chilled watermelon. Thanks, of course, to Leslie, who brings that over to us. And we'll just admire a few more of these shots that get played away. And this innings comes to an end pretty quickly. And, of course, we still have one more match to go in the day. And clean hitting, good timing. And that was the end of the match, when this one just went too far down the leg side. And, well, don't leave me hanging, coming away. He said, I can't wait forever for you to get the gloves off. I'll just give you a little pat on the shoulder. So that was the way that it finished. And done pretty comfortably there. And once again, I just love looking at this shot, this ground. And I reckon we can say that this ground is twinned with the Cardamom Oval, because they look so similar when we go to that area view, this beautiful oasis of this cricket ground here in Roma. But Nish, you have to say, it's a comfortable win in the end for Roma CC, even though there was that wobble at the beginning.
It certainly was. 2 for 2 at one stage, but then the 74-run partnership between Samarage and Charles Fernando manages to bail them out of what was a very tight situation. We'll have a look at the bowling figures. I have to say, a lot of that bowling unit will be incredibly impressed with their effort. Mohammed Amin, 2 for 9 in the 2 overs he bowled. That was certainly very respectable. Just 3 runs given up of extra as well. Sure, there were still a couple of overs to go, but that is a stellar effort. So unfortunately for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, their bowling attack just didn't have enough runs to defend, as their side only managed to get 85 runs in that first innings. But I think most of that team can be pretty impressed with the way they bowled. Just got to look at their batting, which has been a bit of an Achilles heel for them so far this ECS. Match 14 is in the books. Roma CC win this one by 7 wickets with 2 overs to spare. Join us in half an hour's time when we'll bring you our final match of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our final match of the day features the visitors from up north, Baraka Prato against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Let's head over to the coin toss.
Welcome to the toss for match 15 with Baraka Prata versus Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Morning Sun to call.
Tail.
Tails is the call, and it's a tail. They'll have a bat.
Well, thank you very much to match referee Charles Croucher for that update. Of course, Baraka Prato are still shell-shocked after that amazing defeat they suffered at the hands of the Roma Gladiatori earlier this morning. Of course, it took an incredible 70 of just 30 balls by their skipper to defeat Baraka Prato. At one point, would have thought they were nearing the victory. The big performance by them in that match was by Hassan Ali, who scored 70 runs of just 30 balls, and they might even be looking to promote Waqar Mahmood up the order, as he's had a couple of good innings to start off his European cricket series. Shaquille has bowled superbly as well, and I look to him to open the bowling for them when they're out in the field. Meanwhile, we turn our attention to their opposition, the Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who have struggled with the bat so far this ECS. They managed to muster just 85 runs in the previous match. A lot depends on the availability of Rehan for them in terms of how they fare in their European cricket series. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on their captain, Anik Ahmed, to go out and play a massive innings. Let's head back to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Rico Full.
Thank you very much to Nish. And of course, the issue for Bangla Morning Sun is that today, particularly in the last match of this one, there's no Rehan playing. So the man who was, as you know, the leading run scorer last year, not in the side, and that certainly means that the likes of that Anik Ahmed has to be at his best. But he's going to need some support. Can Kadir Abdul find some of the stunning hitting that he treated us to yesterday? Ali Abbas and also Mohammed Amin could be pretty key. And maybe someone like Shoaib Chaudhry, who perhaps was maybe a little bit unlucky in the last match. Maybe he is the batter that can show what he can do. I think they have it in him, and I like the move from Anik Ahmed there to have a bat first. Just try to go out there on what has been a long day for them. Look, you know, they've played a lot of cricket in the last few days, and playing the last two matches here back to back. But of course, it's been a long one for Baraka Prato as well, and they haven't been able really to register a win. They thought they were going to get one there against Roma Gladiatori, but it wasn't to be when they weren't able to defend 139. So can they finish on a high? You can see that it is the Roma Bangla Morning Sun that are picked to be the winners here, 77% to 23%. So let's see how this pans out as the umpires make their way out to the middle. Once again, needless to say, it's another glorious sunny afternoon. Local time now at just approaching 5 in the afternoon. Welcome back to everybody that's tuning in. And John, you're absolutely right. Here we go again. And are we going to have and be treated to another very good finish in the day? Of course, you can't argue with the entertainment that you're getting. Another century here today from Harpreet, of course, that helped Gladiatori get that win against Baraka Prato. But Prato are looking to bounce back. Can they register their first win this time round? And if they're to do it, it's going to have to be up against Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who themselves are looking to at least win one of their two matches that they have here today. That's sort of been their pattern. They've been the sort of 50-50 Jekyll and Hyde sort of team. They'll perform well in one and then not so well in the other. So let's see how this goes. They're certainly looking forward to this. And remember, it's the last match of this day 3, match number 15. So too far away with your random questions. Always nice to hear from you what your questions are. So it's going to be an interesting one, this. Let's see what they can get to here. So you're going to start with Shakil Hussain with the ball. waiting for the umpires to give the go-ahead. Probably waiting for the batter really there to get to himself sorted. Are we going to be finally see some of what Ahmed Moshin can do? Chowdhury also looking to open up well. It's a good delivery into the pads, but always going down legs up. I like the length of this ball. Keep that length and keep it straight. They can maybe get off to a good start, and I think they know, similarly to what Roma CC found out, pick up 3-4 wickets, get the wickets, particularly of the captain Anik Ahmed, and who knows. Here's a question for you. Would you open with Anik Ahmed, the captain? He's been Mr. Consistent, scoring runs every time that they play. Would you not just have him opening and say, look, the more balls you face, the better you are for us, especially when you haven't got Rahan in the side? I think I would. That's a nice shot. That's 4 runs. So Chowdhury, well, some people say perhaps he was a little bit unlucky to get out as he did in the last match. He wasn't the only one to get out to that racing ball. That one gets played away quite nicely. And, well, Bilal is going to have to get off his chair and go and find that one. 4 runs. Beautiful shot. All along the deck as well. They don't get any better than that. Nice start there from Chowdhury. And, oh, that is immaculate. The uppercut from Chowdhury. He says, well, I was out to this sort of ball before, but now I'm going to go back, and it's my time to deliver. And that is a delightful shot. Look at the wrist involved in that. The old uppercut for 6. Beautiful shot. Lovely shot. In fact, it's gone for 4, not 6, they say. I thought it was 6. In fact, no, it has been changed to 6. Yeah, I was sure that went for 6. Cracking shot, Chowdhury. 4 and 6, looking pretty slick. Short again, and this time it's going to be worked away to third man. Just a single. Chowdhury looking to deliver. Looking to put the disappointment of the last innings behind him. And he's got Moshin there with him. Moshin takes guard. Oh, right on the lid. Okay, let's umpires will come together and do a very quick concussion test here. That is right on the grill. In fact, that could have quite easily sneaked under there. I like the way that the umpire at third comes running out there to check quickly that he's okay. That's good. Good work from the match officials. You can see that's Adil Ahmed and Amila Fernando that are there. So you can see that the concussion test there, that's something that, of course, we on the European Cricket Network take very seriously. When we see not just batters, that's the thing, it's not just batters, of course, it can be a fielder as well. If you see anybody that gets hit, then you need to make sure that they're okay. And well, Charles Croucher also going out there. Maybe a little bit over excessive there from the Sheriff, but I think the umpires, of course, are able to deal with this pretty well. But Charles just wanting to make sure, goes out there as well and says, follow my finger. Well, Charles, he just, let's just say he just slipped into something a little bit more casual after the coin toss. We continue, Hussain. Short again, and this time he gets muscled to the boundary. He's going to go for 6 runs. And Moshin says, you hit me, I'll hit you back. And yeah, good response. He says, no, if you think that I am flustered, or if you think that I am going to have issues with the short ball, think again. A good way to finish the over. First one comes to an end, 18 come from it. And a reminder that there's 40 days to go. Well, the countdown keeps going, doesn't it? 40 days to go to the start of this, the Euros of cricket, the European Cricket Championship is what we call it. And we'll be once again in Andalusia. And come on down and join us at the Cardamom Oval in Spain, Malaga. It's a beautiful ground, beautiful area. Lots of things to do outside the cricket as well. You're only about half an hour drive from Marbella. Malaga itself is a beautiful city. So enjoy the cricket and enjoy some of the sights. And of course, enjoy the glorious weather. It's on short as well. Just gets work to the square. No run. Good start then from the team from Roma. Of course, I can say that here because Braco Prato don't have Roma in their name, so it's nice to be able to just to say the Roma side rather than the mouthful of Roma Bengal Morning Sun. Short. I don't know why the bowlers are pretty content in banging the ball in short. I mean, I know they do get good success and good lift, but also I reckon that the batters are pretty used to this pitch and quite used to playing the short ball. So I think you'll be far more successful in trying to get the ball fuller and getting the batters to drive. And then if you're getting that ball outside that off-stump corridor, there's every chance the ball can come up and surprise the batter, maybe catch a bit of the edge. Once again, he's banging it in short, not really concentrating too much on the line. So, all right, this one is outside the op, but it's going to be another wide. Just got to focus on getting this full and straight. Welcome to everybody in the chat. It's a bit of discussion that's happening at the moment. It's good to have you all with us. And still waiting for the first random question of the day. And well, maybe I can start things off. If everybody's feeling a little bit shy, as that's a better delivery. A swing and a miss this time. As Ghulam Abdul gets this one past the bat. So okay, random questions. How about this then? And I've got a few that I scribbled down. Okay, what is your go-to board game? Now, some of you youngsters may be thinking, what's Rico talking about board game? You know what I'm talking about. What's your go-to board game? Of course, there's a lot of them out there. And, well, this is going to be for the fielder. He's going down in slow-mo is Zakaula. And Zakaula, ooh la la la. Well, he just can't get there. He gets to get the third of the way down, and then the body says, nope, we can't go any more than this. Well, he'd be no good doing the limbo, would he? All right, 4 runs. Chowdhury, he's played some handsome shots so far, and looking pretty good, has to be said. Whereas the Ghulam Abdul, a lot of struggles with getting the ball in the right area, a lot of wides. 2 wides, 2 dots, and the first boundary comes off the over. So, yeah, your go-to board game, everybody. That's well bowled. Good delivery. Well, we've got our production is from Spring Media saying code names. All right. Now, I'm going to pretend I know what that is. I don't. Nish will come on. Nish might know, and Nish is shaking his head as well. So you'll have to enlighten us. Code names, did you say, or games? Code names. There you go. That's the first. Code names. All right. Somebody will say, oh, wow, this has gone a long way up in the air. That's 6 runs. That's not coming down this side of the boundary, and it will be 6. Well, that's gone a long way up. Up from Chowdhury. It does come down. It comes down for 6. So this over's had a little bit of everything, hasn't it? There's been dots. There's been wides. There's been 4 now. That's the first 6 as well, I suppose you could say. If this is a wicket, it could be a normal ECN over. Is that Charles in front of me? Is that Charles? Who's in front of me there? Mahin. Well, I'm liking your T-shirt. Mahin has just been here with Bilal. They've put our side up. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's going to protect us from the sun. And that's going to be the end of the over. So, yeah, Bilal has done a good job here. Still, look, I know I put a random question out there, so go to board game. So get involved with that. I know Nish, who's joining me back here, will probably have one to say as well. But also, we need a name for a new home. We can't drag this out any longer. Nish, welcome back. Have you any thoughts what we can call this beauty?
Oh, it's really tough. I mean, my initial thought was tent, but as you mentioned, it isn't exactly a tent. It's gonna need some time. I think we're just gonna hear a name one day that's gonna click and it's gonna feel just right.
Well, we're in Rome as we have a look at Rome at CC, of course. 3 out of 3 here today, sitting pretty at the top. We're in Rome, so maybe it should. This is the first time we've seen it. Maybe it should have something to do with Rome. I don't know, the Commentary Colosseum or something like that. We got to maybe, or could it be the the
commentary pantheon.
Yeah, commentary pantheon or the the Trevi box. I don't know, but come on, get your thinking question. John Hisham there has a question, and Nish, what's John asking us there?
He's asking if it will be in Malta at the end of October. Yeah, we've got a 4-week European cricket series coming up.
Yeah,
in Malta starts in the end of October, and of course we'll round it out in November. Very similar to last year, and we were of course in Malta for 3 weeks in November.
Yeah, now John, a little fairy told me that you may be there as well. That's going to be a save in the end. If you would have just thought about the catch there, that's Ghulam Abdul. If he was going to take this, he would have to be very brave and be running forward and diving into it. But he decides to just save the boundary. I don't mind that. Play safe. So just a single. Imran is the bowler. This is Shahid Imran. So the thing is in Malta, I think quite a few of us are going to be there. I know that I'll be there doing a bit. Charlie will be there as well. I understand Vinny as well. Are you going to be there as well? You're going to be there.
I think it's going to be one of the few series where all four of us, everyone's going to be there.
I think you're going to be there as well. So I reckon definitely. I mean, I know it's a little bit early, Christmas, but we could be having a Christmas party there maybe. And I know Malta's a good place to party. We've had a few there. Malta, a special place for me, of course. A lot of you will know that. So, and I didn't go there last year, so I'm looking forward to go back. And that's a really good shot. That's going to be 6 runs. Beautiful hit, clean, straight, out of the middle. Good start from the openers. Got to say that outside of Rehan not batting, this is probably the best start that the Roma side have had. And of course, by that I mean Roma Bengal Morning Sun. So good bit of work from them so far from the 2 openers. Bring the 40 up, and still 2 balls to go in this power play.
A great start here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, led by Chaudhary, who's been absolutely hammering this bowling attack. This one's gone up in the air. It's going to go sailing over the rope. That's gone away for 4 runs. A little bit lucky there for him, and just throws his bat at it. Man, that's just taking a bounce in front of the rope. That will confirm it. So it's 4 runs.
Hay suerte, bastante suerte, pero también tienes 4 carreras. Yeah, be brave. Fortune favors the brave. Yeah, if you're going to swing, swing hard. That's a message there. Yeah, so John, looking forward to seeing you there. So, yeah, we'll all be there. We'll be having a Christmas party in Malta. And this one, well, there's a party out there in the middle. A party in Rome at this Roma cricket ground as another one gets blasted away. Not a good over that from Shahid Imran. It started well, the first 2 deliveries. It certainly didn't finish well. 21 come from it, so a magical over. The one before that went the ones before it, 18 and 12, 21 of this one. There you go. So the 50 comes up in the power play, 51 without loss.
Yeah, great start here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They've struggled a little bit with their batting for much of this ECS, and this was just the kind of start they needed here against Baraka Prato, who are still looking for their first win of this series. 17 and over in the first 3. Chaudhary has been spectacular, batting with a stellar strike rate so far. 41 runs, just 13 deliveries. That's 315.
Raju Mia. Beg your pardon, Raju Mia, not Raju Mia. It's Hassan Ali, of course. He's going to come on to bowl. Hassan, of course, had good performances in the last match. He'll be very disappointed that they came out second best against Gladiatori. Bowled well, batted well. Let's see what he can do here with his spin. And, well, if you have the right field set, Nish, I think this has got to be a chance. I don't quite understand why you go to spin and you wouldn't have square leg, mid-wicket and long on the boundary. I don't quite understand this field. Now the point is coming in so they can have that player back. Missed opportunity. You gotta get your field right from the word go. So now they do push that man back. Yeah, that's a missed opportunity. Captain gets that one wrong to start off with. That's gear. Now, oh dear, that's going to be 4 more. Not the most nimble bit of fielding. This time that one gets past the fielder. It's going to be 4 más.
That's not a great line either, though, is it? Just far too much width on offer. The fielder should be getting down And putting out the long barrier to try to stop that one, but sneaks away from him for 4 runs, and now Mohsin has back-to-back boundaries to his name as well.
Yeah. Oh no, well, if it's not off the bat, it's going to come off nothing. This is going to go for 4 byes. The keeper's got to be stopping this, and that here's Ghulam just to get the captain on his. Look at his body positioning here. I mean, it's all wrong. He's leaning towards one side, and you can see there's no way he's going to stop the straight ball. He just folds his arms there, as like to say, well, nothing to do with me. It's got to stop that. That's very disappointing from the bowler's point of view and the team's. And once again, just flicked away. This time it's wide off the fielder out there. So Waqas Mohammed, another one he can't stop. Leaking runs at a pretty rapid rate here. This could end up being another magical over.
Yeah, Waqas Mahmood's having a really difficult time out of that position. Another one that sneaks past him. It's a couple of boundaries. He's leaked in that position. I think the bowling as well, though. Can't afford to be bowling there. It's giving him too much width. And, well, I was going to get a real moment of shame. He's going to get swapped out from that position. And you watch, this ball's going to go right at him.
Yeah, I still think, let's see what happens to this ball. I think he might still go in the same area. I don't think this field is right. Well, adios, Balota. That would go a long way. That's a big hit. Well, that's going to go into some of the equipment that we have over there, which is used, of course, for watering this ground. And 90,000 litres per day, everybody, to keep this ground looking as pretty as it is. So a big hit. Yeah, I just think bring up your sweeper at extra and push the man back. Now, this one could be near us somewhere. Be ready, everybody. Be ready. And told you it'd be coming our way. That's right, me. And no idea, folks, where this ball is coming. No idea. You knew it's coming in here. And it comes, drops down just under the tables and ends up behind my feet. And
yeah, that's the thing. I mean, obviously with us at long off, as soon as that is struck, I mean, it's immediately outside our eye line. Obviously with the roof of this tent just blocking it out. So you never know where that's going to land. Enormous over. Absolutely massive. 32 runs, 28 runs, beg your pardon, coming off that over in the end.
Yeah, we might give you a chance to see where we are. So be ready, guys, for the camera, because we're asking for a name of our new tent. We're going to call it Tent for now. We'll try and get it on the screen in a moment. We might give you away. But one thing I will recommend, Nish, can you give us a transparent roof? If we have a transparent roof, we can see these balls coming. All right, we'll see a lot of what the pigeons eat for dinner as well, but it would mean we can see it. And, well, the fielder sees this one pretty well. That is a really good catch. That's outstanding. They didn't look like a team that were going to take an opportunity if they came their way, but Habur Rahman has other ideas. He makes this look really casual.
Oh, he certainly does. Holds on to that one very comfortably and breaks what has been a terrific opening stand of 79 runs that has put this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side in a very healthy position. And now it's going to be the danger man, Anik Ahmed, striking out to the middle. Let's take another look at this. A big shot over there. And it goes straight towards the fielder who takes that catch comfortably. First wicket falls.
Yeah, good catch taken. A Booyah. Has been a bit of a revolution with the ball. Takes the wicket. Yeah, so there it is. That's where we are. So we want a name for our new home. So you can see what I'm talking about. If we were given a transparent roof, we can see these balls coming and we know whether we have to be frightened or not. But give us a name for a new home, everybody. And maybe it's the first time we've seen it is in Rome. Maybe it's something that could be linked to Italy or more appropriately Rome. So we're putting that your way as well. Of course, my random question was your go-to board game. And I'm going to say mine, the good old-fashioned Snakes and Ladders. Can't go wrong with that. As a child, had lots of fun. Snakes and Ladders, and the other game we used to play a lot of, I don't even know if people play it anymore or even know of it, Ludo.
Yeah, I remember Ludo.
Yeah, Ludo.
Played that a couple of times. I think for me, I'll just keep it simple. Chess. I think
Chess? Okay.
That's the best board game in my
Well,
opinion.
it's simple maybe for some. A little bit complicated. Drafts is probably better than chess for me. I don't mind drafts. Are you you're
Never
pretty good
heard
at
of that,
chess?
to be honest with you.
Huh?
Never heard of drafts.
Never heard of drafts? Okay. The drafts, it's the same. You play it on the same board, but it's, well, that's a wide.
Yeah, just having a quick look at that board game. So, oh, okay. Oh, it's checkers. Right, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know how to play checkers either.
Is that the posh way of saying it?
No, it's just a
Who
different
else is
way.
here? Go to board games.
I don't know how to play it, though.
Diana, come on. Diana's just making a funny face. She's saying I'm too young. As with the games that I played all involved using 2 thumbs and electronic charging point. As that one gets played away, that's going to be quite an exceptional shot. That's over point for 6.
Yeah, that makes the room over there, backs away, and carves that one behind point. Great shot over there. Once again, I gotta say, Roma Bangla Morning Sun is continuing to accelerate thanks to Mohsin. 38 off 12 for him. Now, initially, of course, primary source of acceleration for them was Chaudhry, and now Mohsin's continued the acceleration. This one's gone high up in the air. Looks like it will land safely, and it's also going to sneak underneath the fielder and go away for 4 runs.
Yeah, they just keep leaking runs here. So there's going to be some more there. So I'm going to try coming around the wicket here, Booyah. So it started well, picked up a wicket. Still not the worst of overs, but fielder's not helping. I mean, if they don't get wickets here pretty quickly, I mean, of course, they're going to have the drinks break coming up in 2 balls time to try and rally around and sort this out. But this could end up in a huge score here. And what's this one now? Does he sneak this in? I think he does. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I was just speaking to Diana. Diana says she doesn't know if it classes or not, but how about dominoes? Yeah, dominoes works. So maybe one day if he finds on dominoes, I'll give you a challenge. Dominoes challenge. I know. Remember dominoes? Seeing it played in the Caribbean in Barbados, of course. When these people play dominoes, they don't just put the pieces down; they absolutely hammer them down. The noise that's made. So dominoes is one. What about Monopoly?
Yeah, I was going to mention Monopoly as a second. Oh, this one's. I think there might have been an edge there. Just looking at the reaction of the bowler and the keeper, and I'm just trying to read the batter's body language as well. Yeah, it looks like there was a nick, and that is a chance that has been put down. Oh, huge moment in this match. We'll take another look at this. It's not easy to tell from the replay, but just looking at the reactions of everyone involved, I think that has been put down. Oh, it was a huge moment. Massive moment in the context of this match.
Mohsin, he's on 42 when he does get put down as well. Will we get opportunity to say a quick hello to you in the chat? Of course, we're putting some questions your way. You go to board games, of course, some random questions there. And also, will you had a look at our home here? Maybe a few suggestions on what we can refer to our commentary position as well. So we're trying to keep you busy this afternoon. Of course, thank you very much for watching and thank you for your support.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great to be alongside all of you. I think another one that's really underrated is Cluedo. That is another great one, especially for people who are really into their murder mystery games. That's something that has taken off a lot lately. This one has struck away towards point. I mean, of course, I think for a lot of younger viewers, you might remember Among Us when that was a big thing, especially during the lockdown. So I guess the closest thing to Among Us board game you get to play might be Cluedo.
Yeah. Now look, you're not exactly old yourself. What, you're 25. I know we had a debate about this in Bulgaria because Charlie was trying to suggest that you were a lot younger than what you were, but 25. You have a younger brother. Now, so your younger brother, would he play? Are board games played anymore, or are they just? Do they not exist?
No, they don't exist.
They don't exist, really, isn't it? How old's your younger brother?
This one is smoked away for a 6. What an incredible shot there by Ahmed. Just climbs up. It's a little bit of stand and deliver. He sent that one over the rope. Yeah, he's 14, so for him, he's probably never heard of board games. Yeah, he played a little bit, I guess, of Monopoly when he was way younger. Chess a handful of times. Don't think he's ever played backgammon. And backgammon's obviously huge in Greek culture, and I think there's hardly anyone in Greece or Cyprus who hasn't played plenty of backgammon growing up. But yeah, I think board games are sort of dying now. I think largely they've been replaced by online multiplayer games now where most people can socialize online anyway.
Yeah, I'm liking the one from Kroom. And Kroom, of course, is talking about... And that's, of course, Operation. Yeah, look, why not? I think, why don't we'll include that, any games like that. And, of course, Operation. And I just remember the adverts to it, the lady's irritating voice. And it was, can I have a go? I can never forget that, of course. Yeah, operation, that was a good one. It's a good way to learn about the parts of the body. What was the other one? The one with the donkey, buckaroo. Oh, yeah, that was pretty good, wasn't it, when all the pieces went all over the place? Buckaroo. Yeah, come on, keep them coming. Good one there, crew. John Gray Drafts, also known as Checkers. Yeah, John, thank you for that. Oh, Wayne, I like it. The Rome Dome. The Rome Dome. Okay. Well, that's the only one we have in the hat so far. So, Wayne, a leading contender at the moment. John Heasham saying, John Heasham, the dugout. Okay, dugout. Fine. Swing and a miss. So, well, it's appealing for. He's given him. He's out. This is the most, the politest inquiry for a caught behind you'll ever see, and the umpire says yes. I wonder if we can keep this going. So here's the. Let's see it go. The catch gets taken. There's the appeal. Nobody else really that interested, and it's been given. So there you go. You don't have to have the biggest appeal. Catch gets taken pretty cleanly, no doubt about that, and that's going to be the end of the batter. So it's the end of Armin Mohsin. He's going to have to depart, and it ends up being quite a low-key dismissal for him in the end. He'll go for 42.
Yeah, we thought Armin Mohsin was almost caught behind in the previous ball he faced. You just keep in mind when the keeper put down that chance, but over here, this is about as tame as it gets. The wicketkeeper, as you can tell, sense from his reaction, he knows there's an edge. And that is, as you said, about as polite an appeal as it gets. And both the openers have been sent back to the shed. So a couple of new batters out in the middle. Ahmed on just 8 of 5. Ahmed has faced the ball, and it's a dot ball. Yeah, so a chance just to slow down the scoring rate a little bit if you are Baraka Prato.
Yeah, well, that one's a much better over, so it has come straight after the drinks break. Just the 7 runs coming from it and picking up the important wicket of, as you said, the other opener, Mohsin. So the two openers done their job, Mohsin and Chowdhury. You like what they did, both getting out in the 40s. Anik Ahmed's still there, and he'll relish the opportunity now, the next 24 balls, to try and get them to pass that 150 mark. Certainly going to be eyeing that up. It's not a good delivery down the leg side as Booyah comes back on. Don't mind that at all. I think he bowled pretty well. He deserves another over, but not a good start from him. The 12, of course, came off his last. That one goes a little bit wrong.
Yeah, so we are coming back here for the 7th over. 1 for 13 in the first.
That's gone. Big. What a good pickup. This is sensational. He just hits that a long way. Well, one of the ball retrievers is going to have to get over the fence. I know when we were here, when I was here 2 years ago, we had little steps that went over over one side and down the other to get the ball. Well, you're going to need those again, because that is just beautifully timed. And Anik Ahmed, such a good timer of the ball, and also in pretty good form. He's got one good score after another. 2 wide. That's going to be a wide. Thanks, everybody, for getting involved. Of course, we're talking about all sorts of things. Kroom, a good one. Trivial Pursuit. What a good one that is. I remember that we had stat loads of fun one Christmas with the TV version of Trivial Pursuit. Oh, it went on forever. We had lots of fun. Yeah, good shout. Good one. Played out. Will just be just another single. Yeah, so we're talking board games. What about Scrabble? That's quite a popular one. I know that it's one that normally parents don't mind the kids playing because they feel that it can be good, quite educational, but also causes, I think, and I remember in my childhood, a lot of issues because, let's just say, the dictionary had to come out a number of times to say, is that a word or is it not a word? But yes, Scrabble's another one.
Yeah, Scrabble was big. I think a lot of people used to play that on mobile back in the day as well. You had a big thing, I remember, on Messenger where people used to play Scrabble and then you sort of message it back and forth. I remember when I was a teenager, that was a big thing.
Yeah.
So Amin still yet to get off the mark. He's faced a couple of balls. They've really slowed down this run rate since those 2 wickets fell. Another swing and a miss. Yeah, only 16 runs off these last 12 deliveries. It's been a good fight back here by Baraka Prato.
Got a few people coming in the chat. Jamila Lasanthi is there, just saying well done to Roma CC. Yeah, why not indeed? Roma CC, of course, winning their 3 matches here today and put themselves at the top of the standings. Good to hear from you. This one's going to be wide again. I don't mind this from Booyah. I think he did the same thing in the last match. He just knows where he has to get the ball, so he's prepared to give away a couple of wides. In this occasion, 3 of them in the over, but the over still has only gone up with that one big 6. It's only gone for 10 because there's been a single, 3 of the wides. So you can see what he's trying to do. I don't mind it, but he doesn't want to get into a position where he gives too many away. In the end, he goes for a shorter one. Probably holds this across the seam, doesn't get too much bounce, and only just gets over the stumps. So another dot. So can he finish the over well? His spell's not been bad. 1 for 22 so far.
Yeah, it's been a good spell by Booyah. It's been very solid. Just a few too many extras. Bowled 4 wides during his spell. Probably the only concern for him.
That one is too much width, and it's almost like the batter was expecting it. He says, I know your plan, I know where you want to keep it, I'm going to be ready. That has been blasted. So, I mean, he finally gets off the mark, and he's going to do it with a big 6 off the 5th ball that he faces. So the over doesn't quite go to plan. 16 come from it, and I suppose we have to say again there, Nish, all those extra balls you're bowling, one of them will get punished and will get put away, as this is what's coming up tomorrow.
Yes, we have a rematch of this game first thing tomorrow morning. Baraka Prado will do battle against Roma Bangla Morning Sun once again. Then we get to see Bologna playing for the first time in this ECS tomorrow, so really looking forward to seeing them. Of course, they'll be making the trip from up north to come to Rome to play in this European cricket series. So a chance to see another side from outside the city.
Yeah, so Bologna are going to be the new team we'll see tomorrow. We will see a little bit of Roma CC as well, and of course also of Roma Bangala Morning Sun. So plenty of action to come. And speaking of action, well, it's all happening here pretty quickly, and I get the feeling here, Nish, that Anik Ahmed is really going to go after bowling here now. He sees the opportunity to put a big score on the board. Is still now after that 6th. Still 17 balls to go in this innings, 120 on the board, plenty of batters to go. So it's time to really open up.
It certainly is. Smart batting by him. There's no fine leg back, so decided to go across and helps it over that boundary. A wide over here by Mohammed on the following delivery.
Yeah, that's given. I think that's a good call. I think that ball is not going over the stumps. It misses the leg stick. So not called for height. It's called for direction. I don't think banging the ball in is the answer here, because that's exactly what Ahmed wants. Look, he's ready for the short ball already. He plays this well outside the off. This one does get stopped. Then he declines the single. Doesn't want to take the single. Wants to stay on strike.
Yeah, I think in the death overs, though. I mean, I know this is a surface where a lot of bowlers like to bowl around a good length because of the extra bit of carry, but still want to mix it up and challenge the bottom of the bat every now and then, especially in the death overs. Go for that Yorker.
In the air. Now, this one is going to be 6 runs. I don't think he's going to... Yeah, there you go. He stepped over the rope. I just had the feeling from the fielder, who actually, that's Shahid Imran, takes a good catch. But I didn't, when I saw his positioning, I thought he's going to step, if he gets this, he'll step over the line, and he does. Watch. Just knew that was happening. He stands on his tiptoes after going over the line. That's going to be 6 runs. Disappointed. I think this is one, if you're smart, you're trying to save the runs and take the catch. So he does take the catch, but unfortunately steps over the rope. That's 6.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate for him there, wasn't he? He wasn't quite aware of where the boundary rope was, and by the time you took the catch, you just took a glance behind and saw the terrible news that he had stepped over the rope.
It's a little bit too high. I think it does shuffle across, but that ball's too high. Good bit of umpiring here from Adil and Amila. And Rugbeard, of course, is the 3rd, and being well led by the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, as well. But you can see on course for a big score. I think of memory, 165. Yeah, 165 is the highest score that we've had in the series so far. Okay, if you're going to bowl a little bit shorter, get it outside the off. It's been signalled as 1 for the over here. I don't think it surprises me, though he is a tall man. This one is, yeah, clearly over that shoulder. It's a good delivery in the end, but he does like banging the ball in. There's no doubt about that, Wakas.
It's a big, tall man like Ahmed. You certainly want to try to jam in that Yorker and force him to reach down. Well, he's going to get a dot ball anyway, so good over in the end by Wakas Mohammed. That over ends up costing them 14 runs, which is, I guess, about even for the death overs. You tend to see overs go well north of 20 in this stage in the innings.
Yeah, time maybe to go back in time with me. Let's go back to this day in 1990, a test-saving effort with added charm. Sachin Tendulkar was just 17 years and 112 days when he made his maiden test century. 119 not out against England at the Old Trafford. He was the third youngest to do so, and behind Mushtaq Mohammed and Mohammed Ashraf of Bangladesh, who broke the record in September 2001 against Sri Lanka. Well, that's an interesting shot. Just gets defended away. Tendulkar and Manoj Prabhakar batted through the last 2.5 hours with India 6 down and seemingly heading for defeat. Of course, Sachin Tendulkar was then just 17 years old back on this day in 1990. Spin. And that's well bowled. Slightly quicker.
But that extra bit of bounce, I mean, has that caught the keeper on the grill? I mean, let's have a look at this. Going for the leg spinner. Oh, my goodness. I mean, look at how that is taken off. It's a great thing he has the helmet on. Yeah, it's caught him right on the grill, and there it is, the umpire administering the concussion test.
Yeah, nicely done. This one sort of hits him under the grill, so it's not a collision on the head, but still, anything that catches the lid like that, it's nice to see that. Also on this day, back in 1959, American basketball player Magic Johnson was born in Lansing, Michigan. Of course, Magic Johnson was magical. Well, that's a magic delivery. Well, after he softened him up with, softened his wicketkeeper up with a blow to the lid, the wicketkeeper says, "Don't hit me, hit the stumps." "All right, Captain, I'll do just that." And he hits the stumps. And let's just say that off stump has been out of that ground a few times today. Well, there was the test first. And he said, "Don't hit me this time, hit the stumps." Well, the ball still hits him, by the way, off the stumps, but that's a wicket. Well done, well bowled. And Hassan Ali, who probably has had the better day, better than some of the other players on his side, picks up the wicket, and a good one to get. But I tell you what, it's a good man to be coming in at this time, Qadir Abdul.
It's a perfect situation for Qadir Abdul to come into. We'll take another look at this. He sees the batter advancing down the wicket, so he pulls his length back a little bit, hits the top of off peg, gets the wicket. But Abdul's now got a chance to tee off with just 9 balls left in this innings. He's going to play that one off his pads. Surely he's going to be pushing for a second over here. The non-striker's a little bit slow, but Abdul's call was very clear. 2-2-2, and he got the second run.
Yeah, I wonder if some of the other teams will have a look at that from Anik Ahmed. He goes, the captain with 27. Didn't look that comfortable against spin, did he? So I wonder if other teams will take note. That's well bowled again from Hassan Ali. So don't forget, at one point, the computer had this expected score to be around about the 160.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he struggles against spin, then it is worth keeping in mind that they're going to have to go through Roma CC if they want to win this ECS title. So the plethora of spin options they have, they'll certainly be looking to try to expose some of his weaknesses. And in the 9th over, RBMS 130 for 3.
Yeah, good comeback there. And Hassan Ali, credit to him for finding a very good over. Only the 2 runs come off that one. Picks up the wicket as well, an important wicket of Anik Ahmed. So 130. It is, well, not too much happening in that 9th over. It ends up being a huge one for the likes of Barca Prato. Now let's see if they can finish, well, short, high, in the air, backpedaling. And, oh yeah, Shaba, Shaba. It's a assisted jalebi catch. Jallo sare jalo jalebi khao, Shaba, Shaba. And we see a jalebi catch. He's backpedaling here. It pops out. Even Leslie's watching this one. And there you go. Oh, Pallia, yaar, Pallia. Jalebiya kaddo. Nicely done. Lovely moment there for Shakil Hussain. He holds on to the catch. And we have a little bit of jalebi delight here in Rome.
Oh, I certainly do. What an incredible catch over there. Juggling effort and he's able to take it on the second attempt. He's made something very challenging look simple. We'll take another look at that. It was there to be hit. And have a look at this. It looks easy enough on the first attempt, and he grabs it one-handed on the second. Go big over here. There's a fielder out at mid-wicket. This should be a much more straightforward catch, and it is. So it's back-to-back wickets to start the over. Imran is now going to be on a hat trick. Let's take a look at this. Just steps across, looking to smack this over mid-wicket. Didn't quite have the room to free his arms as nicely as he would have liked. Couldn't quite get the distance on it. Picks out the fielder instead. 2-2 to start the 10th.
Yeah, well, what a comeback! Not the only time we've seen it. It's going to be the golden quacker, a little bit of the old. Well, it looks like that Goldie really is teasing the batters off these days. It's like quacking them off and all around them. So golden duck, hat-trick ball then coming up. We've seen a century today. We saw 2 hat-tricks yesterday. Almost had one this morning. Will we get another hat-trick in the last match of the day in the first innings? 130 for 5, hat-trick ball. And, oh, yeah. How close. Just goes over the stumps. Everybody going, oi. That's pretty close, isn't it? That's pretty close. I see he runs back to his mark. I want to have a quick look at what the clock is saying here. They're probably fighting the clock. In fact, where is the timer? I prefer it's a final over. So I wonder why he's hurrying. Why is he hurrying back?
Yeah.
Not sure here.
I was a little bit puzzled by that as well. No need to rush. It's the last over. You can take your time.
Yeah, obviously the message, whatever it is, has been translated on incorrectly to the bowler. Good spell, this. It's a good finish. What we were talking, definitely. We were saying that it's going to be definitely 150 no matter what. The score predictor was saying 165 plus. We were on for the higher score in the series, and now with 2 balls to go, well, they're not going to get it. Well, they shouldn't get into 140, should they? So Imran to bowl. There's just a slight delay here for something. Not sure what it is. The 2 umpires are checking something. Maybe they're checking how many balls to come here just to make sure. But 131 for 5, and. And Nick is saying the Palace. How about the Palace for the Kings of commentary? That's so kind, Nick. But yeah, we'll put that in the hat as well. The Palace, the Rome Dome we've had in there, the dugout. Asking the question, he likes it, and he's going to get the wicket. It's going to be out. The batter can't believe it. Well, Kadir Abdul, I think Abdul though, he's pretty sneaky. He's got a way of just pretending he doesn't get anything on it. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, that's out. There is no doubt about that at all. He is gloved or sort of, whether it's gloves or whether it's the top part of the bat, straight into the hands of the keeper. It will be another wicket. That's the 3rd in the over from Shahid Imran, who has now taken 3 for 21 with a ball to go. This is quite an incredible comeback from Braco Prato.
It certainly is. Just 3 runs off these last 11 deliveries, and the 10th career wicket as well for Shahid Imran. So we'll round out this innings with a dot ball. Absolutely incredible. 3 runs and 3 wickets off the last 2 overs. This is emblematic of what we saw yesterday from the Gladiatorium.
Yeah.
Man scored just 1 run off the last 10 balls. What a comeback at the end by this side, and Roma Bangla Morning Sun will be wondering how on earth they have not ended up north of 150.
Yeah, that's quite incredible, isn't it? When you have a look at that, I mean, you just said it there. Just the 3 runs came off the last 2 overs. And, you know, they've only lost 6 wickets. So you've got to say here that Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they really have sort of left the door wide open here for Baraka Prato. If they go on and win this match, it's all down to some of the bowling there right towards the end. Hassan Ali and... he bowled a brilliant over. You can't also ignore Waqas Mohammed. He bowled well, but Shahid Imran, that last over, quite incredible. And just like that, well, you can't believe the situation that Roma Bangla Morning Sun have left himself in. They only get to 131 when at one point it was looking like they were going to get to a 160 plus score.
Yeah, certainly did. I mean, he looked set to get to something massive, especially after that incredible start they had. 79-run opening partnership that put them in a very strong position. Both Mohsin and Chaudhry batted superbly. The 2 of them had strike rates of 262 and 293 respectively. They were blasting this Barako Prato attack all over the park. We saw a couple of boundaries go through that third man region over there. Very tough moment for Waqar Mahmood. And he saw a couple sneak underneath him. This was a big, big over. It went for 28 runs. It was off the bowling of Hassan Ali. But then we got the big turning moment in this match right at the start of the next over. And Russell Bouya picked up a wicket off the very first ball of the 5th over. It would be the end for Shaul Chaudhary, and from there, the scoring would slow down a little bit for this Bangla side.
Yeah, and just to talk about the splits, I know that the last 2 overs we said only went for 3, but the split here, first 5 overs, 91, second 5 overs, just the 40 runs. So really, great credit there to Barako Prato, and we've said before that you can't go by the first 5 overs. We're talking about a big score there. The win predictor thinking 160 plus. I'm saying should definitely be, you would think 150. In the end, they don't even get past the 135. So you've got to say hats off to Barako Prato. But Roma Bangla, Morning Sun, they've let themselves down a little bit here. But now they're going to want the win here. They're going to have to fight hard. But this is a big opportunity here for Barako Prato to go out there and steal the points away from the Roma Bangla Morning Sun guys. So I think we haven't going to have a cracking run chase here. Once again, though, I think it's those early wickets. Get those early wickets, Nish, and you think that the side from Roma will feel that they can go on and register a win here.
Absolutely. This is a big match for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They, of course, need to get a victory against some of these middle-of-the-pack sides after getting defeated by Roma CC a couple of times. They're desperately looking for points. They put a good total on the board despite the fact that they were quite slow in those last couple of overs. We're just taking a look at some of the moments from right at the end. Keep in mind, just 3 runs and 3 wickets fell in those last 2 overs. It just completely sucked the momentum out of this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side. We'll now turn our attention and have a look at the scorecard. The 2 top scorers were Mohsin and Chowdhury, 42 and 41 respectively, and they both got them with incredible strike rates north of 260. Anik Ahmed, the skipper, made 27 of 14 delivered, but then you see that big collapse there by the middle order, just 8 runs from outside of the top 3.
Yeah, it's not looking good there at all. I tell you what is going to look good, well, some of it anyway, is when we have a look at the bowling card. At the top end of the order, I think it wasn't too much joy for the likes of Shakil Hussain, and also fairly expensive there, Russell Bouya. But just have a look at how things finished there. Hassan Ali, one of those overs was magical. The other one was super duper. Shahid Imran, 3 wickets for 21. Well done. And even that one over there from Ghulam Abdul wasn't that bad at all. One of the things that will be slightly disappointing is the number of extras. They did go to try and keep the ball just inside that wide line, and a few times they got it wrong, and that's why the extra count was a little bit high. And of course, those extra balls, on several occasions we saw it being put to the boundary. So we're going to have a bit of a run chase to finish off today. Who knows? Maybe 1 or 2 of us have got a bit of a tingle as well. 132 is going to be the chase here for Barako Prato. Let's see if they can do it. Join me, Rico Full and Lishay Bart, when we come back in under 10 minutes time for the conclusion of the last match of the day, match number 15.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our final innings of the day. And well, what a fantastic day of cricket it's been so far. And we hope to round it out here with an exciting chase. Let's have a look at the bonus point equation. And if Baraka Prato are able to achieve this target in 7 overs or less, which, let's face it, is highly unlikely, they'll pick up a bonus point. But if they're restricted to 91 or less by this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side, then RBMS will be the ones who will leave this game with a bonus point. RBMS desperately need this win, of course. They've lost to all of the big boys so far in this ECS, failed to get a victory against Roma CC in their 2 matches against them, haven't quite been able to do it against Royal Roma either, so they've got to try to get maximum points against a lot of these lower ranked teams so that they can make up the gap. Of course, finishing top in the standings is a big advantage, because it means that you'll face side ranked 4th or 5th based on the outcome of the eliminator, and of course 2nd and 3rd place sides will meet in the semi-final. So obviously you want to be in the top 3 at least, at a bare minimum. Being 2nd or 3rd doesn't have too much of a difference between it, but then finishing 1st just means you get that slightly better matchup in your semi-final. So a lot to play for during these group stages. Baraka Prato now trying to chase down 132. Big swing and a miss there, and Amin, that ball absolutely shot up off the surface. A lot of bounce and carry over there. Let's have a look at this. Oh my goodness, that ball it's just around a good length. It's a sort of fuller, slightly full maybe even of a good length, and look at how that one just flies over his bat. This one a bit more back of a length, and then once again it just climbs up on the batter. So there is a strategy they've employed of bowling a hard length. I think you see Roma CC in particular employ that tactic and enjoy great success with it. Gonna go down the ground. At least hasn't quite been able to time it. Doesn't come off the middle of the bat. So it's going to be a single. Rahman gets off strike. So yeah, Dastagir, Rahman, we both know these guys are capable of playing big shots, hitting the long ball. They've got to find a way though to do it with consistency against a very strong opposition.
The key, of course, is that they don't fall behind here early on. They'll be aware of that. So try to make the most of the power play. Short, and that's more like it. That's a really good shot. And the Ghulam Dastagir, we know that he can do this. So that's the boundary. And yeah, he's onto this really quick. And here we go. Yeah, good strike. And have a look at, well, we've got all sorts of things. Well, this wasn't quite the helicopter shot. It was a nice shot, but we have got a chopper up there.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is this for the front foot or?
No ball has been called there. It's a good pickup from you. And it doesn't look like a issue with the front foot. So it must, maybe there was an issue in the field there. So free hit coming up. And that gets worked away. The chase is on the Iba. Not going to get there. That's going to be 4 runs. And Nik Ahmed couldn't stop it, so they put away the free hit as well. Ghulam Dastagir, I think he has to stay there. That's the key. Stay there and go on and put big runs on the board. Get the openers making a contribution, and then someone like Hassan Ali can maybe get in there and also get some good hitting going. Remember, in that match, in that loss to the Gladiatori, they scored 50 of the last 2 overs to get them to a good score. So they've got batting, and they can change things up when they need to. Good comeback though at the moment here from Amin.
Yeah, absolutely, much better ball there by Amin. Taking a look at that again, it's just getting so much bounce and carry off the surface. He's hitting it back of a length, and it's always climbing up here on Dastagir, making it that much harder for him to play. This one's been left alone because it is wide, so he's going to have to re-bowl this one, Amin.
Yeah, welcome back to everybody in the chat. Of course, we're still entertaining your random questions, whatever it is. And also, look, if you're watching, you know who you are, wherever you are around the world. And if you've been part of the community that is watching, but never put a message in the chat, why don't you do so? We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to invite you and welcome you into our family, the European Cricket Network family. And to send a message, just say who you are, where you're from. And I know that everybody in the chat will be delighted to greet you and say hello. Of course, we are growing all the time. Our numbers are growing all the time. Don't forget to like us as well. Tell your friends, tell your family. Give us a thumbs up. 53 matches since the golden ball. Could this be one? It's that sort of score in that 130s. We got so close today, though, didn't we? And on that earlier match there. And maybe this could be the one. We saw that's 100 there from Harpreet. He also then held his nerve to give his team a win. They had to do it at the very last ball, chasing 139. So scores in the 130s maybe is the golden ball type of score. Okay, the new bowler, well, he's got the red pumps on. And has Abbas Ali.
Yeah, let's see if those red shoes give him a little bit of extra pace. Here we go. Abbas Ali steaming in.
It's well bowled, well played, and a bit of a wild throw. I think if you could have got this back to the bowler, Abbas Ali does very well to get back to his stumps. He almost got into position to whip the bails off.
Oh, just have a look at that direct hit. Maybe could have been a little bit tight. Rahman batting on just 1 of 3. He's not quite been able to make his impact on this game the way Dastagir has.
Now he leans into this, and that's going to go sailing over the boundary. It's going to be 6 runs. Well, there you go. Use the long handle and try to get it away. And Rahman, just as you say, well, he hears you, Nish, he hears you, and he sends this one packing over the boundary.
He just got the length slightly wrong over there, the bowler, and he just extended those long levers and somehow wrapped his bat around that one and got it away. As you can see, just 1 bounce over the rope. That one has been signaled a 4. Yeah, better batting there by Rahman. They just got to bat fearlessly here.
Yeah.
I think Baraka Prato, they're underdogged in this game. Just got to go out there and look to play their shots. This one's gone high up in the air. It's certainly going to go to the rope. I can't see the fielder getting to this. Oh, and in the end, he's just going to watch that one go over the rope. Couldn't quite tell if it was a 4 or a 6. Been given a 6. Let's take a look at this. It's in the slot. He has a chance to just free his arms, extend his arms. And let's see this. Yep. That is a 6. Goes all the way for a Maximo. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, this is better, isn't it? You're right. Just back yourself to play these shots, Rahman. He gets this one wrong. He just tries to... I think he placed this one a little bit too early. Just needed to wait for it. But, good response from Rahman after being pegged down a little bit. So 11 of 5. Ghulam Dastagir, of course, the captain. And looking to see if he hits his turn. Maybe to play a captain's innings the same way that Harpreet did against them to get Gladiatori a famous win. Some changes in the field, just strengthening that leg side. So the 2 men back are now long on a mid-wicket. This is all about positioning. Doesn't get the positioning right here, so he just needs to take a little shuffle across perhaps towards the offside and then play that shot. Either that or he needs to try and look to just play like a slog sweep on it. So allows 2 to get through him. And dot balls, you want to avoid dot balls. Abbas Ali looking to see if he can finish off the over without any more further runs. And it should have been taken. Catch gets dropped. Keeper, really, you'd back him to take it. And that's going to be disappointment. Bomik, let's have a look here. Does everything right, doesn't he? Look, follows it well. And maybe the ball just not carrying all the way to him. Perhaps maybe just not enough pace on it, but he's disappointed. You can see that he doesn't take it. The chance was there, but Rahman survives. 2 overs complete, 23 without loss.
You got to credit Abbas Ali for coming back really, really well after getting hit for back-to-back boundaries. You're always going to get struck for boundaries in this format. It's just a case of do you have the mental fortitude as a bowler to come back strong after getting struck for them. And Abbas Ali certainly did that. It was probably helped by a few false strokes by the batter. But that over ends up going for just 11 runs, which is a win for Bangla Morning Sun.
Yeah, Bomik, good effort. He's disappointed. I can see why. I think he knows that normally he would take that. So we'll make a little note of that. Rahman dropped on 11. Let's see how important that could be. And Anik Ahmed, the captain, looking to get a good performance with the ball in here. That's hit well, but to the fielder and taken straight down his throat. Now, the number of times that we've seen batters just not get under the ball, and Anik Ahmed, he holds his arms aloft as he picks up a wicket of the very first ball that he bowls and hits it well, but unfortunately hits it straight to the fielder. Ghulam Dastgir is going to be filthy with himself that he's not able to get any elevation on this, and it's going to be a slow, miserable walk off the field for the captain. It's 23 for 1.
So it's the Aroma Bangla Morning Sun captain who wins this battle with the opposite skipper. It wasn't quite able to get the elevation on it or hit it either side of that fielder, which would have been enough to get it away towards the boundary up. He picked out the lone man in the deep, and he's gonna have to depart. So Parada lose their first wicket, 23 for 1.
Hassan Ali replaces the captain. Of course, we saw him score 70 earlier in the day. It was a breathtaking innings, 70 of 30, but he ended up on the losing side. That's nicely played. I think he has to play this a little bit quicker than he expected. That's a good delivery from Ahmed. Going for the stumps. You can see here, that's well played.
It's actually stayed really low, that one. I mean, this is a surface where it tends to take off. I mean, we've seen a couple of balls that were just slightly full of a good length, end up going above waist height. That one was underneath the knee roll at that length. Really, really surprising. There has been the odd ball that has stayed low on this surface. The bounce hasn't been as true as one would have expected.
Oh, well, that's the sort of bounce that Nish is talking about, that we are used to seeing, a lot of that. I just get the feeling, though, that the bounce, though we've got that extra bounce, I think the better batters will put this away because they will get into positions, good positions, to cut and uppercut and to play over third. So I think we'll see a lot more of that as this series progresses. What a ball. What a delivery. He's done him with pace here. Done him with pace. Hassan Ali watches as Rahman goes, and you can see he's not watch his body language here, but that is a really quick delivery. Beats him all, ends up. Anik Ahmed just shows once again that he's a class player, class all-rounder. Adios to Rahman. Both the openers back in the shed.
Pace, bounce, that ball had everything, and it ends up just shaving the bails along the way. Another wicket falls. The captain, Anik Ahmed, making a big, big impact in this over. This is potentially the over that could just take this game away from this Baraka Prato side. And there he is, arms up in the air. He knows he's got his man. What an over by Anik Ahmed. Massive over that has completely changed the complexion of this innings.
Yeah, it certainly has. And both the openers get to double figures, then lose their wickets. That means a lot of work to be done here now by the two Alis, Hassan and Hamid. And not sure quite what's going on here. It looks like looks like the bail. Yeah, this is a broken bail. See this once again. See if you can see the bail broke. Out comes the new bail. So, well, there's Ravi Panchal, and well, Ravi looking as magnificent as ever. Still single, by the way. Just want to put that out there for all you lovely young ladies. Ravi Panchal.
I think there's a chance that the two of us might actually be going through Rome on Saturday, so maybe both of us should be tossing coins into the fountain.
There you go, Ravi. You can accompany Nish to the Trevi fountain. All right, here he comes again. And what a spell. He's just putting in the extra yard in this spell. That one just gets away from the fielder. They'll take a single. So Ahmed here really bending his back. Hamid Ali gets off the mark. And what a big partnership now this needs to be between these two.
So last ball coming up over here. Just 2 runs have come off this over so far. Anik Ahmed's managed to pick up a couple of wickets. Yeah, it's been a huge momentum shift in this over. Just really controlled his line and length very well. He's mixed things up too, kept the batters guessing.
There's that delivery again, the one that did the likes of Rohan in the last one, Roman I should say, and just too quick and too good. Look this, really good bowling, and if it was a little bit straighter, it would have had the off stump out of the ground, end of the over, and also the end of the power play. Just 2 come off that over. They're 25 for 2.
Yeah, puts the brakes on when they were looking to accelerate. 25 for 2 at the end of 3. You can see that's 26 runs behind what Roma Bangla Morning Sun were at this stage, and I just got to wonder now, where are Barak Parado going to find these remaining runs? It's going to be a huge challenge for them. Uphill climb.
Yeah, Raju Mia is going to take over with the ball here. They just need to keep the composure. They don't want to look. They've had upper hands in games before and managed to lose them. They want to make sure that they don't make any errors in this one as Mia comes in. And probably too wide it is as that gets taken. Yeah, of course, we were talking about the Trevi Fountain, if you don't hear us before. And we know that Trevi Fountain is a place that a lot of people go. And we were saying that if you throw two coins, to say euro coins, over your left shoulder into the fountain, then that means that you'll find love. And if you then throw 3 coins, then it means that it will be love that will last forever. And we know that Nish here, he's still single, and well, I'm not going to say he's on the hunt for a partner, but anyway, it's worth trying. And take Ravi with you, and maybe we can get 2 for 1. Who knows? So that's why we're saying to Ravi Pancho, you needs to coordinate a day off or a morning off with you to go to the Trevi Fountain. But on a serious note, of course, over 3,000 euros every month are collected from the fountain, which of course is used by charity organisation, which helps people to get some groceries for those ones that are less fortunate as us. So a great campaign. Yeah, 3,000 euros. Of course, that's I think I said a week there. It's a day. That's quite amazing. Quite amazing. And of course, if you like scuba diving, you could probably make a bit of money. Mind you, you might get into a bit of trouble. I've been to the Trevi Fountain, and it is quite magnificent. Of course, over 280 fountains in Rome alone. I tell you what, I bet there's a lot of people that are sitting in those fountains right now because it is so hot. They're just cooling off. Mia, I can't get him away either. This gets a bit of bad on this, but it'll just be a single as well. And he commented, as he always does, always having a go. Now they're running here. Well, this is quite incredible. And he'll always have a go. But what, they're going to get 3 here. They're getting 3. Is this a 3? I think this might be 3, you know. And he goes for the throw, misses, and then they come back. All happening out there in a minute, but of course they need more than a few overthrows. Yeah, that's a 3. Genuine 3, and we don't get too many 3s. Charlie enlightened me in Bulgaria that only less than something like 0.3% of the runs on the network are 3s. And that was a rare one, and that is going to be a wiper. A very good stop there from the keeper. Making sure that doesn't go to the boundary. Well done from Chandra Bumik. Makes a good stop.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from here on, they need at least 2 to 3 boundaries every over to keep things competitive. We haven't seen a boundary since the 3rd ball of the 2nd over, so we're still waiting. These wides are helping them. I mean, they've been gifted a boundary just off wides so far this over.
That's up in the air. It should be taken. It should be a straightforward catch. It will be. Mohammed Amin is not going to drop that. And it's going to be a disaster, really, as Hassan Ali is going to go for just 1 of 3 deliveries. And I just cannot see how Baraka Prato now get back into this match.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough from here. I mean, they've lost most of their top order. Where are they going to find these remaining runs? You just look down this list. They still have Waqas Muhammad there. We know he's somebody who is capable of giving it a good whack. But is he someone who can go on and play that big innings? We'll wait and see. They've seen him play a couple of good cameos so far this series, and during my introduction, I did mention there was someone they might consider just pushing up the order, but do they have somebody who can go on to play that big innings? Hassan Ali, of course, made 70 of 30 in the last match, so his departure will certainly hurt them.
Well, Kroon have a good net, so I hope you come back buzzing after hitting a few balls. And we will, of course, catch up with you later. And hello to Dave. Dave, how are you? Lovely to have you joining us. And to Dave, of course, is saying hello to everybody who's on the chat. And John Hisham saying this is not a dating site. But John, I reckon that we on the the old the European cricket family group, maybe we should put pictures up of Nishay and Ravi and say these two men, and they're young, handsome, and single, looking for a life partner. As this one has gone a long way. I tell you what, talking about a life partner, another team that's looking for a bit of life out there at the moment. And, Manaka Prato needed this big time. That has been thumped away. Big six.
No, it was in the slot. He had a nice steady base over there to play that big stroke. And he gets it over the rope. 6 more runs.
Yeah, good hit there. Of course, Wakas Mohammed, the player that you mentioned, has joined Ali out there. And this one stays a little bit lower once again. Well, there was 3, now there's only 2. Well, he feels Mia is Ronaldo with the Ronaldo celebration. The stump has disappeared. Now you see it, now you don't. There goes the stump. It's the off stump again, out of the ground, and that's the end of Hamid Ali. It does stay a little bit low, but I've got to say it's a bit of a rash shot, and boom, nails the landing on the celebration.
Yeah, he's going for the cross-batted stroke, and it just didn't quite bounce as much as he expected, so it snuck underneath, hit the top of the off peg, which is the perfect outcome for the bowler. And then he sticks to Sue as Baraka Brado are 39 for 4.
Yeah, that over. A long over, it has to be said, but 2 wickets did fall in it. So over number 4 goes for 14 from Raju Mia, but he does pick up 2 very important wickets.
39 for 4 at the end of the 4th over. Not sure I'll be doing the Ronaldo celebration here in Rome, considering he played a lot of his career over in Juventus, who are probably arch rivals with the local teams over here. Got a 5th over coming up. It looks like it's going to be Abbas Ali to bowl this one. Went for 11 in his first over, which was the 2nd over of this innings.
Swing and a miss. It's that slower delivery. Start, of course, of this over number 5.
Yeah, it's a big shot to catch it, and it's going to carry. There's a wicket. Well, Wakas Mohammed, who's played a couple of good cameos in the first couple of matches he's been involved in this series, will depart having scored just 1 run here. He cleared the front leg, was going for the big shot, didn't quite get a hold of it. As you can see, coming off the outside edge of the bat rather than the middle. And it's carried to the fielder, who will take a fairly simple catch. And that is going to be the end for him. He departs having scored just 1 run. Muhammad Amin holds on to that one. And they're in dire straits here, Baraka Prado.
Yeah, Amin showing that he's not going to drop anything. He's taken some good catches here. Well done to Abbas Ali. Picks up a wicket straight away on this day. Back in 1984, before lunch on the last day, Clive Lloyd. So West Indies dismissed England for 202 at the Oval to win by 172 runs and complete a blackwash. The only time England have lost a series, 0-5 at home. Of course, that was when the West Indies were at their best back in 1984. And 1992, I remember this man. There was a lot of talk about Gladstone Small. Well, his radar needed recalibrating. When he opened the bowling for Warwickshire against Middlesex, his first over lasted 18 balls, included 11 no balls and a wide. And it's thought to be a record for the longest over when no balls weren't deliberate. So how about that? Of course, we saw a record broken in Bulgaria. We know that we've had a 16 ball over a few times, but we saw a 17 ball over there in Bulgaria. But there you go. It still wasn't as bad as that one from Gladstone Small back on this day in 1982. Lovely man was Gladstone, the man that a lot of people referred to as the man with no neck. And has he got lucky? I don't think so. Oh yeah, one-handed Jalebi Delight. Well, we've seen one Jalebi catch already. Here's another one. And he does make it look simple, does Raju Mia. I don't think it was actually that difficult. He could have done it two-handedly, but look, just backpedaling, just not enough power in the shot here from Shakil Hussain. Well, Shakil Hussain himself took a one-handed Jalebi catch. He needed to do it on the second attempt. Well, he took a Jalebi catch. Now it's his turn to get out to a Jalebi catch. They are falling like flies here, Nish.
Yeah, they could get cleaned up at this rate. They could be bowled out. Lost 6 wickets already. Still got 1 ball to come in the 5th over. Look at that. Cool as he likes. Just so he's plucking an apple out of a tree. Grabs that catch. And they're just having a delightful time here, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, as they are running riot, running right through this Baraka Prato side.
Yes.
Got a feel for Baraka Prato. I mean, it looks like they're heading for their 3rd straight defeat to start off this tournament. Of course, they made the big trip down to Rome from up north, and boy, to leave your first day without a single victory, especially when they were so close to one against the Gladiatori. They were denied by that sensational innings by Harpreet.
All right, here we go. They're just not sure what. This is the delay here. Once again, there's some conversation between the umpire and I'm guessing possibly the scorers as the new batter is out in his waitings. Well, maybe just need to refresh the system. Hey, while they're doing that, there's some fascinating things about Rome or ancient Rome. Did you know this? Now, if you are eating or about to get ready to eat, I do apologize, but in Roman times, urine was used as a mouthwash and teeth whitener.
That is rather interesting. I didn't know that, and
Yeah, well,
it's my Roman history as well.
yeah, so there you go. So if you ever get stuck, there's always a solution. Swinging a bit. Oh, he's hurt himself here. What has happened? That don't look good. Now, well, he has got that ankle bandaged up anyway. So as soon as this ball has been bowled, well, Abbas Ali, look, that's not a good sign. The way he's going down here, Nish, I don't see him finishing this over. I mean, you probably have to have question marks on whether the fact. I mean, it is the end of the over, so that's how he'll finish this over. But I don't think he's going to bowl another. He's in a bit of trouble here. He's been helped to his feet. I think that's probably the end of the action in this match from Abbas Ali. And he's bowled very well, 2 for 12. But I think that's going to be the end of the match for him. We've seen that Charles has come out there. Ravi Pancha. Well, let's get the camera on Ravi once more again before he goes. And we can maybe go back to that graphic. Well, there's Ravi. Ravi and Nish will be making their way to the trophy fountain. Well, I reckon we're not going to get Ravi on here, so we'll just talk about this graphic. Upcoming events. And Charles. No, Charles is already sorted. Charles is a married man. He doesn't feature. There's Ravi. Can we see Ravi there? Just on the other side of the boundary for a moment. Ravi's now going up to Charles, so we might just catch Ravi. And Ravi? We can't get him. Anyway, upcoming events. Of course, we continue here in Italy. We've got the Mental Shield coming up. Valletta Cup. Charlie Hunt, if you missed him, he'll be back. And he'll be back where he started, really, in Malta. So looking forward to the action there. T20 Women's International. Netherlands Tri-Series T20Is there from the Hague Cricket Ground. And, of course, then Austria. I'll be there. You'll be there. You'll be starting things off. Looking forward to that at the Seabarn Cricket Ground. Back to the action here. Mohammed Amin starts and he gets very lucky, the batter. It just allows this to hit the bat. It takes the run and they'll come back for 2 because this one has not been backed up. A couple of runs taken.
Well, the second time we've seen overthrows so far this innings, just struggling a little bit with that. Saw some overthrows during Raju Mia's over as well. Yeah, all sorts of issues here for Baraka Prato. I mean, as things stand, there's still struggle to even get a single point out of this game. A back of a length delivery here. It's slightly short, and it's going to be worked away towards fine leg for a 4. Booya just shuffling it across over there and helping it along towards fine leg. This gets outside the line of the ball and plays that beautifully.
Ball comes back. I mean, yeah, I've got all sorts of facts here, of course. I mean, so that is a fact, by the way, who was used as mouthwash and teeth whitener. It did the trick pretty well, they say.
Yeah, the interesting thing, I just did a quick Google search. This one's played away towards mid-wicket. Is they used to import it in huge quantities from Portugal. Can you imagine that? The international human urine trade.
Well, you thought I was making it up. Now you've just added another twist to it. It was imported. Oh, well. I mean, if you're using your own, you think fair play, but when it's somebody else's, I don't think so. This one bobbles away. And, yeah. And, of course, another big fact, of course, in Italy is no surprise that they love their food. And, of course, it was the norm that people used to eat as much as they could, and then, well, let's just say they found a way to get rid of it and came back to carry on eating more. But we won't go on to that because I'm pretty sure some people are well into their supper right now. Oh, ooh, as the two batters don't communicate this well at all.
Yeah, we'll take a look at this. I think a direct hit here, and he would have been in trouble. As you can see, he's not even in the frame. Could very well have been the 7th wicket. Just have a chance now to bring up the graphic for a single point. So as you can see, over 10.5 and over, which at this stage with the way these two are bowling, batting I should say, looks very, very difficult. Amin there ends up with a slightly short delivery, which ends up climbing up on the batter. It's a slightly awkward height. He's unable to deal with it. As Baraka Prada will end the 6th over at 48 for 6.
Yeah, another cracking over, just the 8 from it, and a good way to finish there. And of course, we are in the last match. We always do a little bit of food chat, and I think on a day like today, well, I think every day is going to be a day like here today. So of course, we've got to talk about sweet. And a trip to Rome isn't complete without a gelato. Of course, instead of regular ice cream, gelato has less butterfat and is denser. Created in the 16th century, this frozen treat is now an iconic Roman dessert and fitting pick-me-up for the summer heat. Yeah, a gelato or two a day, I think, would be ideal here. And Ahmed isn't able to pick this up cleanly. I wouldn't be taking on his arm. Yeah, are you an ice cream fan? Are you gelato or ice cream? I mean, I reckon we should do something on that. If you can find a good freezer here, we have to get some ice creams in gelatos and tell people what they like. What do you reckon?
Oh, absolutely. I think I really regret the fact that I didn't actually try a gelato last time I was here in September covering the ECS last year. So that's certainly something I need to take off.
It's got to be done. And once the gelatos or the ice creams are finished, there'll be room in the freezer for me to sit in at 5-minute intervals to stay nice and cool. Because you know what? It's getting hotter here. Of course, Prosecco is one of the go-to drinks here. It's just gorgeous, especially when served chilled, and is certainly a great choice after a long day of sightseeing. And if you're visiting some of the restaurants, and most of the good restaurants here will offer you a complimentary glass of Prosecco while you're looking at the menu. And if you like the sweet stuff, Limoncello, how can you say no to that? Limoncello is a famous Italian liqueur simply made from pure alcohol, lemon zest, water, and balanced with the right amount of sugar. And yeah, I must admit, it's certainly, you know, when after a meal they say, would you like a liqueur? Limoncello certainly is one that I like to go for. It's nice, it's refreshing, very zesty. Bless you. There's this one. Well, I think that's bat and pad first, and not out. Going into, so Mia continues with the ball.
It is continuing this very tight bowling effort. It's been an exceptional job by this entire unit. They've it's been just an incredible team effort. I mean, they've bowled these hard lengths over and over again. They really dictated the pace of the game, giving the batters no room to breathe. It's been tough for Baraka Prado. Real tough going.
Well, that's a nice little shot. He sort of punches this onto the leg side. It will just bounce before the boundary. Sort of gets this nicely timed in between square leg and mid-wicket. And, of course, that will get them to past the 50 mark. But they've still got a long way to go in a short period of time if they're to salvage a point here.
Yeah, not long left for them. Got to get 39 runs of 21 deliveries. As you can see, required of just above 11.1.
And, yeah, I don't mind the shot here, Pabuya. You've got to really go for everything. So, by just having a chat here with the bowler about, I think, the return crease, just letting him know he's pretty close to it. I don't mind that. That's good umpiring. Let the bowler know, and if he doesn't sort it out, then call him if you have to. But yeah, going to the batter, you got to chase this. You got to hope you get a bit of something on it. Ah, shot. Adios, Balota. That's going to go all the way. So he's hit a 4 already. Now 6, or maybe that the point is still on. Oh, as you can see, Buya, he's certainly up for it, and he'd be hoping that Zakiullah can also get a few away as well. So that's 6 runs. That helps their cause.
It certainly does. Need a few more of these big shots. This has been a productive over for them so far. 11 runs coming off it. Still got a ball to go.
Hello, Steve Cook, who's joining us back. And Steve is saying, well, what's going on? There's all sorts of talk. And he just chips this over the bowler. The throw comes in. Will this one be backed up? Yes, it will. Just a single. Nice to have you with us, Steve.
Yeah, so a challenging decision coming up here for the captain. They've used 4 bowlers so far. Who's the 5th bowler they're going to introduce? We'll have a look at tomorrow's fixtures. As you can see, Baraka Prado and Roma Bangla Morning Sun playing each other again first thing tomorrow morning. So we are going to see back-to-back games between these two sides on the network. And then, of course, we'll get to see Bologna for the first time in this European cricket series. We'll be taking on the Gladiatori, and then later RBMS for our 4th match of the day. So it's a great slate of games there lined up for you, of course. Baraka Prado have another triple header tomorrow, so a busy couple of days for them. 6 games in the space of 2 days.
Yeah, Roma Gladiatori they'll be looking forward to coming back after a good victory for them. Of course, looking forward to seeing Bologna, and of course away from their beautiful ground. Well, from one beautiful ground to another, Bologna, a lovely ground they've got there. I certainly enjoyed being there about 3 years ago. Looking for that big shot over cow corner again, but a little bit slower this delivery. It's quite deceptive, really. It looks like it's coming through a little bit quicker from Buyan.
Just looking to swipe across the line of that one. And he fails to get any bat on ball. Just down the leg side over there. Once again, he's got this clear plan of stepping across and then just looking to flick it off his pads. But yeah, the bowler gets the line wrong. It was a good idea. I mean, he could see that leg stump and he was trying to go for it, just was unable to execute.
Doesn't miss it by much, does he? Doesn't miss the stump by much. In fact, it probably shaves it.
Now he's going to go big over here. And is it going to carry? It did carry, but it was always going to be a tough chance. It was quite low down for the fielder. That is Saiful Islam, always out in the deep at deep cover. Isn't able to hold on to the catch.
It's not a bad effort from Islam, but you see there, again, if you're taking the ball bending over at that height, you've got to really just get a little dive forward and take it at a more comfortable position. When you're arching down like that, you're not in a good position to take the catch.
Struck out towards square leg. It's going to be a single. Great ground fielding there. Puts in a little slide as well to ensure that it doesn't get past him. Yeah, it's been great bowling here by Buyan. Only 3 runs so far this over.
Just keep an eye on that. 29 or 15 for a point. And shots like this will help. That is going to be a teaser for the fielder, and it's over, and that's going to be 6 runs. Well played, good hit. Well, Buyan is the bowler, but Buya is the hitter, and he goes Buyaka, Buyaka, boom, boom, boom. 6 runs, bring it on.
Is he Rey Mysterio or Buyan? That one goes all the way for a 6. What an incredible hit. Not a great ball there by Buyan, unlike the ones we saw from him right at the start of the over. Just 23 needed a 14 now for a single point.
Es otro más, que guay, que grande. Eso es grandísimo. 6 más, vole, vole, vole. And Buya says, I ain't done yet. At least you're going to try and salvage us a point here. Baraka Prado, they haven't been able to get the victory that they wanted, but they're not going to go home without anything. Or are they? 17 of 13, the equation now. Buyan It's been an expensive start from him. Ay, gandhi ball sigi changi good pai ball no. Juttiya paniya juttiya. As that one will go all the way. That's 21 off the over. And just like that, Rico Prato is saying, all right, we're going to go home with a point, everybody. We're going to go home with a point.
A short pulled away, got the treatment it deserved. Incredible shot by that batter. And of course, absolutely spoils the over. 3 consecutive sixes to end that over. It ends up going for 21 runs. So all that praise I heaped on Puyan after those first 3 balls ends up somehow hexing him. As things stand, it looks like Baraka Prado should pick up the single point unless we do see a wicket or something strange occur over these next couple of overs.
Yeah, that's the over that they needed. The over before that went for 12. So it certainly helped them. Now look at that. I mean, just before the start of this over, they needed to go at 11s. And now it's less than a runnable to get that point. They're needing to get to 92 here. But one good over here from guess who? The captain, Anik Ahmed, could once again put a spanner in the works. And Zakaula, he just needs to try and stay there, keep in, and maybe, more importantly, see if he can get Buya back on strike. Coming round the wicket again, Anik Ahmed. Oh, put him down. There's definitely bat there. Well, there's something. Let's see what the umpire gives here. Oh, a leg by. All right. Well, I know it hit something, but it wasn't bat, says the umpire. Yeah, I think that's a very good call. That is off the knee roll of the pad, but the batters do the right thing. They rotate the strike. So this is the big battle here now. Buya, 38 to 17. He's not going to stop trying to hit the ball out of the park. Well, that's the way he plays. That's what's worked for him. That's what he's got to keep doing. God, bowled. It's the 3rd wicket for Anik Ahmed. And Ahmed, just when the hopes of Baraka Prato seem to go up, he comes back with another wicket. This one's a little bit cruel. It sort of hits the back leg of the batter and he kicks it back onto his own stump. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, look at that. Having said that, though, I think if it doesn't hit the pad, the ball is hitting the stumps. I don't think he would have got the LBW decision because I think it's pitching outside the line of the stump. So, Buya, this is a real teaser, isn't it? Buya gets them close, but with still runs required and that wicket going down. Once again now, with him out of the way, maybe it's 4 points are on the cards once again here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
Certainly might be. And again, this man, Anik Ahmed, we saw him bowl superbly during the power play when he picked up 2 wickets and gave up just 2 runs. He's doing the trick again for them here in the penultimate over. Gets rid of the danger man. And now, well, Baraka Prado might just have to fight a little bit for this point.
Yeah, I mean, that one's gone through as a dot, so there's still 4 balls to come here. I can sniff maybe a fifer here for Anik Ahmed. I mean, he's got 3. He's got 3 balls to go here. If he jams that Yorker in once again, he certainly does have a chance. He's bowling here to Adil Ahmed. He's yet to get off the mark. The new batter swings and misses at 1. Can he get even an inside edge or something that goes for 4? They're needing 10 runs here. Oh, goes for that leg stump Yorker again. And the batters, they don't like it, do they? That's what he should be playing. Let's see what he does play. He goes through the legs. It's a nutmeg. So he spoils the wide as well. If only he went across. So 10 off 8.
Slower order's going to have to fight now. They're going to have to find a way to make 10 runs of 8 balls. Anik Ahmed has brought that bonus point back into the equation for his side. He picks up another wicket here to end this over. Got a couple more balls to go. Make things very exciting.
Good variations, really is. And variations in terms of where he's aiming for. So after going for the pegs, this one looked right across. So once again, giving himself room but not making contact. If they're going to do it, it looks like they're going to have to do it the hard way. Anik Ahmed, well, he won't get a fifer, but he could finish with another wicket here. I think Ahmed has just got to really maybe just come down the track and try and do something. I don't really think he wants to get a single. I think Ula probably has to be the recognised batter. He's been out there longer. Plays it into the deck, and you can see they're not really trying to get that single. So goes down to the last. That means 10 required. What an incredible over there from Anik Ahmed. That will go down as a maiden, because it's one of those, there's no runs really off the bat. There was the leg by, so that goes down as a wicket maiden. 82 for 7. So wicket maiden there to Anik Ahmed, just the leg by. So 10 runs they need to get a point here. Barca Prato, they won't want to miss this opportunity.
Yeah, there's going to be a big dilemma here for the skipper. He surely can't turn back to Puyan after he went for 21 runs off the last over. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll just expect him to do better this time. But looking at some of the other options they have, Qadar Abdul, looking at his figures for this ECS, 10.4 economy rate in the 5 overs he's bowled, has picked up 4 wickets. To have someone like Saiful Islam as well, but he's been very expensive. And then you just run through that list. Most of these bowlers have all had economy rates of 16 so far this ECS, but he is going to go with Mohsin in the end. Just relying on experience here in this final over.
He's going to start with a wide. Well, that'll help. Wide ball, good take from the keeper, because this one is going really wide. So Chandra Bhumik, he's saved some runs behind there, you know, has Bhumik. Right, you can have a look there, that Tula. If he hits it, it will be ooh la la la, because it will fly. He's got some power, but he hasn't been able to get hold of one just yet. You can see they're trying to keep it outside the off. Is Moshin. And it's going to be another wide. So 10 becomes 8 of 6 balls. Most important thing here is, I think, if there's no dot balls, so yeah, that's a good call there. I think you've just got to get bats on the ball and run these. Look at the gaps. Look how wide everybody is. And I think here for Anik Ahmed, he certainly should be thinking about getting fielders in a little bit closer. Maybe get the mid-wicket in, get a short cover in. You don't want to be giving singles in the air. Is he going to get the gap? No, it will just be a single. So now this is where I think he's got to get men in, because you got, again, Ahmed will go back on strike here. Hasn't got off the mark. He's played up 4 balls, missed them all. Get the squeeze in. Don't let him get the single. And you can see that, well, right in front of us here, that Chowdhury seems to be suggesting that to his captain. Anik Ahmed not interested. Is this another wide? No, says the umpire. Not using his feet at all. Look at the footwork here. He actually goes away. No, that's perfectly fine.
This is where, you know, Ahmed just needs to be a little bit smart. I mean, he's clearing his front leg, trying to hit a big shot, trying to be a hero. If he just dabs at that ball, he could just get a couple of runs running it down towards third.
You're spot on. Just they have bought now the third up. He just needs to get bat on ball. And he will get bat on ball. Nicely played. Anik Ahmed will do the gentle underarm throw. They take a single. One big hit will get them the point. 3 balls. So, Ula, has he got it in him? Will he get the ball that he wants to get a boundary, to at least steal a point away here for the Roma, from the Roma Bengal Morning Sun? Oh, it's another hoik. Frustrating to watch, really.
It really is. I mean, keep in mind, you need just 11 runs off the last 2 overs to pick up a point, and everyone's just coming in here trying to play hero ball rather than looking to just get a few singles and get their side the single point. Now, well, they really do need a hero. 6 runs needed of 2 balls. It's got to disappear.
Sometimes smart cricket is what you got to play, and it hasn't been too smart here. And wide, okay. So, sort of helps their cause. It's a tight call. I don't see that as a wide, Nish. I really don't see that as a wide. And I don't think it'll make it too big a difference, apart from it just means that there's still another couple of balls. I think run-wise, they still have to find the boundary here. Ula, can he get one out of the slot? Can he get one out of the middle? This could be another. This is another. So now it's 4 of 2 balls. But he's just playing the same shot all the time. Just trying to get bat on ball.
But this is where, I mean, if an edge just flies away for a 4 here, Bangla Morning Sun are going to be absolutely livid with these last 2 calls. I think they have a reason to feel that neither of those decisions were right.
And here we go. Well, can I just say that there's going to be an inquiry, I'm sure, because there's 4 wides in this over. That means this over should have been finished a long time ago. But eventually, Zakaula gets one out of the middle. He's going to get the boundary. He's going to get a 6. He's going to get a point for Baraka Prato. And, well, Roma Bangla Morning Sun will be thinking maybe they got robbed here. And that one, it doesn't matter now, does it? He can block it out. It's the end of the match. It's the end of match day 3. Match 15 comes to a close. It's going to be a comfortable victory for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They will win this match quite comfortably. But I think in the back of their mind, and Anik Ahmed probably might have a quiet conversation with Charles Croucher, because I think he may be thinking that really his team here perhaps should have taken all the points. A couple of calls just didn't go their way there towards the end, Nish.
Yeah, that's just the way the game goes somehow. At the end of the day, I think they'll look back at some of the errors they might have made in the field as well earlier in this innings. A few things they could clean up that would have made sure that it never came down to what it did in the end. But yeah, they somehow salvage a point here, Baraka Prato. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun pick up a victory after losing to Roma CC earlier today. Here's a look at the fixture list for tomorrow's action. We'll see a rematch of this game first thing tomorrow morning when Baraka Prato take on Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Need to see a much bigger performance of them. You got to feel for this Prato side. I mean, they start off their ECS with 3 consecutive losses, so this is going to be a really, really big game day for them. They've got to find a way to pick up at least 1 or 2 victories tomorrow. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings, of course. Baraka Prato were certainly playing their shots early in the innings, looking to be brave. They went for the juggler, but eventually they just kept losing too many wickets and weren't able to sustain that.
Yeah, I mean, there were some good shots there played. I mean, that one there sort of kind of just doesn't carry. I think you can see Bomik is a little bit disappointed that he doesn't take the catch. But look at the bowling here from Anik Ahmed. He has been pretty sensational. That one, well, I think that was the one that that busted the bail. And some of the shots selection wasn't really quite right. And Anik Ahmed could have had his man there. And this ended up being 3. But if it hit the stumps, it would have been out. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, a couple of things from the batters there from Baraka Prato. They just got to be a little bit smarter, be prepared to take the singles. You're not always going to bash every ball to the boundary. And I just feel that they did get a little bit fortunate there with the way that that match ended up. They do get a point. I mean, how valuable that point will be, I suppose we will learn a little bit later on in the series. Well, no doubt about this one. The off stump. That off stump is going to need counselling by the end of today, by the way. It has been battered and bruised and been knocked out of the ground several times. Speaking of out of the ground, well, that was the plan for the batter, but it was not to be. It was a wonderful one-handed catch, a jalebi catch to remove Shakil Hussain. Rajamia would have enjoyed that moment. He'll enjoy watching that again a few times. Some nice shots then played here. And that was a nice looking innings, actually. Very important innings from Russell Bhuiyan. Bhuiyan certainly did go after Bhuiyan. And if it weren't for that innings and that not from him, they was just never going to be in this. So well done to him. It was nice to see his fight. 38 of 18 he gets as a top scorer. But then he was done once again. Anik Ahmed came back in to take the wicket. He bowled beautifully, the captain. And like I say, he'll probably, quite rightly so, be a little bit disappointed that his team doesn't take away all the points. Well, Marzi there, well, when you're wrapped up like that, Marzi, you're never going to see the ball coming, are you? He doesn't see that coming. Luckily for him, it misses him by a bit. But that big hit, that 6 meant that they did at least Baraka Prato pick up a point.
Absolutely, and we'll now have a look at the scorecard for this innings, and just weren't quite able to go at the rate they needed to here. Baraka Prato, I think we saw some of the lack of firepower this side. Unfortunately struggles with Habibur Rahman making 11 of 10. Ghulam Dastagir hit a boundary, would end up making just 10 runs. As you can see, some starts there from the top 4, but no one quite able to kick on and play the big innings they need. Russell Bhuiyan with 38 of 18, and maybe that innings will earn him a promotion up the order. I think there's a few things they could look at here, Baraka Prato, about how they could improve their order. I think at times Waqas Mahmoodi could argue is batting a bit low after batting quite well in his first 2 matches, so maybe they'll go back to their hotel now, just have a little think about a few of their plans, and then come back tomorrow stronger. Here's a look at the bowling figures for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Abbas Ali with terrific figures at 2 for 12, but then Anik Ahmed, the pick of the bowlers, 3 wickets, and he gave up just 2 runs.
He's in good form at the moment, isn't he? Anik Ahmed, the captain, he's scoring runs. He's also taking wickets, so keep an eye out for him tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, though, of course, these 2 teams, Roma Bangla Morning Sun and Baraka Prato, will kick off today. Interesting to see if Rehan returns to the side for the Roma Bangla Morning Sun. If he does, that makes the task for Baraka Prato even more difficult.
Yeah, certainly will. And Rehan, obviously a quality player, was the leading run getter during last year's European Cricket Series. Here's a look at the Match 15's match summary. Roma Bangla Morning Sun take this one by 37 runs, narrowly missing out on picking up the bonus points. I have a chance to welcome you into our commentary position. It's been a very exciting day of cricket here in Rome. It's another day in the books, and I think we're just starting to see who some of the big contenders are in this series. But of course, we still got Bologna to come tomorrow, so we'll see how they match up against some of the bigger teams.
Yeah, and I'm liking what I'm seeing already. So we've seen 3 days completed here. We've seen 2 hat-tricks, and we've seen 2 centuries as well. We saw another century here from Harpreet. What or not that was, I still maintain that that's probably one of the most delightful and most exciting centuries that I've seen. And when you think about the contents of it as well, when his team were under the hammer, I think is a great knock. So well done to Harpreet, his centurion. He's in our Hall of Fame. Of course, we've seen the hat-tricks here as well. Samara Kuhn also a century there yesterday. And that tells me, and when I look at all of the matches that we're seeing here today, I'm loving this pitch. I really am loving this pitch. Bowlers are getting something out of it, the seam bowlers. You can see there's plenty of lift, there's firepower there. But if batters get in, and if batters are prepared to play shots on credit and stay out there, they're going to score runs as well. So I reckon we really are going to see a very exciting next couple of days. I do believe that every day we will see a special highlight. Talking of days, this is tomorrow. Like I say, it's going to be a rematch of this match first half. And then Bologna are going to be here, the home of the players of the ragu sauce. Or maybe they'll bring some of that lovely ragu sauce with them. So looking forward to see Bologna. Then, well, Gladiatori, they'll be good to be back because remember, they got a win and an outstanding win. We just talked about that century there from their captain and Harjeet. That was quite sensational. And then, well, Baraka Prato, are they able to turn things around? Not going to be an easy day for them because they're going to start with that match against Roma Bangla Morning Sun, and then of course they play Roma CC in the last match. Roma CC 3 out of 3 today here.
Absolutely incredible day for the defending champions. Of course, they were licking their wounds after their streak came to an end against Royal Roma, but they've once again stamped their authority in this tournament. They're sitting right there at the top of the table. I think this is going to be a very exciting race to see who ends up in the top spot, as it will give you a huge advantage heading into finals day.
Yeah, well, Leslie is on the lawnmower. That means it's time for us to go. I can hear the music playing in the background for the highlights of the day. So see you tomorrow. Thank you to everybody here at the ground, and also thank you to you for watching. You are simply the best. Namaste. Thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow. So as I always say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, mi familia.